This is Audible.
Macmillan Audio presents A Far Wilder Magic by Allison Saft. Read by Jesse Valinsky. One. Margaret shouldn't be outside tonight. It's too cold for mid-autumn. The kind of cold that catches even the trees out. Just yesterday morning, the leaves outside her window burned in the sunlight, red as blood and gold as honey. Now half of them have gone brittle and dropped like stones. And all she sees are the hours and hours of work ahead of her. A sea of dead things. That's exactly the kind of thought Mrs. Reeford would scold her for. Margaret can almost hear her now. "You're only 17 once, Maggie. There are far better ways to waste it than keeping that damn house, believe me." Fact is, not everybody can afford to fritter away 17. Not everybody wants to be like Jamie Harrington and his friends, cliff diving and drinking cheap moonshine after work. Margaret has too many responsibilities for nonsense like that. And more importantly, no firewood. Since it ran dry 2 days ago, the cold has made itself comfortable at Welty Manor. It waits for her out there in the night, and it waits for her inside, leering from a hearth full of white ashes. As much as she dreads splitting wood right now, she hasn't got any good prospects. It's freeze now or freeze later. The last of the day is bleeding out over the mountains, dribbling gutted red light onto the yard. Once the sun sets completely, it'll only get colder. She shivered herself sleepless for hours last night, and now everything aches like she's been folded up in a shoebox. Procrastinating on her least favorite chore isn't worth feeling like this again tomorrow. Freeze now it is. Tugging her mother's old cloche hat over her ears, Margaret steps off the porch and trudges through the fallen leaves to the backyard, where the woodpile hunches beside a rusted wheelbarrow. The rainwater pooled in its basin is silvered with too early frost and reflects a hazy glimmer of the bruised dusk sky. As she reaches up to take a log from the pile, she catches a glimpse of her own drawn face. She looks as exhausted as she feels. Margaret sets the log on the chopping block and grabs her maul. When she was young and wiry, she had to throw all her weight behind every downswing. Now, letting the blade fall is easy as breathing. It whistles through the air and sinks into the wood with a crack that sends a pair of crows fluttering from their perch. She adjusts her grip, then hisses through her teeth as a splinter digs into her hand. She inspects the blood welling in the creases of her palm before licking it off. Cold settles into her wound, and the dull taste of copper coats her tongue. She knows she ought to sand the handle down before it takes another bite out of her, but there's no time. There's never enough time. Normally, she would have prepared better for the winter, but her mother's been gone for 3 months now, and the chores have piled up. There are windows to caulk, shingles to replace, pelts to prepare. It'd be far easier if she learned alchemy like her mother always wanted, but no matter how hungry or desperate she gets, it will never come to that. People say alchemy is many things. To the most pragmatic of scientists, it's the process of distilling matter into its essence, a means to understand the world. God-fearing Catharists claim it can purify anything, even men. But Margaret knows the truth. Alchemy is neither progress nor salvation. It's the stench of sulfur she can't scrub out of her hair. It's packed suitcases and locked doors. It's blood and ink on the floorboards. She'll survive without it until her mother comes home. If she comes home. Margaret smothers that thought as quickly as it arises. Evelyn travels often for her research, and she's always returned. She's just taking a little longer than usual is all. Where are you now? Years ago, when she still had the heart for it, she'd climb to the roof and try to imagine she could see for 1,000 miles, straight into all the fantastical places that called Evelyn away from her. But no matter how hard she tried, nothing ever materialized. All she ever saw was this: the worn dirt road down the mountainside, the sleepy town glowing as faint as a firefly's belly in the distance, and past the golden fields of rye and bent grass, the half-moon sea that glitters black as a star-filled night. The gift of imagination skipped her over, and Wigton is all she knows. She can't envision a world beyond it. On a night like this, everyone will be huddled against the cold, simmering chowder and tearing open loaves of brown bread. The image stings, just barely. Being alone suits her fine. Better than fine. It's only the grim prospect of boiled potatoes for dinner that invites jealousy. Her stomach rumbles just as the wind sighs against the back of her neck. The still-living leaves sway overhead, hissing like the roll of the tide. Hush, they seem to say. Listen. The air goes terribly, eerily still. Gooseflesh ripples down her arms. 17 years in these woods, and they've never frightened her before. But right now, the dark sits thick and wrong on her skin like a sheen of cold sweat. A branch snaps at the tree line, loud as gunfire. Margaret whirls toward the sound, maul raised and teeth bared. But it's only Trouble, her coonhound, standing there. He looks both majestic and ridiculous with his oversized ears pricked and his fur shining copper bright. Margaret lowers her weapon, the blade thudding against the frozen earth. He must have slipped out the front door when she wasn't paying attention. "What are you doing out here?" she says, feeling foolish. "You scared me." Trouble wags his tail absently, but he's still straining toward the woods and quivering with focus. He must feel it too, the crackling in the air like a brewing storm. It makes her crave the weight of a rifle in her hands, not a maul. "Leave it, Trouble." He hardly spares her a second glance. Margaret sighs with exasperation, her breath steaming in the air. It figures she can't compete with a scent. Once he grabs a hold of one, he won't let it go for anything. He's as good a hunting dog as ever, even if he's stubborn as an ass half the time. It strikes her then how out of practice they both are, and how much she misses the thrill of the hunt. Mrs. Reeford is right, in her way. There is more to life than preserving this crumbling manor, more to waste her 17th year on than surviving. But what Mrs. Reeford will never understand is that she's not keeping this house for herself. It's for Evelyn. Before she leaves for a trip, she always says the same thing. "As soon as I get what I need for my research, we'll be a family again." There's no sweeter promise in the world. Their family will never truly be whole again. But Margaret cherishes those memories from before more than anything. Before her brother died and her father left, and alchemy burned up all her mother's tenderness. She holds them close like worry stones, turning them over and over in her mind until they're worn smooth and warm and familiar. Every week, the four of them would go into Wigton to buy their groceries, and without fail, Margaret would ask her mother to carry her home. Even when she'd grown too old for it to be reasonable, Evelyn would scoop her up and say, "Now who let you get so big, Miss Maggie?" and kiss her until she shrieked with laughter. The world would go hazy and dappled with sunlight as she drowsed in her mother's arms, And although the walk home was 5 miles, Evelyn never once complained and never set her down. Once Evelyn finishes her research, things will be different. They'll be together, and they'll be happy again. That is something worth putting her life on hold for. So she hefts her maul and splits the log again. As she bends over to collect the kindling, a chill slithers down her collar. "Look there," says the wind. "Look." Slowly, Margaret lifts her gaze to the woods. There's nothing but darkness past the wind-blown tangle of her hair. Nothing but the whispering of the leaves overhead, louder and louder. And then she sees it. At first, it's barely anything. A wisp drifting boat-like through the underbrush. A trick of her addled mind. Then, a set of round, unblinking eyes shine out of the darkness. A tapered snout follows, the shadows sliding off it like water. Like the creep of fog over the sea, a white fox as big as trouble stalks into the moonlight. Margaret has never seen a fox like this before, but she knows exactly what it is. An ancient being, far older than even the redwoods that tower above her. The Hala. Every child in Wigton is raised on legends of the Hala, but the first time she heard one outside her home was the moment she realized her family was different. The Catharist Church paints the Hala and its kind, the demiurges, as demons. But her father told her that nothing God made could be evil. To the Uadir, the Hala is sacred, a carrier of divine knowledge. "It won't hurt you if you show it respect." Margaret goes perfectly still. The Hala's gaze is solid white, pupilless, and she feels the weight of it like a blade at the back of her neck. Its jaw stretches open, a warning gape that makes something small and animal within Margaret cry out. Trouble's hackles rise, and a snarl rumbles out of him. If he attacks it, it will tear his throat out. "Trouble, no!" Desperation roughens her voice, enough to break the spell on him. He rounds on her, ears flying and clearly bewildered. And before she can process it, before she can even blink, the fox is gone. Her breath shudders out of her. The wind echoes her as it combs through the leaves with a brittle, shimmering sound. Margaret staggers to Trouble, drops to her knees in front of him, and flings her arms around his neck. He smells disgusting, the yeasty stench of wet dog, but he's unhurt, and that's all that matters. His heart beats in time with hers, the most beautiful thing she's ever heard. "Good boy," she whispers, hating the hitch in her voice. "I'm sorry for yelling. I'm so sorry." What just happened? As her thoughts clear, relief melts into a single terrible realization. If that beast is here in Wigton, the half-moon hunt will soon follow. Every autumn, the Hala emerges somewhere in the coastal wood, and there it stays for 5 weeks, terrorizing its chosen territory until it vanishes again on the morning after the cold moon. No one knows exactly why it lingers, or where it goes, or why its power grows stronger with the waxing of the moon. But the wealthiest people of New Albion have made a national sport of its appearance. Tourists pour in for the weeks of fanfare leading up to the hunt. Hunters register alongside alchemists in hopes of becoming the hero who slays the last living demiurge. And on the night of the cold moon, they set out on horseback to pursue the beast. There's alchemical power in circles, and legend has it that a demiurge can only be killed beneath the light of a full moon. Anticipation makes the hunt all the sweeter. Participants and spectators alike are more than willing to pay in blood for the honor of hunting the Hala at its peak. The more destructive it is that season, the more thrilling the chase. The hunt hasn't come to Wigton in nearly 20 years. But Margaret has heard fragments of stories traded at the docks. The baying of hounds driven mad by its magic, the crack of gunfire, the scream of horses torn open but still alive. Since her childhood, the hunt has been nothing but a blood-soaked myth. The fare of true New Albion heroes, not country girls with Uadir fathers. It's never been real. But now it's here. Close enough to register. Close enough to win. The thought of disappointing her father pricks at her. But what does she owe him now? Being half Uadir gives her no claim to kinship with the Hala. Besides, maybe killing it for a noble cause is the most respect she could pay it. Margaret has no interest in hearing her name sung in pubs. She's never craved anyone's recognition but her mother's. When she closes her eyes, an image of Evelyn silhouetted against the sun fills the darkness. Her back to the manor, suitcases in hand, her hair a golden ribbon unfurling in the breeze. Leaving. Always leaving. But if Margaret wins, maybe it'll be enough to make her stay. The grand prize is money, glory, and the Hala's carcass. Most hunters would treat it as a trophy, a thing to be stuffed and mounted. But Evelyn needs it for her research on the alchemical magnum opus. According to her mother, long-dead mystics theorized that if alchemical fire were to incinerate a demiurge's bones, the prima materia, the base substance of all matter, would remain. From that divine ether, an alchemist could forge the philosopher's stone, which grants immortality and the ability to make matter from nothing. The Catharist Church considers any attempt to distill the prima materia heretical, so hardly any New Albion alchemists but Evelyn conduct research on it. Creating the stone is her singular solitary ambition. She's spent years hunting down the few manuscripts that explain how to do it, and 3 months ago, she left the country to pursue another lead. But now the Hala, one of the last missing pieces of her research, is here. Trouble wrenches out of her grip, startling Margaret from her thoughts. "Oh, no you don't." She grabs greedy fistfuls of his ears, then places a kiss on the top of his head. He cringes. Margaret can't help smiling. Tormenting him is one of her few pleasures in life. Trouble shakes his ears out indignantly when she finally releases him, then dances out of her reach. He stands there, regal head lifted, tongue lolling, one pink ear turned inside out. For the first time in days, she laughs. He does love her. He just hides it well, the proud, dramatic thing. But Margaret loves him plainly, and far more than anything else in the world. The thought sobers her. Trouble is a brilliant hunting dog, but he's not young anymore. Risking his safety for some foolish notion, like joining the hunt, isn't something she's willing to do. She's got no time to prepare, hardly enough money to pay the entry fee, and no connections to any alchemists she can trust. Not that any of them can be trusted. Only 2-person teams. 1 marksman and 1 alchemist can participate. Besides, there's only one surefire way to kill a demiurge that she knows of. The alchemy it requires, she'd sooner die than see someone try it again. Even if there was another method, it wouldn't matter. If anyone found out a Uadir girl entered the hunt, they'd make her life a living nightmare. She's only survived this long by keeping her head down. It's better this way, she thinks. Better to quickly cut the throat of this fragile hope, instead of letting it languish like a wolf in a snare. Margaret knows, deep as marrow, how this story ends. What happens to people who crave things beyond their reach. Maybe in another life she could dream. But not this one. Chasing after that fox? will bring her nothing but ruin. 2. Wes awakens to the sharp pain of his forehead smacking into cold glass. As the taxi lurches out of a divot in the road, the sputter of its engine sounds suspiciously like laughter. He swears under his breath, rubbing away the ache blooming in his skull, and then, with the very edge of his sleeve, dabs gingerly at the drool gathered in the corner of his mouth. It's not as though the pothole-ridden streets of the Fifth Ward are any better maintained, but this is absurd. He was told it takes an hour and a half to reach Wigton from the train station, and at this rate, he'll consider himself lucky if he's not concussed by the time he arrives on Evelyn Welty's doorstep. "You awake back there?" Hone, his driver, grins at Wes in the rearview mirror. Hone is a middle-aged man with a kind, wind-chapped face and a blonde mustache that spirals neatly at its ends. It cost Wes nearly everything he'd saved to pay him for the ride. If all goes to plan, his return trip to the city won't be for a good long while. "Yeah," Wes says with forced cheer. "It's rustic out here, huh?" Hone laughs. "You won't find many cars or paved roads outside Wigton, I'm afraid. I hope you know how to ride." He does not. The only horses he's ever even seen are enormous plodding beasts that pull carriages full of rich people through the park. Besides, he's pretty sure taking riding lessons would earn you an ass-kicking if anyone found out. Kids from the Fifth Ward don't ride. This apprenticeship is already testing him, and it hasn't even started. No complaints, he reminds himself. Winding up in the middle of nowhere is his own damn fault. Mostly. Partly. Slightly. In the past 2 years, Wes has burned through more alchemy teachers than he can count. The first time he was expelled, Ma'am was outraged on his behalf. The second time, outraged at him. The third, dismayed into silence. And so it continued in a cycle of anger and bewilderment until last week. When he told her he was leaving for Wigton, she sat him down at the dinner table and clasped his hands so tenderly, it took a second for him to remember to be annoyed. "I love you, Ahashka. You know I do. But have you considered maybe you're not cut out to be an alchemist?" Of course he'd considered it before then. The world is determined to remind him that the son of Bonvish immigrants will never be a real alchemist. But he'd never considered it more than in that moment, when he could see all the new gray shot through his mother's hair. Sometimes he thinks it'd be easier to take a job anywhere, doing anything, so that his family wouldn't have to suffer anymore. Ever since Dad's accident, Wes has watched Mem come home from her extra shifts and soak her hands in hot paraffin wax every night. He's watched his youngest sister, Edie, get thinner, and his oldest sister, Mad, grow harder. Most nights, he lies awake wondering what's wrong with him, why he can't retain more than half of what he reads, why he can't seem to translate unfamiliar words on the page into meaning, why no amount of natural talent or passion can compensate for his limitations in his teacher's eyes. It all makes him sick with anger and worry and self-loathing. Wes knows he possesses some innate magic, a type of enchantment more banal than alchemy. When he speaks, people listen. And while that gift has landed him all his apprenticeships, it's done nothing to help him keep them. Once he fails a single written exam, he can see the vindication in his instructor's eyes, like they've been waiting for him to confirm their suspicions. They always say the same thing. "I should have known better than to take a chance on you." It's obvious what they mean by that gridded-out you, even if they never come out and say it. Bonvishman. There are no more well-connected alchemists left in the Dunway metropolitan area whose apprenticeships he hasn't already flunked out of, or else advertise, "No Bonvish need apply." None except for Evelyn Welty, who makes her home in a town so small, it isn't even on the map. Nerves and car sickness send his stomach roiling. He rolls down the window and tips his face toward the wind. Overhead, the sky sprawls so blue and wide open, he thinks it may drown him if he breathes in too deep. In the city, everything is solid gray. Smog and concrete and the flat slate of the bay. But here, the landscape changes quicker than he can track it. Along the coast, jagged bluffs wear coats of prickly scrubs and blue wildflowers. Just beyond it, evergreen trees bleed into towering redwoods. Wes can't help thinking the fir's upturned branches look like middle fingers. When he told the neighbors where he was going, they offered the same brand of platitudes. Small town. Not much going on there. Or, well, at least the air will be clean. Of all the well-intentioned comments he got, the promise of clean air is definitely the biggest lie. There's no pollution, sure, but it tastes like salt. And worse, with the hundreds of seals lounging on the sand, it reeks of sun-baked seaweed and rotting fish. So much for provincial charm. It occurs to him that the wind may ruin his hair, which he carefully slicked back this morning with the patient coaching of his sisters. He closes the window again and checks his reflection. Still intact, mercifully. Christine and Colleen practically welded it into place with God knows how many dollops of gel. Nothing, not even a single misplaced hair, can ruin his shot at a perfect first impression. So, Hone, Wes says, do you find yourself out this way often? When I was a younger man, I did. They've got the best fox hunting in the country. In fact, if rumor holds true, Wigton's hosting the hunt in the next few weeks. It'll be first time that's happened since I was your age. Most of the country goes wild for the hunt, as Hone put it. Wes doesn't consider himself a particularly devout practitioner of the Sumic faith, but the whole concept of the half-moon hunt is a little sacrilegious, even for his loose morals. In Sumic tradition, it's said that God carved demiurges from his own flesh. They're his divinity incarnate, and as such deserve both fear and respect. Mam buries their statues in potted plants, and lovingly mounts their icons on the walls. Sometimes she'll mutter a prayer to them if she's lost something, or ask them to put in a good word with God, since he's apparently too busy to field requests himself. Catherists would call that kind of reverence idolatry at best, and heresy at worst. It's the same scorn that draws them to immigrant neighborhoods, to throw stones through Sumic churches' stained glass windows. Wes can't be sure what Hone thinks, or which version of God, if any, he worships. He doesn't want to be thrown out of the cab yet, so he says, Is that right? There's not much other reason to come here, if I'm honest. In the mirror, Wes catches Hone's appraising look. I don't mean any offense, son, but you don't look like the fox hunting type. What brings you here? None taken. I'm an alchemist. Hone makes an appreciative noise. Evelyn Welty's apprentice, actually, Wes adds. It's only a lie by omission. Master Welty never exactly responded to his letter, but he knows she's a busy woman. Every apprenticeship he's landed by pleading his case in person. Even though he's terrified his charm has run dry, he thinks he can manage it one last time. Evelyn Welty, eh? Best of luck to you. From his understanding, he'll need it. Thanks. He's heard all the rumors by now. None of her students make it longer than 2 weeks. Ghosts prowl the halls of Welty Manor at night. Evelyn subsists on nothing but photosynthesis, etc. In his experience, all alchemists are a little odd. Technically, anyone can perform alchemy, but it takes an obsessive kind of person to want to. They spend years dissecting arcane texts and cramming their heads full of the chemical composition of thousands of objects. To take something apart, you have to know exactly how it's made. Or maybe it's the sulfuric fumes that eventually drive all of them mad? In any case, it's nothing he can't handle. If it must be, it will be a war of attrition. Wes has never lost a battle of wills. At last, they arrive in civilization. Nestled in the curve of a valley, Wickton is just as quaint as promised. Light from jewel-cased street lamps glazes the cobblestones, and colorful cottage homes and storefronts line every block. Shop windows strung with lights glow softly through the mist, illuminating tempting displays of baked goods, produce, and more taxidermy and ammunition than a war museum. What strikes him most is the complete lack of alchemy labs. In Dunway, you can find at least 2 per block. Jewelers peddling enchanted rings, restaurants serving food that promises a variety of psychological effects, workshops filled with metalworkers who produce the strong, lightweight steel that makes New Albion's military so formidable. As the car rumbles through the town center, people crack open their front doors and draw back their curtains to watch it pass. A pretty young woman sweeping the street in front of her shop meets his eyes. On reflex, he breaks into a wide, easy grin. She turns away from him as if she didn't see him at all. Wes presses his face miserably to the glass, which stings with a cold as bitter as the rejection. It unsettles him more than he cares to admit. Back home, people know him. They like him. Everybody likes him. At least they did before this streak of failures. Although he keeps expecting to stop at one of the charming, brightly painted homes along the way, they continue down the main drag toward the edge of town. The warm lamplight grows sparser, and the wheels jolt sharply as the car rattles onto a dirt road. Wes looks out the back window, where Wickton glimmers through the exhaust. "Say, where are we going?" "Welty Manor. Evelyn lives a bit out of the way." They follow the switchbacking road into the mountains, the engine whining in protest as they ascend. Wes finds the courage to look out over the town in the distance and the endless expanse of the ocean beyond it. The water has darkened to a steely gray, streaked with sunlight the color of rust. The redwoods soon blot out the view, and after driving a few nauseatingly winding miles beneath their looming height, the car creaks to a halt in front of a lonely red brick house. Thick sheets of ivy climb the siding, and flowering weeds spill from the garden beds like beer overflowing from a tap. The splintered wooden gate lists on its hinges, less a welcome than a plea for help. Welty Manor looks like the kind of place people weren't meant to live, the kind of place nature clearly wants back. Wes climbs out of the cab and peers up at the lamp burning in the second-story window. It's far colder than it was when he left Dunway this morning. Way too cold for it to be natural, even with the sea air and the altitude. And it's too still, too quiet. Already he misses the noise of Dunway, the constant drone of traffic and the soft tread of their upstairs neighbor's footsteps, his mother puttering in the kitchen and his sisters bickering in their room. Here, the only sound is the distant cawing of some bird he can't name. Before he lets himself get too despondent over his new home, Wes helps Hone unload his things from the trunk. All his worldly possessions fit into 3 scuffed suitcases and a satchel with a frayed strap. "Need help getting inside?" Hone asks. "Oh, no. Don't trouble yourself. I'll be just fine on my own." Hone fixes him with a skeptical look, then fishes a card from his breast pocket and hands it to him. Hone's name and telephone number are printed on the front in faded ink, as if it's been in his jacket for years. "If you need a ride again, I know who to call." "Thank you, sir." Hone claps him on the shoulder and squeezes. It's so fatherly, Wes has to swallow a sudden pang of grief. All right, then. Good luck. With a tip of his hat, Hone climbs back into the cab and backs it out of the driveway. Darkness slithers into the empty space left by the headlights, and as it enfolds him, Wes feels as though someone is watching him. His gaze anxiously drifts toward the upstairs window, where a ghostly silhouette flickers in what looks to be firelight. Get yourself together, Winters. He climbs the groaning porch stairs until he is face to face with the red front door. He's never been so nervous in his entire life, but then he's never had so much to lose. For good measure, he smooths back his hair and smiles at his reflection in the window until the sweaty look of desperation slides off his face. Everything is in place. He's rehearsed his speech 1,000 times. He's ready. He broadens his chest, raps on the door, and waits. Then waits. And waits. Wind gusts through the veranda and shreds through his threadbare coat like it's nothing. It's cold as hell out here. And the longer he stands here shivering, the more convinced he is that there's something lurking at the tree line. The way the dead leaves rattle in the yard sounds too much like whispering for his taste. He hears his name hissed over and over again. Weston, Weston, Weston. Please answer, he mutters. Please, please, please. But no one is coming. Maybe Evelyn isn't home. No, that can't be right. The upstairs light is on. Maybe she didn't hear him. Yes, that must be it. She didn't hear him. He knocks again. And again. The seconds stretch eternal. What if she never answers the door? What if she moved? What if she's dead, rotting beside that dully burning lamp? He's been so single-mindedly determined, it never occurred to him that he could fail. This scheme was always a gamble. One he now realizes may leave him stranded and alone. The thought is so upsetting, so humiliating, he pounds more urgently on the door. This time, he hears footsteps on the staircase. Finally. The door swings open, and his breath leaves him in a rush. There is a girl standing in the threshold. In the dim porch light, she looks like something out of a poem he read in school before he dropped out. Or like one of the she from his mother's stories. As his eyes adjust, her face comes into view blink by blink. Her hair unbound and golden. Her skin white as cream. Wes braces himself for the inevitable ache of love. But nothing comes. On closer inspection, the girl is far less beautiful and far more severe than he expected. Not to mention incredibly unfashionable with her long hair and longer hemline, if his sister's catalogs are to be believed. She regards him with thin, downturned lips and heavy eyelids, like he is the most loathsome, unimpressive thing to ever crawl onto her property. Can I help you? Her voice is as flat and cold as her stare. Are you Evelyn Welty? No. The word plunks mortifyingly between them. Of course she isn't Evelyn Welty. She looks no older than him. He barrels onward. Is she at home? My name is Weston Winters, and I know what you're here for, Mr. Winters. Judging by her tone, she must assume he's here to sell her snake oil. My mother is away on a research trip. I'm sorry to have wasted your time. It's so final. So bleak, he's still reeling by the time she begins to close the door. Wait! She leaves the door cracked open barely an inch, and even from here he can see the tension coiling in her shoulders. He still hasn't overcome his panic, but he can make this work. While Evelyn's absence is a setback he didn't anticipate, he can figure it out once he's settled. His very last shot at an apprenticeship rests in her daughter's hands. And by the look of her, she doesn't care a whit what he wants or what happens to him. She gives him nothing to work with. No smile, no warmth. She only stares at him blankly with eyes the color of whiskey. They snatch every coherent thought from his mind. So, he grasps for something, anything to keep her talking. What do you think I'm here for? You're here to ask for an apprenticeship. Well, yes, actually. I wrote to her a few weeks ago, but she never responded. And maybe you should learn to read between the lines. If you just let me explain, I understand the situation already. You think you're deserving enough that your own lack of planning is no barrier to you getting what you want. That's not... Wes takes a deep breath. No good will come of losing his composure. I think I've given you entirely the wrong impression. Let me start over. She says nothing, but doesn't move, which he decides to take as encouragement. I want to be a senator. He pauses, trying to gauge her response. She is, however, still disconcertingly stoic. My best shot of making it is through an apprenticeship. My family doesn't have any money, and I had to drop out of school, so there's no way I'm getting into a university unless it's with a letter of recommendation. Only alchemists can become politicians. It's not a law, really, but it may as well be. Although New Albion fought for its independence as a democratic nation almost 150 years ago, the aristocracy lives on in disguise. He can't think of a single politician elected in the last 10 years who isn't a university-minted alchemist with a Catharist pedigree and a network of other wealthy, overeducated people. As a Bonvishman, he'll never have the pedigree, even if he converts. But he can claw his way to electability otherwise. There are plenty of alchemists in the city, she says. You didn't need to come so far. There's no point in asking how she knows he's from the city. His accent always gives him away. Every alchemist in the city has turned me down. It hurts to admit it, but he does. Your mother is my last chance. I don't have anywhere else to go. If you've already failed out of another apprenticeship, you won't survive this one. My mother won't tolerate mediocrity. I'll work harder than any student she's ever had. I swear it. Mr. Winters. Her voice is a closing door. Think, Winters. Damn it, think. This is his chance. His only chance. Since this girl clearly doesn't go in for pity, he doubts it'll do him any good to give her the sob story about wanting to fight the injustice and corruption in their government. So he'll do what he does best. Not even she can be immune to charm. He leans against the doorframe, and in his most seductive voice he says, Maybe we could talk more inside. You must be lonely out here by yourself, and I've come an awfully long way. The door slams inches from his nose. What the hell? You can't just... But she did. Wes threads his hands into his hair and pulls until it all comes loose from the gel. What does his appearance matter now? Everything he owns is scattered in the driveway. His savings are running thin, and while Ma'am gave him some money as a goodbye present, he can't bring himself to touch it. She sacrificed too much already, and all for him to find out Evelyn Welty isn't even here. No, he can't go home. He'll die of shame. Mustering up the very last of his dignity, Wes stalks off the porch to collect his things. 3 suitcases, 1 satchel, 2 hands. 5 miles back to town. No matter how he does the math, it's not looking good. As thunder rolls in the distance, he searches deep inside himself for the optimism his older sister, Mad, often mocks him for. Spoiled, she calls him. Idealistic. Like that's a bad thing. For a moment, he's not in the middle of nowhere, shaking with cold and frustration. He's back in Dunway, sitting with Mad on the fire escape while she burns through her third cigarette. Last night, they said their grim goodbyes. He remembers thinking he didn't really recognize her anymore. She sheared all her hair off a few weeks ago, trying too hard to turn herself into one of those fashionable girls with their bobbed hair and drop-waist dresses. She smelled like smoke and liquor from her late shift at the bar, and she was obviously pissed off at him again, even if she wouldn't admit it. The little things tipped him off. The boxer's hunch of her shoulders, the chain smoking, the mean glint in her eyes when she finally deigned to look at him. He hates it. Hates that his own sister thinks he's selfish, that this apprenticeship will end up like all the others, that he's doing this only to avoid his responsibilities. But ever since Dad died, it's been like this, resenting each other more than they love each other. He doesn't know how they got here. All he knows is that they were talking, and then they were yelling. As much as you can yell in whispers, anyway. Edie was asleep on the other side of the wall, and neither of them wanted to go through the whole bedtime ritual again. "You're such an asshole, Wes," she finally snapped. "You're not entitled to everything you want just because you want it." Mad can misread his intentions all she wants, but alchemy has never been a dream he's pursued at his family's expense. It's to give them a way out, to give every family like theirs a better life. Now, more than ever, Wes wants to prove her wrong. He'll march the 5 miles back to town if it kills him. And if he has to, he'll come back here day after day until he cracks Evelyn Welty's daughter. 3. By morning, Wes has inured himself to the string of rejection and prepared himself for the misery of trudging 5 miles through the cold again. He's come too far to let a girl like Evelyn Welty's daughter stop him. Once she lets him eke out more than 3 words about his family's situation, she won't turn him away. That is the only kind of alchemy he has mastered. Spinning words into gold. Turning girls' hearts soft. He combs his hair into submission again, scraping it back from his face with a coat of gel, and buttons himself into the shirt Christine ironed for him. Apart from his tidied hair, he looks like himself in the mirror. But he doesn't want to look like himself. He wants to look like an alchemist, someone who gets taken seriously. He loosens the tie knotted at his throat and fastens it again, tighter, crisper. When he's suitably armored, he meets his own reflected gaze. "You can do this. You have to do this. If you have to tell Mom you got sent home again..." He can't even finish the sentence. If he sees his sweet mother's disappointed face even one more time, he'll die. Instead, Wes imagines himself as Evelyn's beloved apprentice. How her face will glow with admiration when he demonstrates his competence. He imagines reading her gushing letter of recommendation, one that will launch his long and storied political career. He imagines himself in an expensive tailored suit, not some ready-made one Mad ordered him, and a blue satin tie, standing behind a podium draped with New Albion's flag. From there, he will give a moving speech, and press cameras will pop until all the world sparkles. He will smile at blushing, beautiful women, and everyone who doubted him. Every person who called him a slacker or a drunk or an illiterate bonvishman will line up to shake his hand. Then he will work to dismantle their nationalistic government from the inside out. When he lets himself dream, the future is rosy. The cold reality of the present, however, crashes down on him as soon as he steps out of the Wallace Inn. A fat water droplet slides off the eaves and spatters on the top of his head. Shuddering, he tugs on a flat wool cap and drags his suitcases into the street. It rained overnight, and the cobblestones are glazed like cakes, shining in silver in the early morning light. The air has frothed into a mist as fine and shimmering as crinoline, veiling the cheerfully bright buildings that line the square. At his back, a brittle wind rises off the ocean and carries with it the taste of salt. Wes slips into the gathering crowds and dodges slow-moving cars as their wheels churn puddles into muck. People step out of cabs with suitcases and pour in from the docks alongside carts full of gleaming silver fish. So Hohn's information was good. The hunt has arrived. Sumic guilt has kept him from ever thinking too hard about entering, but it's impossible to avoid completely given the sheer amount of magazine articles and radio programs it inspires. It's practically the national pastime, at least for people classy enough to care about things like fox hunting, or patriotic enough to take pride in New Albion's settler colonial history. Over the next 5 weeks, rich people across the country will come by the thousands to participate in all the dog shows, horse races, and galas that lead up to the hunt. By the end of it, the spectators will have exhausted themselves between emptying their wallets and slavering for the death of the Hala. Only the most dedicated of them will follow the hounds on horseback instead of nursing their hangovers. At least a few of them will die for getting too close. It's quite a spectacle from what he hears. The excitement already buzzing in the air is intoxicating. The fame that winning promises even more so. But throwing away his morals to join the hunt isn't what he came here to do. Wes keeps his pace brisk as he breaks onto a sleepy side street. People in thick coats stand outside their houses, raking the leaves knocked loose by the storm. Their gazes follow him as he passes, and he can only assume it's because he looks ridiculous dragging around his luggage like a pack mule. At the end of the block, a man surrounded by burlap sacks stuffed with tree litter waves him over. He leans on the handle of his rake.
You lost? You won't find any hotels this way.
No, sir. Not lost, sir. Not exactly, anyway. Wes prays he doesn't try to give him directions. They'll inevitably slip through his mind like water through a sieve. The difference between right and left often escapes him. Just on my way to my teacher's house.
Going to Welty Manor, then? You've got a ways to go.
Wes tips his face to the rain-swollen sky.
It's a beautiful day for a walk.
The man smiles good-naturedly, but Wes sees the pity behind it clearly.
Tell you what, I'm only here this morning to help Mrs. Hadley with her raking. But home's the same direction you're headed. Wait here a minute.
This is how Wes finds himself in the back of Mark Hallinan's cart, perched on a seat made of luggage and empty grain sacks. A chicken sits in his lap, clucking contentedly, while Hallinan guides his pony along the road to Welty Manor. Wes tries his hardest not to look ill from the jittering lurch of the wheels on the unpaved road.
Been a while since we had a student of Evelyn's in town,
Hallinan says.
They come and they go.
So I've heard. It comes out grimmer than he means it to. The fragile confidence he mustered earlier already feels as though it's splintering. Hallinan must sense his souring mood, because he changes the topic.
You timed your arrival well. Registration for the hunt starts soon. You planning on entering?
Me? Oh, I don't know.
Opening ceremony will be in 2 days. After that, you've got another 2 weeks to decide.
Honestly, I don't think I'm cut out for it.
You're sensible. That's good.
Wes doesn't think anyone has ever called him sensible before. He likes the sound of it. Thank you. I try to be.
In any case, I'm glad there are folks out there who'll do it for God and country, or what have you. Someone has to kill it. The damn thing's a menace.
Wes braces himself for a sermon. What do you mean?
Take a look for yourself.
As they crest a hill, Hallinan gestures toward a field. It's a stretch of tall, golden rye that feathers into grass, so noxiously green it's the color of absinthe. a church in the plain Catharist style, and a mansion rest side by side on a bluff. And it takes all his self-control to bite his tongue. Wes has never seen anything so extravagant. There's an impressive orchard of apple trees on the manicured grounds, but the air itself seems to hang wrong off their boughs. Blackened, curled leaves wave like tattered flags on their branches. As the cart rolls past, he smells rotting fruit and sulfur. Nearly all of the apples have dropped from the trees, swelling and oozing like boils. The sight strikes Wes cold. He's always known the Hala is fearsome, but it's only ever been a bedtime story Mam would tell them in her darker moods, mostly to scare them into saying their prayers. It's here to remind us that God is always with us. She would pause for dramatic effect, and then add pointedly, always watching. Sumic doctrine claims that the demiurges taught humans alchemy. He's never fully believed it. But the telltale smell of sulfur in the air and the dusting of black powder on the grass are both byproducts of an alchemical reaction. He still isn't convinced the Hala is God made flesh, but now he knows that anyone who signs up for the half-moon hunt is at least halfway mad.
You're telling me a fox did that? No ordinary fox, for no ordinary fox hunt.
Hallinan pauses.
The kids are excited. This is probably the most action Wickton's seen in their lifetimes. All they're thinking about is running hunt paces and shooting their guns. But they haven't seen what I have. It's a field that's been destroyed today, but it'll only get worse as the hunt draws nearer.
It'd be easier to shoot it now, Wes mutters. But even if it were possible to kill it before the cold moon, victory means nothing if it isn't hard won. The more dangerous the monster, the more glorious the hero who slays it.
Where's the fun in that?
Hallinan asks wryly.
Outrage lets them feel good about what they're doing. The organizers compensate us for the trouble of letting it run amok. But some losses you can't fix with money. When I was your age, a baby got snatched from its crib. Nobody wanted to win it more than the father that year. But it always gets away in the end.
Oh. He cannot think of anything to say in light of something so awful.
Anyway, if you ask me, the Harringtons can afford a bad harvest this year. A little tragedy is good for the Constitution.
Wes isn't entirely sure he agrees, although he doesn't know a thing about the Harringtons, other than their apparent wealth. But he's endured enough lectures to know when to keep his mouth shut. They ride in comfortable silence until the manor and its low wooden fence appear. It looks even gloomier and lonelier in the daylight, swathed with the silvery fog rolling down the mountainside. Hallinan clucks at the pony and stops her in front of the gate. Wes hops out of the cart and begins to collect his things. Once he's sure he hasn't forgotten anything, he extends his hand to Hallinan, which he takes with a solemn nod.
Thanks for the ride. Good luck to you, Mr. Winters. Say hello to Maggie for me, would you? Tell her to come by if she needs anything.
Maggie. That must be the girl he saw last night. Evelyn's daughter. Dread coils within him.
Will do, sir. And a word, son. Don't try anything funny. That girl has enough troubles as it is.
It's an odd, ominous warning. But despite his kind face, Mark Hallinan is a large man, and he's looking at Wes as if he expects an answer.
Yes, sir.
Apparently satisfied, he grunts and prods his pony into motion. She sighs, her hooves squelching in the mud as she trots resignedly back toward Wickton. Once again, Wes is left alone. The manor leers down at him, but he won't be daunted. In the cold light of day, there is nothing that can reasonably drive him away. He has the advantage of time and renewed desperation. Wes unhitches the gate and makes his way through the overgrown yard, the sweet scent of decay curling up from the fallen leaves. 10 paces away from the wraparound porch, a guttural yowl shatters the silence. He freezes, and just then, a red dog rounds the side of the house and charges straight for him. Beneath his fear, there's a glimmer of relieved acceptance. Mauling, he thinks, is a preferable death to shame. Purely on instinct, he drops his bags and throws up his arms. The next thing he knows, he's sprawled out on his back with the air whooshing out of his lungs. Cold mud seeps into his shirt. The dog pins him to the ground, dribbling thick threads of saliva onto his face. The stench is ripe. But before he can wipe it off, the beast leans down and licks him square on the mouth.
Okay,
He growls.
get off me.
He shoves the dog off, which does nothing to deter it. It circles him, tail wagging, and snuffles at his hair with the investigative fervor of a radio program detective. Slowly, Wes sits up and takes stock of his shirt. Twin paw prints are stamped in mud on his chest. He groans. There goes his good second impression. Trouble! It's a girl's voice, one the dog responds to immediately. They both turn toward the sound. And there, only a few yards away, is Evelyn's daughter, Maggie, with a hunting rifle in her hands. As his blood thickens with dread under her cold assessment, Wes suddenly isn't confident that death by Maggie Welty's hand would be any easier to bear than his mother's disappointment. After an agonizing moment, she flips the safety catch on her gun and props it against the side of the house. She's wearing wide-legged overalls stuffed into work boots and a thick denim jacket rolled up to her elbows. When she peels off her gardening gloves, Wes notices the ring of dirt around each bare forearm, like bracelets of burnished gold. The sudden dip in his stomach puzzles him. Even with the hazy sunlight drenching her hair and pooling in her eyes, she still isn't beautiful. Maggie offers her hand to him. He doesn't want to smear mud all over her, but judging by her impatient expression, she doesn't mind. He clasps her wrist and allows her to pull him up. They're the same height, nearly nose to nose. Wes decides this means she is tall, rather than the alternative. Their breath mists in the air between them. "You came back," she says.
Yes, I did. Well, you know who I am. You must be.
As I said last night, my mother isn't here.
I'm sorry about your shirt.
With that, she turns on her heel.
Hey, wait a minute.
He trots after her and catches her by the elbow. She whirls around so quickly and with such accusation in her eyes, he stumbles a step backward.
Sorry.
Her silence is answer enough. Maggie clutches her arm like he's burned her. Mud streaks her from elbow to wrist, and a lock of her hair has escaped the severe hold her tortoiseshell clip has on it. All her soldierly composure from before has vanished. Like this, she looks hollowed out and wild.
Please, Miss Welty. I need this apprenticeship.
Do you? He hears the same disdain that dripped from Mad's voice when she said, "You're not entitled to everything you want just because you want it." Frustration wells up within him. Is everyone so determined to think the worst of him?
Look, I'll go stand on the other side of the fence if it makes you feel better. Can we talk for a minute?
Maggie purses her lips like she's measuring the worth of every inch of space that arrangement would put between them.
Fine.
Thank God. Wes blows out a sigh.
I know you don't owe me anything, and you have every reason to doubt me, but I swear I can handle it. I won't screw this up. Please let me stay here until your mom comes back. If she's going to turn me away, I need to hear that from her myself.
The silence stretches out until he can't bear it any longer. I can't pay you rent, but I can help around the house. Chores, errands, anything. I'll do anything. Please. Go home, Mr. Winters. But he can't. How can he possibly make her understand? Fine. If she wants a reason, the one behind his ambitions, he'll bare his soul to her. Covered in mud and dog saliva, he has no dignity left to lose. Wes pulls his wallet from his pocket. Inside, there's painfully little money and a picture of his family, back from when Dad was still alive. Even now, it twists his guts to see them together, all of them pulling ridiculous faces. In the center, Dad and Mem look as smitten with each other as they do in their wedding photos. Wes is smiling so wide it's a grimace, balancing Edie on his hip. Christine's planting a kiss on his cheek. Colleen's in the middle of shouting something. And Mad is, well, mad. She's standing off to the side, looking deliberately miserable, but the fond glimmer in her eyes betrays her. They all look so happy. Wes swallows the sudden flood of grief and shoves the photograph toward Maggie. This is my family. My dad's gone and what? There are no words sufficient to finish that sentence. Now we have no money. Now we're barely making it. Now the whole world is duller, and I don't think I'll ever be as good a man as he was. My sisters, who are old enough, work. So does my mom. I don't have the education or connections right now to get a job that'll support them, so I just need a chance. A real chance. I'm trying to do right by them. Maggie stares at the photo for a long time with a beetle-browed expression. When she looks up at him again, her stare is hard, assessing, like she's trying to boil him down to his very soul. It makes him feel like a curiosity at a curbside menagerie. For the first time, he notices how big her eyes are. She looks like a very serious owl. Fine. She hands the photograph back to him. Come in. Really? He can't help it. He's grinning like a fool. Even the humiliation of trying to collect all his bags can't dampen his mood. You have no idea how much this means. Maggie snatches a suitcase out of his hand, and Wes understands that's about as much reciprocity on his enthusiasm as he can hope for. He follows her into the house and almost gasps at the size of it. He's greeted by a double staircase that arcs elegantly upward to a central landing. A chandelier hangs above it, weighed down with more crystals than a rich lady out to the opera. On one side of the foyer is a carpeted room filled with plush chairs and lined from floor to ceiling with bookcases. On the other is the kitchen, where worn copper pots and pans hang from the ceiling above an island countertop. Although Welty Manor is grander than anything he's ever seen, it's still as sad inside as it looked on the outside. The dirt streaking the bay windows lets in enough sunlight to illuminate the dust motes swirling around them. The wooden banisters are scratched and dull, dog hair covers the dark upholstery, and dishes loom in unstable towers on the countertops. A few small slivers of the house have been scraped clean. The floor looks freshly swept, and the sink has been recently caulked. Clearly, the mess isn't for a lack of trying. Maggie is already hauling one of his suitcases up the stairs. He trails after her as close as he dares, down a narrow hallway lined with cobwebbed sconces. She opens the last door on the right and ushers him through. Wes stifles an embarrassing cry of excitement. The bedroom is huge. He's never had so much space to himself, since he's always shared a room with his sisters. It smells musty, but he can work with musty. As he drops his suitcases at the foot of the bed, The floorboards cough up a cloud of dust. He sneezes so loudly, Maggie flinches.
Excuse me,
he says, sniffling. She goes to the window and struggles with the latch. It cracks open a few inches, showering flecks of crumbly paint onto the sill. Fresh air sighs in through the gap. It seems like no one's been in here in years. But Wes can see this room hasn't been unoccupied forever. A few alchemy textbooks lie forgotten on the floating shelf above the writing desk. There's even a pleated skirt hanging in the open closet. His stomach twists into knots. How many others have come before him? How many have actually made it? You can stay here until she comes back, Maggie says. But I wouldn't bother unpacking, unless you want to leave something behind when she throws you out.
Oh, ye of little faith. I can be very convincing.
There's something endearing about her skeptical expression that makes him feel like it's worth pushing his luck.
You let me in here after all, didn't you?
I did. She frowns at him. He can't tell if she's more bothered by him existing in her space or by his once white shirt, which looks like he's dunked it in coffee. He feels clammy with it clinging to his back. Give me your shirt. I'll wash it. Heat floods his face.
What? Right now?
Part of him isn't shy at all. It's hard to be when he grew up with 4 sisters. He was still young and impressionable when he would fall asleep to the lullaby of Christine and Mad gossiping over their latest conquests. But the other part of him, the part that has fumblingly half undressed for only a handful of girls in the dark, wants to shrivel up on the spot. Maggie Welty looks like the kind of girl who would sooner kill a man than admire one. She slices through his mortifying fantasy with her curt reply. Of course not. I'll wait in the hall.
Right. Of course not.
God, he's such an idiot. As soon as she slips into the hallway, he makes quick work of unfastening his tie and stripping off his sopping shirt. The door hangs open a sliver, and he catches a glimpse of Maggie in profile. Wes is startled by the anxious, almost guilty look on her face. As if she feels his eyes on her, she glances over. Her lips part, and pink spreads across the bridge of her nose. Her gaze flickers from his bare chest to his face, and they sustain eye contact for one excruciatingly long second. The tips of his ears burn with embarrassment. On a normal day, he'd feel rather pleased with himself. But her owlish eyes strip him even more naked than he already is. Maggie breaks first, turning her head to bore holes into the wall instead of his bones. It's a greater relief than it should be. Wes clears his throat and passes his shirt through the crack in the door.
Thanks.
She snatches it from him and folds it over her arm. The bathroom is just across from you. As she stalks down the hall, Wes has the sinking feeling he'll never get that shirt back. Christine's going to be so mad at him for losing it. The amenities of Welty Manor are not at all what he expected. For a renowned alchemist's home, it has surprisingly few alchemical modifications. Wes finds not even a single shower tile infused with magic, not a stitch of alchemized thread on the bedclothes. Apparently, neither Evelyn nor Maggie values home improvement much. Only the wealthiest people can afford alchemized goods if they aren't alchemists themselves. With the knowledge he's cobbled together from his apprenticeships, Wes performs transmutations to make his family's life easier. Simple things, like imbuing Mam's favorite knife with essence of quartz to keep it sharp, or enchanting Edie's blanket with pepper seeds so that it's always warm. Maybe he can convince Maggie of his usefulness if he tinkers with a few things around the house. After he showers off his failures and puts on an unstained shirt, Wes goes to find Maggie. The air in the hallway is like honey, thick and golden in the afternoon sunlight. He pauses in front of a wall filled with framed photographs, each one covered in a film of dust. An older, colorized one strikes him first. In it, a blonde woman sits beside a wooden boat on the shoreline, grinning back at the photographer. Evelyn, he assumes. With her thin lips and wide brown eyes, she looks so much like Maggie it's uncanny. But where Maggie is dour, Evelyn is positively radiant. A few frames over, there's Evelyn again, beaming at a tall, bearded man. Each of them carries a yellow-haired toddler on their hip. His favorite of the bunch is one of Maggie. She's maybe 7 years old, glaring at the camera with a toy gun slung across her shoulder and a puppy with overlarge ears curled up at her feet. Evidently, she's always looked like a tiny adult. Guilt sours his stomach. Even though these photos are displayed here, it feels like an intrusion to examine them. Wes can't reconcile these happy moments with what he knows of Welty Manor and its inhabitants. This place has the same solemnity as a closed-down fair. To him, home is a loud, cramped place, warm with bodies and stove heat and love. But Welty Manor is none of those things. Ghosts, not people, live here. As he makes his way downstairs, he sees Maggie in the kitchen with her back to him. Her long, golden hair is swept up on top of her head with a tortoiseshell pin. A silver necklace chain glimmers against her pale skin, and beneath her wispy baby hairs, a line of black dirt encircles her neck like a collar. It oddly fascinates him. Maggie's shoulders bunch around her ears, and Wes darts his eyes away just as she tilts her head to look at him. She's holding a knife in one hand and a whole chicken in the other. Tufty white feathers are scattered on the countertop like snowdrifts. He cringes, but keeps his smile easy. Things are different in rural New Albion, after all, and he's determined to not ruin things with her this time. Third time's the charm. Wes pulls out a chair at the counter and sinks into it. Like everything else in this house, it whines in protest. Thanks for letting me stay. Sure. She doesn't look at his face, but at the ends of his hair, audibly dripping onto the countertop. Self-consciously, he leans back and smooths his hair out of his face. Water runs down his neck, as cold as ice in the chill of the house. He clears his throat. Can I do anything to help? No. It's becoming increasingly obvious that Maggie doesn't like him very much. It's unfair since he's the one who should be disinclined to speak to her after the dog incident. Yet here she is, acting like he's an imposition. He resists the urge to remind her that she's the one who invited him in. I'll keep you company then, he says brightly. When he receives no response, he asks, Do you know when your mom will be back? For a moment, she looks flustered. Then she separates the chicken's head from its body with a crack of her knife, and it's as if he imagined that her face changed at all. 2 weeks. 2 weeks. It's certainly not ideal, but he can manage that. He'll just have to find a way to fill the time until then, and keep his family from finding out that he hasn't exactly secured the apprenticeship he assured them he already had. Where is she? On a research trip. The way she clips her words indicates that's all she has to say on the matter. He fishes for another topic. I was looking at the portraits on the wall upstairs. Was that your brother I saw? Yes. And where is he? With your mom. Maggie freezes. Sunlight winks off the blade of her knife. When he meets her eyes, they're empty. He's dead. Oh. I'm so sorry. What is wrong with him? Will he ever say the right thing to her? He flounders hopelessly for a few moments before she says, "Do you have any other invasive questions you'd like to ask, Mr. Winters?" "No," he says quietly. "Then dinner will be ready at 6. Wes knows a dismissal when he hears one. The steady thunk, thunk, thunk of her knife pursues him up the creaking stairs. Shut into the spare bedroom, he searches for something, anything to keep his thoughts from spiraling into humiliated despair. It only takes a minute to find an alchemy textbook on a shelf. One he's been assigned so many times, he has the first chapters memorized. At the end of chapter 2, there's an exercise. Still incomplete, which says a lot about how long its previous owner lasted here, that explains how to disintegrate paper with alchemy. Tear out the sheet on the next page and follow these simple steps. Next to the condescending instructions, there's a meticulously annotated transmutation circle. It's a basic formula for nigredo, the process of decomposition. The first of 3 types of spells alchemists can perform, along with putrefaction and reconstitution. Transmutation circles trap the energy used in an alchemical reaction inside their borders, and while the runes inscribed within them are more idiosyncratic, broadly they allow an alchemist to bend that energy to their will. Maybe it's boredom, or maybe it's nostalgia, but Wes finds himself tearing out the sheet along its perforated edge and rummaging for chalk in the writing desk's drawer. The first time he tried this spell, it took him 20 minutes to replicate the transmutation circle. Now he's done it so many times, he has the entire array sketched on the floor in 5. He places the paper in the center and focuses his attention inward. Any alchemist worth their salt considers themselves a scientist. But there's something inexplicable about alchemy, too. Something magical. At the core of each of us, one of his first teachers said, there is a spark of divine fire. As Wes imagines cupping that flame in his hands, his palms grow warm, and his mind goes perfectly still. He presses them to the floor, and as his energy flows into the circle, the paper ignites with white fire. It blisters and curls in on itself until all that remains is the lingering smell of sulfur and a pile of black ash. Alchemists call it caput mortuum, deadhead, the worthless remains of an object. But the essence of that paper lies buried within the ashes, waiting for him to distill it and harness it for an enchantment. A successful transmutation usually leaves him flushed with awe. But right now, staring down at the caput mortuum, all he feels is bitterness. All he sees is Maggie's infuriatingly blank face when she told him, "My mother won't tolerate mediocrity." Wes slams the textbook shut, his face burning with shame. What does Maggie Welty know about him anyway? He's not a mediocre alchemist. He's only undereducated. If someone measures his progress with anything other than how well he performs on a written test or regurgitates alchemical theorems, he'll thrive. He just needs someone to believe in him. Hours later, he lies awake, shivering and restless. Nights in Dunway are hot, sometimes unbearably so. But here, the draft slipping through the windows is bitter cold. The shadows sharpen against the ceiling, and bare branches scrape against the window like nails. At home, he'd fall asleep to the sound of his mother snoring, to the couple downstairs arguing, to Colleen singing along with the sputtering old radio in the kitchen. But here, the silence is too loud without anything to dampen it, and the swatch of sky outside his window presses too close without skyscrapers to hold it back. The new moon leaves the night dark and full of stars he's never seen before. He's homesick, and it's only been a day. How pathetic can he be? Wes doesn't think he's cried in years. Not since Dad's funeral. Not since Mad told him to suck it up for the younger ones. He feels frustratingly, tantalizingly close to it right now. But as he blinks through the burning behind his eyes, he wonders if he's even capable anymore. Maybe he's finally succeeded in hollowing himself out. If he can't grieve his father or his impossible dreams without hurting his family or himself, what other choice does he have but to keep things light? To dazzle people so they can't look for the cracks? He's survived this long by letting everyone believe he's selfish and shallow. It's better that way. No one knows how to hurt you if you always play the fool. No one can truly be disappointed in you if they don't expect any better. 4. It takes fewer than 48 hours to regret her decision. Weston Winters is a nightmare. He is everywhere, even when he isn't in her line of sight. Margaret finds him in his muddy shoes in the foyer, in all her mother's textbooks strewn across the kitchen table, in the strange, incomprehensible notes he leaves himself scattered around the house. It's maddening. Margaret keeps her world simple, small, orderly. She likes her solitude and the mindless, soothing rhythm of her chores. She likes Trouble's silent, easy companionship. She likes going about her life uninterrogated. Weston, apparently, enjoys nothing more than noise and chaos. Or perhaps it's her distress he relishes. She can't be certain. All she can be certain of is how misplaced her sympathy was. Misplaced enough to lie to him. Although it wasn't a lie exactly, just a hunch. In truth, she has no idea if her mother will be back in 2 weeks or 2 years. But soon enough, Evelyn will catch wind that the hunt has come to Wigton, and she will return. Margaret wants to believe that. She has to believe that, even though belief has never served her before. But now she's paying the price for dragging Weston into this fantasy and shackling him to this house alongside her. Time has eroded the memories of her mother's former apprentices. Now she remembers everything all too well. How shaven hairs always sullied the pristine white of her bathroom sink, how she'd have to take all her showers cold, how her mother's shouts would echo through the house. "How can you be so idiotic?" she'd say. "So useless, so—" No, she hasn't missed sharing her space. Although she was alone before Weston arrived, at least she was comfortable. She was safe. Nothing about him is safe. If he has one redeeming quality, it's that he has the courtesy to sleep until noon. She has a precious few hours of solitude before he emerges from the guest room like a bear from its winter slumber, which means she can make breakfast in peace. Margaret stands in the kitchen, wrapped in a knit shawl, and sets oats and coffee on the stovetop to boil.
"Good morning, Miss Welty."
Margaret startles, and the spoon flies from her hand. It lands in the pot with a dull squelch, spattering oats all over her, and more dismayingly, the stovetop, which she just scrubbed clean last night. Blinking her tacky eyelashes, she heaves a thin sigh through her teeth.
"Good morning. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to scare you."
Margaret turns around, and there he is, languid and bright as a summer afternoon. He's got his blade of a grin turned on her, and his black bedmussed hair sticks up in every direction, the shape of a wildfire. In all her life, she's never known anyone to be so constantly underfoot. Trouble often deploys a similar tactic, and really, that's only when he's attention-starved or she's a few minutes late serving his dinner. Weston Winters is as good as having a second, less well-behaved dog. Determined to ignore him, she focuses more intently on the bubbling porridge. His looming presence rolls over her back like the tide, carrying with it the smell of his aftershave. It reeks of citrus and bay leaves and rum. He probably doesn't even have to shave, she thinks dourly, if only to stave off the image of him half naked in the doorframe, and the strange kinship that came with it. Despite the boyish roundness of his face, the hard lines of his body clearly demonstrate that he knows hunger like her. The impression of his hand on her arm is like a burn she's still nursing. He peers over her shoulder. Smells good. The prospect of sharing a meal with him, of enduring another round of his badgering about where her mother might be or which of her relatives is tragically gone, is enough to make her skin crawl. You think so? She pours the porridge into a chipped white bowl, then shoves it into his hands. It's all yours. Oh, wait a minute, don't you want this? I'm not hungry. She brushes past him, grabbing her rifle off the kitchen table. He follows her to the front door. Will you be back late? I heard the opening ceremony is today. Margaret's blood runs cold. Opening ceremony? Yeah. Hala told me about it the other day. The opening ceremony for the half-moon hunt? She knew it was coming. The first sighting of the Hala signals the beginning of the season. She hoped there'd be more time until someone else saw it. Or maybe, foolishly, that it'd leave and make her decision to avoid the hunt less painful. But knowing the hunt has officially arrived worsens the unease she hasn't been able to shake since she looked into that beast's horrible eyes. She's felt fear like that only once before, but the memory of it lies in shards on the floor of her mind, too sharp to pick up and handle. The sulfuric smell of alchemy, her mother's blonde hair puddled in blood, the sobs she loosed when Margaret dragged her from the lab, and Miss Welty? Weston's voice sounds garbled. Are you all right? Her vision goes hazy, like she's looking at him from the bottom of a frozen pond. God, she thinks. Please don't let this happen now. She curls her fist into the coat on the rack, focusing on the weave of the cotton to steady herself. She is here, and Weston is staring at her as though she's about to take flight. She can see the pale thumbprint of her face reflected in his gaze, the way her eyes flash like a cornered animal's. It's almost too humiliating to bear. Margaret snatches her coat and shrugs it on. I'm fine, I have to go. Wes looks puzzled, if not somewhat relieved. To the ceremony? Sure. She needs air, not crowds and fanfare, but it's easier to agree with him. Margaret has lived with her fear long enough to know how to cope with reminders of it. She's learned how to abandon herself, to let numbness slip in and possess her like a ghost. It's nothing, she told Mrs. Reeford the first time she witnessed it. Just a little episode. It's been so long since anyone else has watched her do it. Can I come with you? He asks. Do what you like, but I'm not waiting for you. Fine. He glumly spoons porridge into his mouth. I'll catch up with you later. As soon as she makes it out the front door, the crisp autumn air washes over her and the panic coiled in her chest loosens. Alone, she can breathe easier. Sometimes it's hard to believe this house ever held more than one person. After her father left, but before the walls began rotting around them, her mother started taking students. Margaret had no love for them, or their pleading, expectant gazes. It's almost laughable to think about how they would wheedle her for information. She held no secret key to her mother's favor. Nothing but alchemy holds any sway over Evelyn Welty anymore. Stranger or daughter, they occupy equal importance in the narrow breadth of her mother's world. They came, they tormented her, but they never stayed long. Weston, with his foppish hair and calculating smile, wouldn't last 2 minutes against her mother. He's lucky that she's gone. It's better to have his hopes quietly extinguished rather than thoroughly eviscerated. She thinks of him lingering in the doorway like an anxious hound, the spoon still hanging from his mouth. He looks kicked when disappointed. Margaret sighs. Maybe she's been too impolite to him. It's not that she dislikes him. It's that she resents him for thinking he's immune to the corruption of alchemy. He seems kind enough now. But as soon as he tastes what it's like to pull at the very fabric of the universe, he will change. They all do in the end. Margaret combs her fingers through the waist-high grass that lines the road to Wigton. There are still deep, wet trenches from the car Weston arrived in. She toes the edges of them carefully, like she's hugging a cliffside, and the mud sucks eagerly at her boots with every step. As dense forest gives way to open hills, she can see cars zipping along the coastal highway and the boats docking in the harbor. Soon they'll be overrun with tourists from around the country.
Maggie.
She startles, her hand flying to her rifle strap. But it's only Mark Hallinan leaning against his cart, which is half full of jars and crates of apricots. She'd been so trapped in her own head, she didn't realize she'd already reached the Hallinans' farm. Sugarlump, his white pony, is already harnessed and looking incredibly put out over it. She does hate to work. She and Shimmer, Margaret's gray gelding, have that in common. "Good morning," Margaret says, hating the quiet tremor in her voice. She's still on edge, but if Hallinan notices, he doesn't comment. Instead, he asks,
"Want to give me a hand? I need to get my stall set up in town. I'll pay you handsomely in jams."
The Hallinans have always been too generous to her, but it's easier to bear when they disguise their charity as payment. It stings, even after all this time, to know that he thinks of her as someone to take care of. "If there's one thing you have to learn," her mother told her, "it's how to take care of yourself." And she has learned that well. Wigton is an effective teacher. Besides Mrs. Reeford, the Hallinans are among the only people in town she can count on consistently for kindness. They've never hated her or her father for their Uadir blood. Margaret manages to smile. All right. They work in companionate silence while Sugarlump lashes her tail impatiently. Just as Margaret hauls the last of the crates into the cart, Hallinan fixes her with a stern look.
"So, is Winters behaving himself?"
"Well enough. He mentioned you'd met."
"We did. And I told him to watch himself. If he pulls anything funny, if he so much as lifts a finger to you, you say the word. I'll be up there faster than you can blink."
This time her smile comes easy. "If he pulls anything funny, I'll shoot him myself." Hallinan shakes his head fondly as he helps her into the back of the cart. Margaret leans over the side as they rattle down the road, squinting against the wind as Wigton comes into sharper focus. By the time they reach the town center, the streets are bustling with more people than she's seen in her entire life. The air thrums with the same energy as the night she saw the Hala. Anticipation. For the first time, she feels lost in her own home. And this is only the beginning. By the day of the hunt, thousands more people will be packed into Wigton's narrow streets. Along the main drag, everyone has pushed their storefronts from their shops to their porches. Mr. Lawrence has hauled his daily catch from the docks and laid out rows of silver-scaled fish and shining black mussels on a bed of ice. Mrs. Elling, surrounded by wooden carts full of apples, is spooning steaming spiced cider into paper cups. People walk shoulder to shoulder, carrying woven baskets full of grapes and greens. They haggle and gossip as they buy wildflower bouquets and candies, each one bright as a polished stone. Although she hasn't indulged in years, The sweet, buttery smell of caramel stirs up memories. On festival days like this, her mother would give her brother David a handful of pennies and turn him loose. But she'd let Margaret guide her through the maze of market stalls by the hand, bending down so that Margaret could whisper what she wanted into her ear. That quiet kind of happiness feels so impossible now. Even if Evelyn were here, Margaret doubts she could have persuaded her to leave the manor. When they finish setting up Hallinn's stand, Margaret cranes her neck to see where the current of people leads. They eddy around the doors to the Blind Fox pub. A cream-colored banner above the sign reads, "Register here," in bold black letters. A pang of longing knocks her breathless, and she almost laughs at herself. Against all her better judgment, a small part of her still wants to register for the hunt. But wanting is exactly the problem. It's only ever hurt her. Hallinan follows her gaze.
You sure that's a good idea?
I'm only looking.
Youth is wasted on the young, he mutters. Go on and look if you must. I'll bring the jams by later.
The words, "thank you," are barely out of her mouth before she shoulders her way into the crowds. She ducks inside the pub, inhaling the familiar scent of baking bread and bubbling chowder. The Blind Fox is cozy on a normal day, drowsily warm from the fire and filled with locals who come looking for a drink after work. But today, it's a more sophisticated crowd. Women in pearls and wide-legged pantsuits, men in herringbone suits and two-toned Oxfords. She supposes she shouldn't be surprised to see them. Avid hunters breed expensive hounds and buy expensive guns and keep stables full of expensive horses. Fox hunting is a display of both wealth and sportsmanship, which makes it the national pastime for the New Albion elite. And only the best of the best would travel this far to stake their lives on the fox hunt of the year. She's more than once heard Jamie Harrington, the mayor's son, boasting about long, arduous days of joyriding his mare through open fields and drinking sherry at 9 a.m. Margaret makes her way to the corner of the bar and takes a seat. From her vantage point, she has a clear view of the entire place. Although it makes her feel small and foolish for hoping, she searches for her mother's golden hair among the crowd.
You going to order anything, or are you just going to sit there?
Reginald, the bartender, glares at her as he dries a pint glass. Depends on how much you feel like charging me today. He always inflates the prices for her. Before he can bluster his way through a response, a voice cuts through the din of the crowd.
In the beginning, there was the One.
A woman stands at the back of the bar, her gray curls wreathing her face like smoke. It takes her a moment to recognize Mrs. Reeford, the owner of the bar, when she looks like something ethereal and ancient in the sputtering firelight.
The One was all, and all was the One, and all was within the One, she continues. In his infinite light and love, he emanated the prima materia. It was chaos. It was everything and nothing, perfection and quintessence, an expanse of nothingness like dark water. But when God breathed over it, he created life. The first beings to emerge from that chaos were the demiurges. The first to awaken was named Jarl. He knew nothing of God or where his power came from. He only knew that when he lifted his hand, the prima materia answered his call. As his siblings stirred, he said to them, "It is only us alone here, gods of this chaos. Shall we shape it as we see fit?" It never fails to strike Margaret how similar and how different this version of the creation myth is from her father's. The demiurges,
so the Catharist story goes, fashioned the material world and ruled over it as tyrants. They imprisoned God's divine spark within matter and created humans, a pale mockery of him and a mirror of his own imperfections. When God realized what they had done, he punished them by trapping their souls in bestial forms. But the Uadir Bible says that God created the material world with the loving attention of a sculptor. When he finished, he wanted to share his divine knowledge, the secret of the making of the universe, with his chosen people. So he scooped up a handful of prima materia, poured it inside the hearts of 10 pure white beasts, and set them loose. Whether they are a gift or a scourge, the demiurges have wrought destruction, and humans have slaughtered them for it throughout recorded history. Now all that remains is the most cunning of them, a fox that still prowls the western coast of New Albion.
You like this story, don't you?
Margaret stiffens at the sound of Jamie Harrington's voice. She turns to see him looming over her, with one elbow braced against the back of her chair. He looks as he always does, radiant in a tailored blue suit and a derby hat. He wears his father's money well. His coppery blonde hair is gelled flat against his head, like a gleaming helmet, and his eyes are the clear blue of a wave shot through with sunlight. The cherubic red of his face, however, is marred by the cruelty of his smile. "How do you figure?" she asks.
Don't play dumb.
A familiar, pious hatred burns in his eyes.
I know your twisted god is proud of making the world. Explains why your people are so materialistic anyway.
Anger stirs within her. But she's practiced the art of non-reaction for too long to let Jamie rankle her. He's hated her for years. Once, she believed it was for something concrete and petty. Maybe the time she'd bitten him for stepping on Trouble's tail when they were children, or because he thought her strange for her silences. Now she knows better. She's guilty of the crime of having a Uadir father. If she scrapes at the bottom of her memories, she can conjure the rough shape of a chanted melody, the taste of bitter herbs and apple chutney, his simplified explanations of a Bible written in a script she will never be able to read. It's hard to know if those fragments make up enough of her to give her the right to feel wounded by Jamie's barbs. But knowing little of her father's faith doesn't matter to people like Jamie. It matters only that her blood is sullied. New Albion doesn't expel or massacre its Uadir like they do across the sea. But Wicton has done its worst within the confines of the law.
I'm the one who saw it first, you know,
he continues.
2 nights ago. I saw it as it was destroying our fields.
If he truly saw it 2 nights ago, then she was the first to see it, and came away unscathed. Although he can't possibly know that, she scrambles to keep her face blank. 3 years ago, there was a particularly violent hunt in Bardover, a town about 50 miles north of here. Over its 5-week stay, the Hala destroyed almost every acre of farmland, except for the orchard of the one Uadir family in town. The last she heard, the property's now unoccupied. What do you want, Jamie?
I'm just making conversation. The real question is, what do you want? You've crawled out of your cave.
I'm here to listen to the opening remarks, same as anyone else.
Hello, Miss Welty. Oh, am I interrupting something?
Weston leans against the bar with affected nonchalance. He's wearing that old trench coat of his again. The fabric is faded and tattered, and careful stitches have preserved its life far longer than is kind. Worst of all, he insists on slinging it over his shoulders like a cape. It irritates her more than is probably reasonable. He looks ridiculous. He's standing near enough to the open window that a soft breeze cards through his unruly hair, which drips from its ends with golden light. Margaret can't read his grave expression, but as he regards her from beneath his eyelashes, she notices for the first time that his eyes are a striking shade of brown, as rich and dark as the earth after it rains. Her heart gives an answering stutter. "Mr. Winters," she says, "I see you found your way here well enough." "I did. The people here are friendly." He lifts a bottle of wine in her direction, as if toasting her. She doesn't want to guess how he came upon that. "Are you going to introduce me to your friend?" He sounds pleasant enough, but the cold glint in his eyes makes the unspoken meaning behind his question clear. Is this guy bothering you? Of course he'd have a hero complex. Margaret considers remaining silent just to spite him for his unwelcome intervention, but she can feel the malevolent glee practically radiating from Jamie. Who is she to keep them from each other's throats? Reluctantly, she says, "This is Jamie Harrington." Weston extends his hand toward him. "Weston Winters." Jamie stares imperiously down the bridge of his nose until Weston, with a strained smile, tucks his hand back into his pocket. "Wait a minute," Jamie says. "I think I see what's going on here. You two aren't entering the hunt together, are you?" "What? And if we were?" Margaret cuts in. Weston gapes at her. She knows it's unwise to lose her composure like this, but she warns him to be silent with a sharp look. Jamie's face grows splotchy with anger. "I'd say it's none of your business to be interested in, and a dangerous thing besides. You've got nothing but that old gun and that old hound. You'd get torn to bits." She itches to challenge him, but as much as it burns on the way down, Margaret forces herself to swallow her pride. What good would it do to fight him now? Why make herself a target for his amusement? "Thank you for your concern." She relishes the look of disappointment on his face. Jamie will never win this game against her. But then Weston smothers a laugh. He doesn't, however, manage to keep the insufferable smirk off his face or out of his voice. "I'd be shocked if you fared much better. What? You're so afraid you have to bully her out of competing?" Margaret is going to kill him. Must he always speak? The dangerous look in Jamie's eyes sharpens. But before he can get in another word, Mrs. Reeford's voice cuts through the silence. "For generations, the Hala has destroyed our crops, slaughtered our livestock, killed our spouses and children. With the death of the Hala comes the end of an era. One of you could be the last hero of humanity and the first of New Albion to slay a mythical beast." The last word hovers in the air, ominous, before a grin brightens her face. "And of course, a lifetime guest of honor here in Wigton. Not to mention the prize money. $75 this year thanks to our generous donors. And the Hala itself. We're honored to be hosting the 147th annual Half Moon Hunt. Registration opens 2 weeks from today. And then the fun really begins. Thank you, everyone. Enjoy your stay." As conversations resume and beer sloshes out of taps, Jamie leans in until Margaret can feel his breath hot against her ear. "You hear that? A hero." She hears his meaning plainly. This isn't your heritage to claim. True, New Albion heroes are Catharists with neat family trees, only a few generations separated from the first colonists. The hunt isn't for a half-Uadir girl. It's for him. Jamie unfolds to his full imposing height. "As for you, Winters,
We treat people with respect in this town. So if you don't want trouble, I'd watch your mouth."
With that, he turns on his heel and disappears into the crowd. Margaret lets out a shaky breath. More than anything, she wants to pry out this anger from where it sits like a lit coal in her gut, to regain the control rapidly slipping through her fingers. But Jamie is wrong. An old gun and an old hound are all she needs to outshoot him. She's seen him time and time again at the range with his sloppy technique, made sloppier with alcohol. He's far too smug for his own good, and someone ought to take him down a peg. It ought to be her who does it. But she can't. Margaret craves certainty, safety. And with hunters traveling from all over the country, all of them with more time and money and gear than she could ever dream of, there are no certainties in this game. Even with the perfect dog and the perfect shot, she can't stake everything on some foolhardy dream. Especially not when she'd have to depend on an alchemist. No matter how much she misses Evelyn, that is the one thing she can't do.
"As for you, Winters, we treat people with respect in this town,"
Weston says in a nasally voice. It doesn't sound much like Jamie, but if she weren't so annoyed with him, she might have found it amusing.
God, what's his problem?
That's how he always is. Although he tends to be more pleasant if you don't provoke him. Weston huffs.
I didn't provoke him. If anything, he provoked me.
I don't need your gallantry.
It's not about being gallant, he says defensively. It's about having a spine. You were seriously going to let him talk to you like that?
Yes, I was. You can run your life how you'd like, but stay out of mine.
All right, sorry.
He has the good sense to look chastened. Slowly, he sinks into the bar stool beside her.
What did he mean when he said, "It's none of your business to be interested in anyway"?
Of course he'd pick at the one thing she wishes he'd forget. Exactly what he said. Why? Are you interested in fox hunting?
What do you mean by interested?
He counters. Interested. She sighs when he gives her an agonized look. You came to watch the opening remarks, didn't you?
I went where the people were.
He pauses.
I couldn't participate even if I wanted to. My mom would kill me.
Why? Guardedly, he says,
She thinks it's barbaric.
And what do you think?
I don't know. Barbaric, maybe. High class, definitely. Sure, I want to be the guy who can afford to dress like Harrington does. I want to take a 5-week-long vacation to hobnob with all the famous alchemists and show off in front of the whole country. But I guess it's none of my business to be interested in all that either.
The bitterness and longing in his voice call to her. Is he saying that because he's poor? Or because he's an outsider like her? For a moment, she forgets to hold him at a distance. What did you make of the story, Mr. Winters?
Huh? The one the old woman told. What's there to make of it? It's the same story everyone tells. I saw what the Hala did to the Harringtons' orchard, though. So it's all right in my book. Seems like a shame to punish her for that.
Although it's a more evasive answer than she hoped for, she finds herself smiling. We may be in agreement.
We are? Oh.
Weston glances away sheepishly.
Anyway, you going to register?
You heard Jamie. A wolfish grin steals over his face.
But isn't it more fun to do the things people don't want you to?
Maybe.
Maybe.
He repeats skeptically. It's impossible. I don't have a partner, and I can't afford the entry fee. If my mother were home, I'd have more free time to earn some money, but... He makes a sympathetic noise.
Would you, though?
otherwise? It's a stupid question if she's ever heard one. There is no world in which it is otherwise. But she can't deny such a way of thinking about the world is tempting. Margaret lets herself consider it. If her victory would make her mother stay, if it would make Jamie angry, if her fear wouldn't paralyze her, yes, she would enter right now if she could. Maybe it's not so stupid a question after all. Yes, I would. Would you? Weston whistles. I mean, can you even imagine what you could do with $75? I'd kill for that. Hell, I'd kill for the recognition. But I'll be plenty busy as soon as your mom gets back. And like I said, entering the hunt isn't really something someone like me... He trails off, frowning. Why? Margaret hadn't realized the implication of her question until now. She can't trust alchemists as a rule, but an alchemist she has under her thumb, maybe, just maybe, Weston is the answer to her problems. He defended her from Jamie. He was desperate enough to promise her anything in exchange for staying at Welty Manor. And if the photograph he showed her is any indication, he has a heart. At least for now. Ask him. If she does, maybe his reservations will crumble. Although he's playing coy, he all but told her how badly he wants to win. Why should we let people like Jamie say what is and isn't for us? But her tongue sits thick and useless in her mouth. She hardly knows him, or if he's got any alchemical talent at all, and there's no guarantee he wouldn't take the fox from her the moment he got the chance. Even if no alchemist but Evelyn believed there's any use for the Hala beyond killing it to test their skill, it's a trophy few would easily surrender. Besides, Margaret has only survived this long by making herself small, by needing nothing and no one. Wanting something for herself is bad enough, but the very thought of admitting she needs Weston feels like cutting her own throat. If he denied her now, it'd crush her. No reason, she says. Right. He leans back in his chair, as though he's searching for some intervention in the ceiling. Well, sure there are plenty of alchemists who'd register with you. So if it's only the money for the entry fee holding you back, why don't you give me some chores so you can free up your time? I did promise you I'd earn my keep. Her stomach twists as 1,000 different feelings seize on her. Mostly guilt that she's keeping Weston's hopes up, and fear that he's offering her the means to register. Can she actually go through with this? Thinking about entering is one thing. Committing is another entirely. She has everything to lose if she fails. The Hala could kill her and trouble both. She could spend all of her savings for nothing but disappointment. But if she does nothing, she doesn't think she can live with herself. She can't wait like a forlorn hound for Evelyn to return anymore. She can't keep making coals of her anger and swallowing them whole. Girls like her don't get to dream. Girls like her get to survive. Most days, that's enough. Today, she doesn't think it is. All right, she says. All right. I'll let you help around the house. Great. He pauses, and his smile turns wary, as if he's already bracing himself for her rebuttal. If I'm really good, will you stop avoiding me? She grimaces, and her face must be bright red because he laughs. It's a strangely pleasant sound, unguarded and warm, when so many of his smiles are wicked and calculated. When was the last time someone laughed because of her? I'll consider it. With those words, some of the tension between them thaws. Somewhere behind this slick act of his, Weston has a good heart. But that isn't enough for her to feel safe yet. She's been burned by kind people enough times to know hatred for the Yuadir is a powerful poison. Still, registration doesn't open for 2 weeks. That gives her 2 weeks to determine if she can trust him and gather up the nerve to ask him. 2 weeks to get together the entry fee. 2 weeks until every eye in Wigton will be on her. As purpose crystallizes within her, she feels more grounded, more solid than she has in years. Maybe she really has put her life on hold for too long. 5. Wes hisses as the splintered maul handle jabs him. Again. He's beginning to regret that he wasn't more discerning with the terms of this bargain. 4 days ago, he was foolish enough to offer Maggie anything in exchange for room and board. Now, as the branches of the redwoods clatter like chimes in the wind, he thinks he'd do things differently. Everything about these woods gives him the creeps, from the silhouettes of the trees' broken arms to the insistent whisper of his name in the dying leaves. The canopy's so dense he can scarcely see the flushed face of the sky, and the redwood's trunks are so tall and straight they cage him in like prison bars. The darkness that unfurls between them is thick as fog, and he's convinced full of watchful eyes. He can't shake the idea that the Hala is out there, waiting to sink its teeth into him. Ma'am would tell him it's a ridiculous fear as long as his soul is right with God, but he's not sure it is anymore. When Maggie asked him if he was interested in the hunt, he couldn't deny the temptation. It's more than the money. Maybe if he won, people would squint less at his Bonvish Sumic background when he runs for office. It'd be as good as being a war hero in the public's eyes. But it's as unlikely as any of his other dreams. Nobody in their right mind would sign up with an unlicensed alchemist who hasn't completed an apprenticeship, or a Bonvishman, for that matter. Maggie can do better than him, both for her reputation and her chances at victory. It's for the best. If entire orchards decay beneath the Hala's paws, what could it do to something as fragile as him? Wes sets them all down to inspect the damage. What the splinters haven't flayed of his skin is raw, rubbed into peaks and valleys with water blisters. At the center of his palm is a gash of shining red, a chunk of flesh shorn away in his downswing. Blood wells from it and fills the creases of his hand. Damn it! His breath rises around him like smoke. As much as he hates to admit it, the sight of blood sets him on edge. His mother has told him enough stories to instill a healthy fear of God and the she in him, enough to know that bleeding alone in the woods at dusk is as good as asking for the undead king Avartak or some wicked fairy girl to spirit him away, or worse. Even if it's just superstition, he's not about to tempt fate when it comes to something as wily and unpredictable as fey magic. Wes glances toward the house. Through the cracked window, he sees Maggie standing at the counter, chopping carrots with such solemnity it must be an act of devotion to some vegetal god. With the setting sun stooping down to peer inside, and the copper pans glinting over the range, the kitchen is bathed in a polleny glow. In the golden hour light, she's almost pretty. Almost. He tears his eyes away from her. He can't help feeling a little bitter as he remembers the cold precision with which she butchered that chicken, or the dirt braceleting her muscled forearms. She could probably cut them a whole mountain of firewood in half the time it'd take him. In the city, he doesn't have to endure this sort of indignity, mostly because his apartment is sweltering year-round. But even if it wasn't, modern technology and alchemy... Realization dawns on him. He does need to practice alchemy before Evelyn returns. With no equipment, he's limited, but he only needs the most basic of transmutations to make woodcutting easier. Maggie will be so pleased. Wes sits on the chopping block and finds a stone and a stick on the ground. Once he distills the stone's coincidentia oppositorum, the liquid essence of an object, he can use it to enchant the maul. In theory, it will be sharper, more durable, and more efficient. On one hand, he etches the alchemical formula for nigredo, carefully inscribing the perimeter with symbols for the chemical composition of stone. Silica and oxygen. Simple enough. It's more of an educated guess than anything, but he figures he can get close enough for it to decompose the bulk of it into something useful. Destroying things has always come easy to him. Once he's finished, he clutches the stone in his fist and channels the magic within him. White flame knifes between the grooves of his fingers, and sulfuric smoke weaves around his hand like a cat. When he opens his hand, he's holding a charred pile of caput mortuum. It bubbles and breathes uneasily like bog water. Since his calculations were imprecise, it's less stable than he'd like, but it'll get the job done. Next comes albedo, purification, and the second step in the alchemical process. It requires a certain finesse, and a good deal of trial and error, to burn off everything that doesn't comprise the essence of an object. While nigredo is pure chemistry, albedo is intuition. Mastery of it separates competent alchemists from exceptional ones. His stomach churns with dread. Relax, he tells himself. He's seen albedo done countless times. Just as many teachers have attempted to drill it into him. Useless, uneducated, lazy. Someday he'll prove they were wrong about him. Once he draws and activates the formula, fire leaps up from his palm. He uncurls his fist and watches the caput mortuum blanch like a bone left in the sun. Slowly, it melts into a liquid as white and brilliant as diamond, the coincidentia oppositorum. Some of it dribbles through his fingers and sinks into the half-frozen earth. Before he loses it all, he pours it onto the maul's head and carves the formula for rubetto, the final step, the process of reconstitution, in the dirt beneath it. With this, he'll finish imbuing the maul head with the essential properties of the stone. The metal glows red with the light of rubetto, then dulls to gray like cooling steel. His life is about to get so much easier. When he attempts to heft the maul, however, it's impossibly heavy. He only manages to lift it an inch off the ground before he has to drop it. Shit, he mutters. This is not what he wanted to happen, although he supposes he can understand why his transmutation might have had some unintended side effects. Certain stones might distill down into pure sturdiness, others into sharpness. No, this is no time for troubleshooting. Maggie is going to kill him when she realizes what he's done. He needs to hide the evidence, or at least pretend that nothing is amiss, until he can figure out how to reverse the enchantment. What are you doing? Maggie's voice cuts through his panic. She's standing on the porch, dressed in a thick knit cardigan and untied leather boots, but somehow she's still imposing. Nothing! I was just finishing up out here. She must smell his fear or read it in the way he fumbles to pick up the kindling, because she makes her way over to him with a frown notched into her brow. Every crunch of the leaves beneath her boots sends his blood pressure rocketing higher. He's so doomed. She makes it within 5 feet of him before she stops dead, her nostrils flaring. A strange, sickly light fills her eyes. He recognizes this look on her now. It's the same one she got before she left for the opening ceremony. Haunted. Like she's suddenly 1,000 miles away. Miss Welty? Maggie startles, then blinks at him dazedly. She sounds as though she's waking from a dream when she says, "It smells like alchemy." Oh, does it? Yes. Her gaze lands pointedly on the mud-drawn symbols on his hands. He shoves them into his pockets, but her expression softens with curiosity. You already know how to perform alchemy?
Of course I do.
It comes out more peevishly than he means to. You said you failed out of your other apprenticeships.
I never said that. You assumed that. You assumed correctly, but that's beside the point.
He slumps onto the chopping block, groaning.
I'm not a bad alchemist, I swear. I just don't test well.
Then let's see it.
Well,
It takes her all of 1 second to sniff out what he wanted to hide. She stoops to retrieve the mole, then swears under her breath when it refuses to budge. Her face contorts into some mixture of befuddlement and irritation. It's dense as an anvil. What did you do to it?
I was trying to be resourceful. It's only that I kind of fudged the chemistry.
She glowers at him. You shouldn't try transmutations you don't know how to do. It's dangerous.
Who says? I had a theory and I tested it. That's science.
This isn't science, it's property damage.
I'll fix it, I swear.
Maggie shakes her head as though she's talking herself out of saying what she really wants to say. Then she primly dusts her hands off on her skirt. Do what you like. It's your prerogative if you want to play with fire. She sounds so disappointed. Wes feels as though he failed a test he didn't know he was taking. Desperate to salvage at least some scrap of his pride, he says,
If it's any consolation, I did cut some firewood.
Her gaze drops to the paltry bundle of kindling at his feet.
It's too thick. I can cut it smaller,
he says miserably. His hands throb in protest. No, just leave it. She sounds exhausted, as if he's the most useless person she's had the misfortune of speaking to. I'll deal with it later. Come inside before you catch cold. Wes tries not to dwell on it as he follows her back inside. It's hardly any warmer in here. Trouble, curled up near the door, heaves a long, dramatic sigh as they enter. Wes nudges him with the toe of his shoe. Trouble grunts at the effort of rolling onto his side, one paw curled and limp. Wes kneels beside him and pats his side obligingly. The sound resonates in the grim silence of the kitchen. A moment later, there comes the answering thunk, thunk, thunk of Maggie's kitchen knife. All at once, it strikes him how depressing this scene is. This is her life. He can't stop thinking about how Jamie treated her at the pub, or about the rumors he heard before he left Dunway, that Evelyn Welty is a monster and a recluse. Even though he's never met her, he can't help wondering if there's some truth to them. What kind of mother leaves her daughter to fend for herself for months? Although Maggie's probably had about enough of him for tonight, he thinks his company is probably better than none at all. Sometimes he catches her looking at him like she's about to ask him something. Besides, he likes the way annoyed looks on her. Her eyes are so much brighter when she's trying not to scold him.
The dog says he likes me better,
Wes says slyly. He's a hound, not a dog.
Fine. The hound says he likes me better.
Maggie does not dignify him with a response. He deflates. That's the kind of inconsequential comment that would have started a war in his household. One thought of his sisters turns his heart as heavy as his alchemized maul. He's homesick again. Worse, he's lonely. No one ever comes to visit here. Everyone promised him that rural New Albion would be as cozy as a knit blanket, the people warmer than in the city, and their bonds thicker. Like it was in Banva before the crops blighted and famine emptied out the countryside. Clearly, none of them have been to Wigton. The weeks after his father died, his family's apartment was never empty. How many hugs had he been crushed into? How many home-cooked meals had they crammed into their icebox? How many morning songs had been played? It felt stifling at the time, but now he yearns for nothing more than that kind of love. Does Maggie even know what she's missing? Wes tries not to feel sorry for her. She's not interested in any of his white flags of friendship, and he can't easily forget the look in her eyes when she growled, "I have to go," after he asked if she was all right. Whatever fragile camaraderie they found yesterday has crumbled, and Wes feels as alone as he did on his first day here. "Hey," he says, more somberly than he intended. "Do you have a phone?" "There's a phone booth in town." Of course, the nearest phone is 5 miles away. Nothing surprises him less. Without responding, he stands and whistles for the dog. He doesn't miss Maggie's sour look as Trouble stretches, shakes out his ears, and obediently trots after him. Maybe he isn't the only one eager for some fresh air. "Put him on a leash," she calls after him. "He won't cross the property line with you otherwise." He hears the unspoken warning in her voice. "I don't trust you not to lose him." Yeah. Wes grabs the leash from where it's draped over the coat rack and clips it to Trouble's collar. As they walk down the mountain road, he tries to convince himself he's doing the right thing by being here. All his life, Mad and his teachers have called him a layabout, a slacker, a procrastinator, the kind of guy who skirts by on superficial charm. It stings, but it's not as though he's given them a reason to think otherwise. It's not his fault he was born friendly, but it is his fault for turning that into a shield against his own despair. What difference would it make if Mad knew the weight of his failures would crush him if he let them? She wouldn't resent him any less. But now here he is, playing lumberjack and idling away his life. Maybe he deserves her scorn. God, he needs to talk to Mam before his guilt consumes him entirely. By the time he reaches the lonely phone booth standing watch over town, he's shivering and breathless. He'll never get used to scaling these inclines. Inside, it's bitter cold and hazy, the glass frosted and veined silver with moonlight. As Trouble plops down on his feet, Wes feeds the meter and dials his home number. It rings twice before someone answers. "Hello?" For perhaps the first time in his life, the sound of Christine's voice fills him with something like happiness. "Hey, it's me." There's silence on the line. "Christine?"
Me? Who's me?
Wes pinches the bridge of his nose. "Wes?" Wes.
I don't know a Wes.
"Very funny. Can you put Mam on the phone?"
Oh, Wes!
He hears her snap her fingers as fake realization sweetens her voice.
My sweet only brother Weston. It's been so long since you called. I forgot what you sounded like. You said you wanted to talk to Mad?
He grimaces. "No, I said Mam."
Oh, Colleen?
"No." If she puts Colleen on the phone, he'll never be free. He is far too broke for a conversation with her. "God, no. I'm on a payphone. Put Mam on." "Okay." He dreads the smile in her voice.
Colleen! Wes wants to talk to you.
Damn it all. As he listens to their faint chatter, he imagines himself there. They'd be gathered in the living room with the radio playing. Christine would be lounging on the couch with the phone tucked against her chin. Edie would be clambering onto his knee and demanding he play with her. Colleen would be yammering on about baseball or chemistry or whatever topic interested her that week. And Mad would be leaning out the open window with a lacquered cigarette holder between her fingers. God, he wants to be there. He wants it so badly he feels heat build behind his eyes. He snaps himself out of it when Colleen, his 14-year-old sister, picks up the phone.
Wes!
Hey, Bean. Listen, I've only got about 5 minutes before the call cuts out. Can you please put Ma'am on?
Yeah!
He hears a chair slide across the floor. He can all too easily imagine her sinking into it as she tangles her fingers into the phone cord.
I miss you already. How's Wickton? When are you coming home? Do you have any friends? Do you have a girlfriend? How's your apprenticeship?
It's great. Everything is so great.
Not failing out yet?
Not yet. If his smile stays bright enough, it may carry over to his voice. Amazing, right?
Aw, that's good. Hey, Mrs. O'Connor was asking about you this morning. Since you haven't stopped by in a while, she was getting worried. Her daughter was there too, and she's gutted you left. Gutted.
Which one? Jane? The one with the bird? He hates that bird. He still has a scar from when it bit his ear.
That's the one.
Wes puzzles over that. He and Jane haven't spoken more than a few words to each other. But he considers any attachment she feels may be his fault, since he calls her beautiful every time he sees her. As much as he wants to gossip about the butcher's oldest daughter, the clock is ticking. His empty wallet burns in his pocket. Tell her that's very kind of her to ask after me. Also, can you get, ma'am? The sound on the other end is muffled, as if she's covering the receiver with her palm. Anxiously, he fishes another coin out of his pocket and drops it into the slot with a clink. The bickering he hears does not fill him with confidence, but eventually the phone is wrested away. This time his mother speaks. Wes, is that you? Her voice fills him with warm relief. It sounds like home. Hi, ma'am. Oh, Alanov. It's so good to hear your voice. How are you? Is it freezing out there? You brought your coat, didn't you? You're warm enough? I'm warm enough, Mum. Quit worrying. Don't worry. You've known me for 18 years. I'm going to worry. I know. I'm sorry. I know I've been... Wes draws in a steadying breath. Putting on his best adult voice, he says, I don't want you to worry. You don't need to worry about me anymore, okay? You got the apprenticeship? Yeah. He cringes at the blatant lie. I sure did. You did? Oh, that's fantastic news! I'm so proud of you! You wouldn't be if you could see me. At what point in his life has lying become second nature to him? But what other choice does he have? He can't break her heart again. What kind of son would that make him when he promised his father he'd take care of them all? Thanks. Out with it. Tell me all about it. Oh, it's great. It's only been a few days now. Master Welty is, she gives me a lot of independence to study. Don't work too hard. I don't want you to shut yourself away. Have you made any friends? She has a daughter my age. She's very... There isn't really a word to settle on for Maggie. Nice. Are they treating you well there? They are. Everything's grand, honest. How are you? They're talking about raising the rent again. But what can we do? We're all healthy and we're happy. That's all that matters. God will provide the rest. The phone line buzzes, a warning he has only seconds. Hey, I'm about to run out of time on this payphone. The Weltys don't have a phone, so if you need me, they can take calls at the Wallace Inn. I'll call again soon, all right? I love you. Oh, I'll let you go. I love you. The line goes dead, and he lets out a shaky breath. How can he be so selfish to put all his faith in Maggie when the noose draws tighter around his family? But it's only another week and a half until Evelyn returns. He sets the receiver back on the hook and shoves his hands in his pockets. It is so damn cold, and he has another 5 miles to walk back to Welty Manor. Or he could turn around and walk until the sea swallows him whole. That would be an easy solution to his problems. But it's not a solution to give up. It won't change his family's situation if he goes back and takes a job at the docks or a factory, assuming he can find one that will hire him. The rent will still climb higher. The immigration laws will still grow more restrictive. Everything is riding on him becoming Evelyn Welty's student. Everything. He just has to hope he's persuasive enough when she finally returns. 6. As they follow the road home from Wigton, Margaret watches Weston in trouble trot ahead of her, vanishing and reappearing in the fog slowly rolling down the mountainside. Although it's cold and gray, the leaves underfoot blaze bright with autumn colors, and she feels lighter than she has in weeks. After hunting all week, she traded in a handful of pelts, and now she has enough saved for the registration fee and another week's worth of food. This freedom is a strange thing, bought with suffering through Weston's company. Weston. She holds the shape of his name in her mouth. The sound of his laughter as he chases trouble strikes her with fondness of all things, even though she has half a mind to snap at him to stop jostling the groceries he's carrying. But maybe she's been too hard on him. Thanks to him, she has the time to train uninterrupted. It's been years since she could measure the dreamlike monotony of her days with anything but chores. Lazy late afternoons like this remind her of how she once had nothing to do but run wild with trouble in the woods. For the first time since she lost her family, she can almost believe she is happy. Registration for the Half Moon Hunt opens in 2 days, but Margaret still hasn't summoned the courage to ask him to enter with her. Every time she imagines telling him she's Uadir, she freezes. But perhaps what stills her the most is that she will have no choice but to confess why she wants to join the hunt, and why they have to win. Both of their dreams rest on this. Margaret isn't ready to tie her fate to his yet, but she can't afford to let fear hold her back much longer. "Come on, Miss Welty," he calls over his shoulder. "You're wasting daylight." It's times like this that she feels vindicated in her reticence. If they work together, he won't survive the month of preparation. She'll wring his neck long before the starting gun goes off. As they head deeper into the woods, a chill settles over her. The madrona trees are all half naked now, their bark peeling away in long, papery strips, and the redwoods loom above her, solid and steady as they have been for thousands of years. The ancientness of this forest has always grounded her. It has watched her grow up, and it will watch her die. There should be comfort in that certainty, in that familiarity. But today it feels menacing. The shadows grin in the corner of her vision, and the hissing of the leaves sounds so much like her name. Margaret, Margaret, Margaret. It raises the hairs on the back of her neck. Trouble circles back to her and tilts his head, his tail wagging uncertainly. She touches the tips of her fingers to his head to steady herself. "Did you hear something?" Weston asks. "Just the wind." He gives her a skeptical look. A crack echoes through the woods, and the flock of crows roosting overhead rise like a cloud of smoke. Gunfire. The silence that follows smothers her beneath its weight. Everything's gone too still, like the whole world is holding its breath. She shouldn't be surprised that other hunters are out practicing their shot and wetting their hounds, but they're a little too close to her home for comfort. Curiosity gets the better of her, and soon she's pushing through the underbrush with Trouble on her heels.
Miss Welty, where are you going?
She ignores him. But after a moment, he comes crashing after her, still carrying their groceries at his hip.
Is it a good idea to run toward the gunfire?
If you're so worried, you can go home and put the food away yourself.
I don't know where anything goes, and you'll fuss at me again if I guess wrong.
Then come along and don't complain. Weston heaves a long-suffering sigh, then follows her along the deer trail. The thickets give way to a grove, where clusters of redwoods lean against each other like old friends. As soon as she sees who's there, she regrets coming at all. Jamie Harrington and his best friend, Zach Mattis. Mattis, tall and lumbering, looks like a bear wearing a vest. He's holding a still-smoking rifle, and even through the acrid bite of gunpowder, she can smell the oil he's slathered on its tortoiseshell paneling. It's a beautiful machine, one he doesn't deserve. For as long as she's known him, he couldn't hit a wall 2 feet in front of him. If Jamie's snickering is anything to go off, today is no exception. If she's completely silent, she can slip away unnoticed. But as she takes a step backward, she bumps into Weston, who leaps away from her like she's electrocuted him. Jamie turns toward them as if he's caught their scent on the wind. His smile spreads slowly, then catches at the corner.
Creeping around the woods, Maggie.
Shooting air? Mattis scowls at her.
Shut your mouth! Ignore her.
Jamie spits on the ground. Mattis takes his advice and busies himself loading another magazine, which suits her fine. Jamie, however, prowls toward them, his pale eyes gleaming like a predator's.
Well, aren't you two a fetching couple?
I don't know what you're talking about, Margaret says.
Oh, come on. I've never seen you keep company with somebody willingly. Twice, no less. Did you take in another mutt?
Weston bristles beside her.
Who are you calling?
Margaret shoots him a glare. We were just leaving. Sorry to disturb you.
What? No, stay a while.
Jamie's gaze lands on the rifle strapped to her back.
You came out here to practice, right?
Margaret doesn't reply. If Jamie doesn't know she plans to register, she'll have at least another few days of peace.
Oh, that's right. You can't afford it since your witch of a mother's gone and abandoned you again. Unless you finally put that capitalistic mind of yours to use.
Margaret's face heats under the barb. Mattis guffaws, which earns him an irritated look from Jamie. Weston wedges himself in front of her like he means to shield her.
Do you honestly have nothing better to do with your time? Lay off her, all right? Are you desperate enough that you think you're going to get somewhere with this act, Winters?
Jamie pauses, and his whole face lights up as if he's been struck with a brilliant idea.
Or is it that you don't know what she is?
Margaret sucks in a sharp breath.
Jamie, don't.
His smile turns vicious.
So he doesn't know.
In the distance, someone screams. It's terror and grief wrapped into one. For a moment, she hears Evelyn's voice echoed over it. Memories surge in the corners of her vision. Her chest tightens, and the smell of sulfur claws its way up her throat. Trouble presses into her leg, an anchor against the tide of her fear. You're here, she reminds herself sharply.
Where did that come from?
Mattis asks.
The only thing in that direction for miles is the Hallinan's farm.
Jamie's face slackens with concern. It wounds her more than she wants to admit. It's evidence that he's not always awful. Not to everyone.
Come on, Mattis.
The boys tear off through the clearing. As soon as they're alone again, Weston rests an uncertain hand on her shoulder.
Hey, you all right?
She flinches away from him. hating how guilty he looks as his arm drops to his side. It'd be far easier for them both if he stopped noticing when she isn't all right. We have to go.
What? Why? You can't seriously want to go after them.
Mark Hallinan has been nothing but kind to her over the years, and she's wrangled many a chicken and calf over the fence for him when he's too exhausted to do it himself. As much as she dreads the thought of spending another second willingly with Jamie, she has to go. Like I said, you can go home if you want.
No. I'm not leaving you alone with them.
He hesitates.
Listen, I don't know what he was talking about, and you don't have to tell me if you don't want to. But there's nothing anyone could say that'd make me treat someone the way he treats you. Believe me, I've been on the receiving end of it enough times.
Margaret's breath catches. For over a week, she hasn't been able to find the words to get the information she needs from him. And here he is offering it to her freely. She searches his face for any hint of deception, but his expression is as unbearably earnest as ever. It feels like safety, and something like kinship. If she thanks him, if she acknowledges it at all, she worries she won't be able to maintain her composure. Instead, she says, "Fine. Don't slow me down."
I won't.
Side by side, they tear off after Jamie and Mattis. To her shock, neither of them protests when they fall into stride alongside them. Branches snap beneath her boots, and brambles tear at the bare sliver of ankle below her overalls. By the time they stumble onto the Hallinans' yard, the sky is stained an angry, dying red. The farmhouse is silhouetted starkly against it. The wind shivers along the wild rye. They wade through it until it thins out and gives way to pasture. The fence is broken, charlicked and splintered, and the air around them reeks of sulfur. Caput mortuum dusts the ground like blackened snow, coating the bottom of her shoes. An alchemical reaction. The smell of it untethers her mind from her body, and the world ripples dreamlike around her. Margaret feels as though she's watching herself through the hungry eyes of the woods as she slips through the jagged gap in the fence. Beside her, Trouble quivers like he's readying himself for the chase. A bay rumbles in his chest. "Hush," she says. As they make their way through the pasture, the building stench of rot makes bile rise at the back of her throat. Beneath the sound of her shallow panting, she hears the drone of flies. Jamie shoves past her, then lets out a sound of disgust. When he lifts up his foot, Margaret sees red streaking the sole of his boot. It catches the light like garnet.
What the?
He mutters.
Is this blood?
Gouts of it spatter the grass, forming a grisly path to the house. They round the stable and stop dead. Out in the field lie at least 5 cows, their bodies shrouded by fog. But right at their feet is Hallinan's white pony. Margaret's breath hisses out through her clenched teeth. Sugarlump's throat is torn open, her fur matted down with blood and ash. Blackened streaks of decay snake around her neck, weeping coincidentia oppositorum and sebum. But it's the flies swarming the body that turn Margaret's stomach. It reminds her of the smallest, sourest apples that no one picks. By the end of the season, they drop off the boughs and litter the ground, burst open and covered in a jacket of bees. The farmhouse door swings open, and Hallinan staggers onto the porch, shotgun in hand.
What are you kids doing out here? We heard someone scream,
Jamie says.
That'd be my husband.
Hallinan drags a hand through his hair.
I appreciate you checking in, but you need to get home. It's getting dark. What the hell happened here? The Hala,
Hallinan says gravely. It's hardly been 2 weeks, and already it's killing livestock. Margaret dreads what it'll do by the time the full moon rises.
We can run it off for you,
Jamie says.
Absolutely not. What would your father say if he knew I let you go gallivanting through the woods with that thing on the loose?
Jamie scuffs his boot on the ground.
He wouldn't care. Oh, no? And what about you, Zachary?
Hallinan scowls.
You think your mother will appreciate me delivering the news that you've had an arm taken off? Or worse? No, sir,
Mattis murmurs. Before Hallinan can turn his attention to Margaret, the air thickens around them. It's still and frigid as the moment before the first snow falls. Then the wind comes hissing through the grass. It carries the stench of death, and the sound of a brittle, many-faceted voice.
Margaret.
She whirls around, and there, standing at the edge of the fence, is the Hala. There's a terrible moment of anticipation before its unblinking white gaze locks onto hers. It feels like plunging into cold water. Its eyes glow, eerily bright in the foggy gloom.
Why isn't it moving?
Weston asks quietly.
Jamie,
Mattis whines.
what do we do?
Sometimes Margaret feels sorry for him. Jamie has made a pet of him. He's no better than a puppy, dependent on his favor and guidance.
We're going after it.
Jamie's pale hair ruffles in the wind, a mirror of the rye over his shoulder. It's moments like this where Margaret thinks he could almost be gallant if he wanted. She hates that he has the choice and she doesn't. Even if this town holds no love for her, it's still her home. And she's so tired of letting Jamie make her feel otherwise. Like she doesn't have a right to protect it too. Mattis clutches his gun closer to his chest.
I don't know about this.
Man up, Jamie snaps, already stalking toward the fence.
We're going.
Margaret trails a few steps behind him. I'm coming too.
Like hell you are.
Trouble lets out a low, impatient whine. Track, Trouble. It's all the encouragement he needs. Trouble tears through the field, yowling, just as the fox turns tail and slips beneath the pasture fence. That's my hound. Good luck finding it without him. With a growl of frustration, Jamie says,
Fine. Come on.
Margaret glances at Weston. There's something about him that steals her breath away. He looks wild, from his wind-tossed black hair to the mingled fear and excitement sparkling in his eyes. In this light, they're the color of the heart of a damp redwood. He is wild, but in the same familiar, steady way these woods are. He licks his lips and says,
I'm still with you.
Then let's go. Hallinan throws up his hands in defeat.
Be careful, will you?
They take off after Trouble, past the fence and back into the woods, beneath snaring branches and over fern-bearded embankments. With the blood rushing in her ears, this is more alive than she's felt in years. As the sun sinks lower and the moon begins to rise, the light dribbling through the trees runs red as blood. Ahead of her, the boys whoop and shout, dark slashes against the wildfire sky. Trouble bays, and the sound tears through the brush like an angry sow. They run until they break into a clearing. And there it is, pale as the moon and perched on a branch. Trouble circles the base of the tree, baying his triumph. There's something uncannily aware about the way the Hala looks at her. But before she can process it, Mattis is raising his gun. He takes aim and blows a branch clean off the tree. It shudders and groans before crashing to the ground.
You idiot!
Jamie barks.
You'll have a mob after you if you kill it before the hunt. You see a full moon?
Mattis glares back at him.
It's not even alchemized.
I'm just trying to scare it off. Move! Margaret elbows her way between them and unstraps the gun from her back. It feels like possibility in her hands. She draws in a breath and raises the rifle, its weight bearing into her collarbone. In her crosshairs, she sees the gore modeling the Hala's snout and its solid white eyes. Hatred sets her heart to racing. Demiurges have ruined her. 7 years ago, her mother tried to distill the prima materia with the antlers of another demiurge, a fragment of a relic she stole from a Sumic church in Umbria. It was the worst night of her life. Margaret can't remember most of it, but she remembers this. As she tucked her mother into bed, combing the flakes of dried blood from her hair, all she whispered was, "It's not over. If Margaret wins, it finally will be." Her hands tremble. The Hala isn't natural. Any other fox would fight for its life. But the Hala sits there with its tail folded neatly over its paws, as if it knows they're only playing a game, as if it knows her. At her side, Weston stares at it like he's seen the face of God. His lips move in a silent prayer. Margaret fires, and the shot ringing in her ears drowns out the sound of Jamie's shouting. Smoke rises up around her. When it clears, the Hala is gone. But where its head was, the tree bark splinters like a shattered bone. Sap oozes out, as thick and dark as heartblood. "See?" Mattis says, clearly vindicated. "It's gone." "No thanks to you." Jamie rounds on Margaret. "Lucky shot." "You should hope my luck runs out soon then. I'm registering." She's painted a target on her back, but the satisfaction of seeing Jamie's mouth hinge open in outrage makes it all worth it. Margaret turns on her heel and calls for Trouble. His disappointment is written in the droop of his tail. It's rare he loses his mark. But soon enough, Trouble will get his chance. And she'll get hers. Weston trots after her. As they slip back into the woods, the red glow of the sunset softens as if it's been poured through a colander. "How do you think you can possibly kill something like that?" She's never heard him so rattled. Not even on the day she met him. She thinks of the way he prayed when he saw it. Not like he was asking God for protection. Like he was awestruck. Divine? What does it matter if it is? It looked like it was toying with us. And it's still early in the month. It'll kill you before you kill it. You're afraid. Of course I am. Aren't you? Margaret adjusts her rifle's strap. I think it's wise to be afraid of something like the Hala. Then why? Glory can't be worth your life. What if it's not for glory? Then what? Money? A dead fox? Margaret scoffs. A dead fox. As if that's all it is to him. By now, she knows his thoughts are more complicated than that. There's nothing anyone could say that'd make me treat someone the way he treats you, he told her. Believe me, I've been on the receiving end of it enough times. She's almost positive now that Weston isn't Catharist, which explains his reticence to join the hunt, and his bullheaded insistence on protecting her from Jamie. Unless his research interests are as arcane and heretical as her mother's, he probably doesn't even want the Hala dead, much less boiled down to create the prima materia. Which means he'd be the perfect partner for the hunt. Hope blooms within her. The fox wouldn't be worth it to you? No. He looks dumbfounded. I'm not dying for some trophy, or to do God a favor, or whatever it is that lady in the pub said. Even I'm not that vain. And I'm sure as hell not that pious. What use could you possibly have for it? It's not the Hala I want. Not for its own sake. When she closes her eyes, she tries to imagine how Evelyn will look at her when she places the Hala in her hands. She can't picture her joy clearly, but the idea of it turns her stomach with longing. Wouldn't you say it's worth risking your life for the people you love? Of course. His expression softens. That's worth risking everything. If there's one thing to admire about Weston Winters, it's his conviction. He told her that he'd do anything for a chance at his dreams. And now she believes him. She's never been certain of much in her life, but she's certain of this. Her mother will never give him an apprenticeship unless he uses the Hala as his bargaining chip. And once Margaret tells him the hunt is his only way forward, he won't abandon her or take the fox for himself. By tomorrow night, she'll find the words to break the news to him. Then, she'll ask him to hunt alongside her. 7. After nearly 2 weeks in Wigton, Wes has come to understand its sunsets. They are normally slow, preening things, like a woman shrugging off her shawl. But tonight, darkness falls like a stage curtain. Fat rain clouds pour off the mountains and clod over the sea until there's nothing but gray past the window. A fire sputters in the library's grate, sap and damp crackling in the heat. He sits bent over an alchemy textbook, threading his fingers into his hair. He's not sure if he's been here for 10 minutes or 10 hours, but by the time he blinks, the fire's gone to ashes. He's retained hardly anything of this chapter, and there's a pile of shredded notebook paper beside him. He mutters to himself as he sweeps the scraps into his hand. Before he dropped out of school, back when Sumic parochial schools weren't under attack for allegedly promoting sedition, he used to get in trouble constantly for fidgeting. Between that and the public humiliation he endured every time his teachers made him read aloud, the prospect of going to class made him nauseous. He learned to hide it better during his apprenticeships, tearing apart whatever he got his hands on to help himself focus. Paper, the laces of his shoes, the buttons off his jacket, which Christine always begrudgingly sewed back on. Wes shuts the book and lays his head on top of it. Maggie hasn't been home in hours, and she took trouble with her. He still hasn't grown fully accustomed to the loneliness here. Every sound is too loud. The creaking of the floorboards, the drumming of the rain on the roof, and the moan of the frame as it shifts and swells in the storm. How does she bear it out here? 5 miles from civilization, a dead brother, a missing father, and a mother who may as well be either. Once, he dreamed of something like this. A mother who didn't care and a house he could run wild in. His days of slinking around like an alley cat, kissing girls out on the fire escape or in the park, hungrily swallowing every sound, would be over. But now that he's seen the reality of it, it makes him a little sick to his stomach that he'd ever envied this kind of life. Here he goes again, feeling sorry for Maggie Welty. She'd probably gut him alive if she could guess at what he was thinking. Someone pounds on the front door. Wes jerks upright as a roll of thunder shakes the house to its foundations, and a flash of white lightning splits open the night. He probably shouldn't answer the door, considering this isn't his house. But when the knock comes again, sharp and urgent, he reluctantly creeps into the foyer. Through the eye-hole, he sees Hallinan on the porch, drenched with rainwater and panting. Startled, he opens the door. "Hallinan, do you want to come in?" "No time. I came by to tell you that they've got a call for you down at the inn. Says she's your sister, Madeline." Shit. A call from Mad is never good.
What about? I'm sorry to be the one to tell you this, but she said your mother's been in an accident.
The Wallace Inn's lobby is as he remembers it from the other night, charmingly fashioned after some of the glitzier hotels in the city. A chandelier sparkles overhead, bright and fizzling as champagne. And over the muffled chatter of the people at the restaurant, someone plays a shimmering piano melody to a syncopated beat that's grown popular in Dunway. A girl around his age leans against the check-in counter, half hidden by the fronds of an oversized plant. On any other day, he's sure he'd flirt with her, but right now he can't seem to notice a single thing about her. All he can focus on is what Hallinan said, the word accident playing in his mind over and over again. Ma'am can't be dead. Hallinan would have told him. And deep down, Wes thinks he would know. There'd be some shift in the polarity of the earth, or the snap of something vital within him. He pulls off his cap and speaks in a rush. Good evening, miss. My name is Weston Winters. I hear there was a call for me. Oh. Her lips press into a thin, sympathetic line. You can return the call back here, Mr. Winters. Can I get you some coffee? Yeah, actually. That'd be great. She leads him behind the counter and into a cozily cluttered office with a plush carpet and a solid wood desk. He sinks into a chair and waits for the girl to return. It only takes a minute for her to reappear and place a mug in his hands. The heat soaking into his skin soothes his cold, stiffened joints. Steeling himself, he dials his home number on the rotary. The surface of the coffee quivers, shattering his reflection over and over again while the phone rings in his ear. It sounds only once before the line goes quiet. No one says anything, but by the tense buzzing on the other end, he can tell someone's there. Mad? Weston? Mad replies sharply. He sucks in a breath as soon as he hears the fury barely restrained in her voice. What's going on? Ma'am needs surgery. She fell asleep at work and took a needle through her hand. Wes flinches. Is she all right? Did you hear what I just said? He bites down on his tongue to keep himself from saying something regrettable. Mad isn't often the most reasonable person, and she's far more attached to being right than he is. Yes, I heard you. She sighs heavily. He can imagine the smoke curling from the end of her cigarette as she leans out the window. He can almost hear the rush of traffic outside and the clatter of the rain on the fire escape. Technically, yes, she's fine. But she can't work anymore, not like this. If she doesn't get the surgery, she won't be able to use her hand again. Oh, shit. Yeah. The line crackles under the weight of their silence. It's been a good run, she continues, more gently this time. But you have to come home. It's a sucker punch to the gut. A good run? Like he's been putting on some low-budget stage production? His thoughts scramble, and the only thing that comes out of his mouth is, no. No? Our mother is almost 50 years old. If it's not glaringly obvious to you at this point, she can't go on like this anymore. Have you even noticed? Of course I've noticed. He fights to keep his voice even. He doesn't want to yell right now. He doesn't want to alert anyone outside this room that anything is wrong. God, Mad, what do you take me for? Then you know what I'm getting at. Christine and I sure as hell don't make enough to afford surgery, much less to keep us clothed and fed. I need help, Wes. I know she can't do this anymore. I know you can't do this alone. But if you give me some time, you won't have to think about working ever again. And you keep saying that. You keep making promises and asking for time and second chances. And I've let you go on like this for years because I thought you'd learn your lesson on your own.
It's time to grow up.
So what do you want me to do? You want me to come back and find some awful dead-end job without hiring restrictions? You want us to keep scraping by for the rest of our lives? I can't do this. I'm tired of surviving. I want to live. I don't care what you want. I'm trying, Matt. I'm trying to give us a way out of this. Trying isn't good enough anymore. His breath shudders out of him. He can't say anything because she's right. God damn her, she's right. Say something, Weston. What do you want me to say? He asks hoarsely. Anything. Anything at all that's not about you. It's pointless to argue. All his life, he's wanted nothing more than to be an alchemist despite the odds. To believe that a Bonvish Sumic kid from the 5th Ward could measure up to the Catharist politicians whose families have been here for generations. To believe that someone like him could make a difference. But how can he ever hope to protect the downtrodden of this country when he can't even protect the people he loves? Hell, he can't even protect Maggie from the likes of Jamie Harrington. Not that she's ever wanted him to. Although neither of them has admitted it, he can't shake the suspicion that she, too, has faced the kind of prejudice he has. He can't help feeling protective of her for that. All is one and one is all is the fundamental tenet of alchemy. It's always been an ethical code for him. To help one person is to help better the entire world. But right now, it's not so cut and dry. If he stays, he hurts his family. If he leaves, he's throwing Maggie to the wolves. No matter what he does, he loses. But if he's forced to make a decision, he'll make the same one every time. His family. If pursuing his dreams means abandoning them, they're not dreams worth pursuing. What would be the point? He'd be no better than what Mad says he is. Selfish, baselessly optimistic, childish. Maybe he's been naive all along if all his ideals crumble so easily. This dream isn't for him. Alchemists are the kind of people who grew up rich and will always be rich. So he says, Okay. Okay? I'll come home. Wes clutches the phone tighter. I mean it. I'll get on the next train. Mad doesn't say anything at first. All of the fight seems to have gone out of her. Good. Want a souvenir? The hunt's here this year. No. She doesn't laugh, but her voice is gentler. I'll see you tonight. The line goes dead, then buzzes in his ear. It's the right decision. He knows it is. But it still feels awful. If he lets himself, he can remember how it was before, when things between him and Mad were good, and she was his entire world. He wanted nothing more than to be with her, to be like her. When they were kids, he'd slip into her room at night, pull all the blankets off her until she relented, and let him sleep in her bed. As they got older, he'd chatter at her while she got ready for her shift at the bar. She was working even when Dad was alive, because money was always a little tight. And even back then, she must have been suffocating. He'd say something like, When you get home, do you want to see a movie? Sometimes she'd throw things at him until he left. Sometimes she'd keep applying pencil to her plucked thin eyebrows and say, I've got better things to do today than hanging out with you. Tomorrow? Tomorrow. Tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow. And here they are. Miles between them and an ocean of resentment to fill them. By the time he hangs up, his coffee has gone lukewarm. It'd be rude not to drink it after he asked for it, so he throws it back, which proves to be a terrible mistake. It's bitter as sin and feels like mud going down.
but it gives him enough of a jolt to stand. Wes makes his way back into the lobby and groans at the sight of rainwater beating on the windows. Somehow he'd forgotten that God hates him, which means he still has to suffer the miles-long walk to Welty Manor in a storm. He pulls the back of his father's trench coat over his head like a hood.
Hey.
He turns over his shoulder to see the girl from behind the counter. Wes forces himself to smile. He's long since mastered the art of smothering his feelings. If he doesn't let it, despair won't drown him.
Thanks again for the coffee.
She rests a hand on his shoulder. Come on. Let me drive you home.
You don't have to do that.
Yes, I do. It's pouring. He tilts his head up to the sky.
So it is.
She takes him out back, where her car is parked in a rapidly flooding field. It's a new model, gleaming black and chrome. Had to make room for all the people coming in. Watch your step. He climbs into the passenger seat, sighing at the pleasant new leather smell of the interior. She slips in beside him, bringing with her the scent of roses and rainwater. He fastens his seatbelt as the engine revs to life. He doesn't even need to tell her where she's going. She pulls onto the main road and turns out of town, straight toward Welty Manor. The girl doesn't say anything, or ask him what happened, or how he's doing, and Wes could weep from relief. She turns the volume up on the radio until he can hear the music dimly over the patter of rain on the roof. He leans his head against the window and closes his eyes when he recognizes a tune Colleen likes to hum when she's doing the dishes. His heart squeezes with longing, but there's no point being homesick anymore. Soon enough, he'll be with her again. The girl parks the car in the Welty's driveway. Out in the distance, he thinks he sees two white circles that look like unblinking eyes. Hey, she says. I know it's not my place, but I'm really sorry to hear about your mom. Of course, he wouldn't be lucky enough to avoid this topic completely.
Thanks. I appreciate it.
Are you going back home?
Unfortunately.
That seems to puzzle her. Really? Why do you say that?
There's nothing for me in Dunway.
Compared to here? I find that hard to believe. He turns to look at her. Although he can't make out her features clearly in the dark, he can see the bright red of her lipstick when she smiles.
Have you been before?
No, she says, almost dreamily. I'd love to, though. All the lights and music and people. It sounds magical. I feel like you could be anyone and anything you wanted. How sweet. He wishes he could live in her romantic vision of his home. But as long as he's in this car, why can't he? If this girl wants to fancy him a worldly city boy, he can be that for her. He can keep his life light and uncomplicated and charmed. He's always liked to surround himself with people who let him pretend, who let him talk enough to drown out the noise of his own feelings.
And what would you be?
He asks. An actress? She sounds almost embarrassed by it.
I can see that. The city's the place to go if you want to make it big. How about you come with me?
Oh, Mr. Winters. He winks.
I'm only kidding.
How cruel to play with a girl's heart, she says archly. I was going to say I'd consider it.
Were you really? Well, the last train leaves in a few hours. It's now or never.
Maybe she would make it big in the city. She really does look like she's considering his offer. Dropping the mask, she laughs. I wish I could. But if you need anything else before you leave, let me know.
You've done more than enough. Thanks again for the ride.
Sure. Take care, Mr. Winters. He gets out of the car and makes his way to the front door by the headlight's glow, shot through with needle-fine streaks of rain. As soon as he's inside, all the mirth drains out of him. Exhaustion is all that remains, and not even seeing Trouble run down the stairs to greet him can cheer him up. He closes the door behind him, shucks off his jacket, and heads upstairs to pack his things. 8. Through her lace curtains, the glow of the fire is dampened. Here, safely swaddled in blankets and tucked away on the sill of her bay window, nothing can reach her. Not the cold pressed eagerly against the rain-streaked glass. Not the Hala prowling the woods outside her house. Not Jamie and his barbs. Right now, all that matters is that she's drenched in heat and light, and that she's finally completely alone. It should be more of a comfort than it is. But Weston is out in this storm. Every time she imagines him walking through the door, her stomach clenches as tight as a fist. But she's run out of time. Tomorrow is registration day, and she can't let the fear of letting him into her life, of handing him the means to hurt her, stop her. It's now or never. As a chain of lightning cleaves open the sky, Margaret turns anxiously back to the book in her lap. It's a comfort read. One of the beaten-up romance paperbacks her father used to read when he thought nobody was looking. Margaret trails her fingers over the torn, faded cover before she cracks it open like a holy tome. The first time her mother caught her with one of these, she stood stock still in the doorframe. Slack-jawed and pale, she looked as if she'd seen a ghost. Then, with a curl of her lip, she said, "Don't waste your time on that drivel." Margaret sometimes wishes that her sentimentality didn't survive her upbringing. But it did. She started reading drivel because she was beginning to forget what kind of man her father was, beyond the kind that leaves. Every day, the image of his face grows foggier, the exact tenor of his voice more imprecise. But in these books is a piece of him that she can't lose, not like the words of his songs, or the meaning of the letters in his Bible, or the recipe for the spiced honey cake he'd make every fall. As soon as she begins to settle into the familiar story, there comes the growl of an engine. Trouble, who's been drowsing on the carpet near her fireplace, lifts his head from his elegantly crossed paws. Bright headlights pair twin slivers out of the darkness, illuminating the swirling storm clouds that drift down from the mountains. Margaret presses her forehead against the window and squints against the flood of light. Fog blooms across the glass as she watches a sleek black car rattle its way up the driveway. At this hour, it looks like dread itself. Hardly anybody in Wigton drives a car when half of them can't even afford to keep a horse. And car or not, nobody in Wigton ever comes to visit Welty Manor. The passenger door flies open, and a man— no, it's Weston— steps out. She can spot him by his overlong hair and the beaten-up trench coat draped over his shoulders. Now that she's looking closely, she recognizes the car, too. It's just her luck that Weston had decided to affiliate himself with Annette Wallace, a friend of Jamie's and one of the darlings of Wigton. The Wallace family is old money, grown rich on panned gold, and now they own several properties in town. No doubt they're a huge source of funding for the hunt this year. When the key twists in the front door's lock, Trouble leaps to his feet and dashes down the stairs. Betrayed by her own hound. With the door open, Margaret can hear the full force of the storm. It rattles all the trees, and the rain beating down on the earth churns all the hard-frozen dirt to mud. It'll be a nightmare getting into town now, and for a moment, she worries Annette may get stuck. But mercifully, her engine revs and the car surges out of the muck and toward the foothills. As Weston's footsteps plod steadily up the staircase, Margaret's heart kicks into a gallop. The door to his room slams shut. She turns back to her book, desperate to calm her nerves before she talks to him, but she can't quite focus. The sound of his rummaging and slamming drawers is maddening. What could he possibly be doing? With a huff, she rests her book face down and stalks down the hallway. She flings open his door to find him in the process of emptying all his belongings onto the floor. Her stomach bottoms out when she sees his half-packed suitcases. "What are you doing?" Wes jumps as he wheels around to face her. Margaret nearly staggers back a step herself at the sight of him. He's ghostly pale, and with his hair flattened to his head with rainwater, he looks like a wet dog, shivering and too small with its fur matted down. Worst of all, though, are his eyes. There's no mischief that lights them, no humor. Just a hollowed-out exhaustion she recognizes from her own face. He clutches a string of rosary beads, which he quickly shoves into his pocket, as though she's caught him with something unseemly. Margaret had her suspicions, but this confirms them. Weston is Sumic. But it brings her no relief or vindication when he's clearly in the middle of leaving. "Have you heard of knocking?" he splutters. "Where are you going?" He regains his composure enough to smile at her. It sits crookedly on his face, an ill-fitting mask. "Home." "What?" She can't keep her voice even. "Why?" "I wasn't cut out for country living," he says breezily, looking up at her through his eyelashes. With raindrops pearled on their ends, they glitter in the light. "You sound distressed. Are you going to miss me?" A spark of annoyance lights within her. From someone she thought was so dedicated to a dream, she can't abide flippancy. Not now. Not when she needs him to stay. Not when she has finally worked up the courage. "You can't go home." "What are you talking about?" "You'd give up on your dream so easily. Was it worth begging like a dog to stay here, only for you to get homesick after 2 weeks? Do you value your pride so little?" His smile falters. "It's not like that." "Then what is it like?" He rakes his hand through his hair. Beads of water trickle down his jaw and neck. She finds herself tracing their path to where they slip beneath his collar. "It's a long story. Let's just say my sisters need me at home and leave it at that." "But I need you here," she says before she can think better of it. She was so cautious, so prepared. How can everything be going so wrong? "I thought you had enough for the entry fee." "I don't have a partner." Wes's face goes slack with confusion. "What does that have to do with me?" "I need you to be my alchemist. My mother doesn't take students anymore, but she wants the Hala more than anything on this earth. You're the only one I can trust to give it to her when the hunt is over, because if you do, she won't have any choice but to give you the apprenticeship." Wes looks entirely overwhelmed. But I'm not an alchemist. Not officially." "Don't be so modest." Margaret sits gingerly on the edge of his bed, which seems to placate him some. "If you can perform a transmutation, you're an alchemist. There's nothing in the rules about being licensed." "I appreciate your vote of confidence, but there's no way I could give you any kind of competitive advantage." "All you need to do is enchant something that can kill the Hala and show up. That's it. It's a simplified version of an alchemist's duty during the hunt, but it's the truth. In practice, the half-moon hunt is like any of the other fox hunts that fill this stretch of autumn. Hunting clubs set a pack of scent hounds loose in the woods and follow them on horseback. It ends only when their quarry has gone to ground, gets torn to shreds, or is shot dead. The only difference is that the hunt's quarry can only die by an alchemist's hand on the night of the cold moon. Or So the spotty historical records claim. Despite their best efforts, no alchemist has killed a demiurge in the last 200 years. Now, the only one who knows for sure how to do it is Evelyn. No, there has to be another way. She has to believe that. But that's not it, Weston protests. Look, I've heard of the kinds of stunts alchemists pull during the hunt. Alchemical traps, sabotage. We both know I'm not subtle or experienced enough. Besides, I don't know anything about hunting. He holds up his fingers and begins ticking them off. I don't know what kind of equipment you'd need beyond a weapon. I wouldn't know how to anticipate what other competitors are planning. I don't know how to shoot a gun. I've never even ridden a horse. I can tell you what equipment I need, and I can teach you to ride a horse. As for the rest, you won't need to do any of that. I don't need you for cheap tricks. I just need you to exist. Why are you arguing with me? I'm not arguing with you. I'm trying to make you understand that me leaving isn't anything to be disappointed about. I'm sorry. I really am. But you'll have to find someone else. You would honestly give up this chance for your family's sake? Every time. What would it be like if people would come home when she asked them to? If love always outweighed ambition? I see. Miss Welty, I see you're upset, but I don't understand. If your mother's coming back tomorrow, you can enter with her, can't you? When she says nothing, realization slowly darkens his expression. But you don't actually know if she's coming back, do you? No. The knife twists in her secret shame. Not for certain. It wasn't a lie. It was a truth she wanted to believe. She braces herself for his anger. But when she meets his eyes again, he smiles at her ruefully. I guess you were right to tell me to go home from the beginning, then. Why did you change your mind? Because I felt sorry for you. She expects him to chafe at her, but what flickers across his face is worse than anger. It's pity. You feel sorry for me, and your mom's been gone for 3 months. Miss Welty, I know I'm overstepping my bounds here, but that's not normal. You know that, right? This is exactly what she was hoping to avoid. She doesn't need any more of his overbearing outrage on her behalf, and she won't endure his judgment. She's not a bad person. I didn't say that. He hesitates. Wouldn't it be better to go somewhere you're not alone all the time? I don't mind being alone. She trusts me to keep things in order while she's gone. Trusts you? Really, being trapped in this godforsaken house is some kind of honor? As his words ring in the tense silence, his eyes widen. He clearly didn't mean to say it like that, but it's too late now. It is an honor, though. Evelyn's love is subtle and hard-won, and Margaret has learned how to see it in every small kindness, every rare, gentle word. Her face burns with humiliation. I don't expect you to understand. Weston drags a hand down his face. I'm sorry. You're right. But I'm trying to. If he can't understand her situation, maybe he can understand her devotion. My mother researches demiurges. That's why she travels so much. But if I win and give the Hala to her, she'll stay. I know it. So She pauses, drawing in a shaky breath when her throat begins to burn. She will not cry, not in front of him. I'm asking you again, Mr. Winters. I won't ask again after this. Please stay. There's no one else I can ask. Good, he says softly. Please don't look at me like that. It's as good as a rejection. Muttering under his breath, Weston rummages through his belongings until he finds a notebook. He tears out a page, scrawls something on it, and hands it to her.
Here, my phone number and address. Just in case you need something or your mom changes her mind about wanting students.
Thank you. Although there's nothing else she could need from him, Margaret folds it and tucks it into her pocket. Are you sure you don't want to stay until morning?
I'm sure. I said I'd be on the next train.
He frowns.
I hate to leave you like this.
I understand. And she does. His choice is unsurprising, and she can't resent him for it. Margaret counted 4 siblings in that photo, and he mentioned his father passing. She considers telling him that she's sorry he had to make this decision in the first place, but it's better to leave it at this, to let the cut be clean. She grabs one of his bags and helps him down the stairs. Trouble prances excitedly around them, as if he thinks he's going somewhere with Weston. It guts her to see how her hound has taken to him.
Well, I wish I could say it's been a pleasure.
He tips his cap to her.
Take care, Miss Welty.
He says it so earnestly, as if he wants to press those words into her hands like a gift. He smiles at her, but all she can see is the worry in his eyes. Rain sparkles off the garden stones, so loud she can scarcely hear her own breathing. Goodbye, Mr. Winters. As she watches him walk away, the answering squeeze of her heart is as distressing as it is painfully familiar. How many times will she watch someone leave this place and never look back, while she is left here like a ghost to haunt it? When her mother left her alone for the first time, she didn't know what to do with herself. At first, she tried to enjoy her freedom. She put on the record player and let the music fill the emptiness. She ate all the sweets in the house and poured herself a glass of her father's expensive scotch. But come morning, her head ached and her stomach churned, and she was still completely, crushingly alone. As hours became days, became weeks, she realized that if her mind could protect her from remembering Evelyn's failed experiment, it could protect her from this pain too. She could learn how to make the sting of abandonment fade into numbness. She could learn to detach until it felt like she wasn't real at all. But as she shuts the rain-swollen door, Margaret feels Weston's rejection like a blade wedged into an old wound. It's a sharp, sudden reminder of being wretchedly lonely in the wake of her mother's grief. Here in the echoing dark of the manor, there are ghosts all around her, ones she can only half see. Being left alone with them again is more than she can bear right now. Everything she wants and all the tenuous happiness she claimed is slipping through her fingers. She can't believe she made herself vulnerable to this pain again. She can't believe she was so stupid as to wait until the last minute. If only she'd been braver. No. She can still do this. If she must choose between giving up and working with someone else, anyone else, then she will have to compromise. Tomorrow, she will go to Wigton and find herself an alchemist. The very thought makes her feel ill, and her hands itch for something to do. Something mindless and safe and useful. Laundry, she thinks. That, at least, she can do. In a daze, Margaret goes to Weston's bedroom and strips the bed. As she folds a pillowcase over her arm, a cryptic note comes tumbling out. A twice-underlined exhortation to remember Carbon next week. Whatever that means. The sheets smell like him. Cloying aftershave and a touch of sulfur. It almost hurts to breathe it in. I don't mind being alone, she told him. How has she managed to convince herself of that lie for so long? The next morning is bitter cold, the sky roiling and black as the sea. The windows of the Blind Fox are streaked with water and lamplight, and when Margaret pushes open the doors, the noise of the pub spills onto the street like ale. Panic constricts her chest as she takes in the crowd. It's just past 9 in the morning, way too early to be drinking. But judging by the laughter and flushed faces all around her, she wonders if any of these people went home at all. Everyone wants to see who is brave or foolish enough to sign up for the hunt. Never has she wanted to be seen less. Margaret keeps her hood raised as she takes her place in line. Few eyes find her in the early morning dark, and the ones that do slide off her like water on butcher paper. It only takes a few minutes to reach the front of the line, where Mrs. Reeford sits behind a table with a pen ready in her hand. Beside her, a radio crackles out a tune too jaunty for the occasion. Margaret slides the hood back from her face and shakes her damp hair loose. As soon as they make eye contact, Mrs. Reeford rears back.
"Maggie, what are you doing here?"
Her reaction draws some attention. Margaret sinks deeper into her jacket.
"I'm here to register for the hunt." "And does your mother know about this very dangerous thing you plan to do?"
My mother isn't here to have an opinion one way or another. She heaves a resigned sigh.
"Well, I guess that's all we can say about that."
Mrs. Reeford has never cared much for her mother. Margaret places her entry fee on the table, and it aches to see all those bills laid flat on the stained tabletop. Mrs. Reeford scrapes the money off the table.
"And the alchemist accompanying you?"
I haven't decided. I was hoping there would be someone who hasn't found a partner yet. Mrs. Reeford gestures at the full bar behind them.
"I'm sure you could have your pick of them."
As Margaret looks out at all the beer-ready faces, all of the people in their pearls and fine clothing, she realizes exactly how out of her league she is. Some of these people drove that Uadir family out of Bardover. Some of them subscribe to the conspiracy that the Uadir are involved in manipulating global financial markets, or that they use Catharist children's blood in dark rituals. How can she possibly know which one of them won't see her hang for daring to enter as soon as they find out what she is? How can she know which of them won't steal the fox from her? The only one she could depend upon on either count was Weston. She feels so foolish and cold now for dancing around the topic for 2 weeks. He is Sumic, and she is Uadir. What judgment could they have passed on one another? If anything, he may have understood her better than anyone else in Wigton. As if sensing her despair, Mrs. Reeford says,
"You have until midnight. Come back and get your money if you don't find someone by then."
Margaret turns to leave, just as Mrs. Reeford cinches her fingers around Margaret's upper arm. The claw. Everyone in Wigton knows this move well. It can stretch a 15-minute errand into an hours-long interrogation. It says, "You won't be leaving until you've answered my questions." She applies just enough pressure to lock Margaret in that flailing space between flight and freezing.
"You know you don't have to do this, don't you?"
"I know."
"And you understand what people will say if you go through with this? You're aware of what they might do?"
"Of course I am." Mrs. Reeford looks like she wants to say something else, but her grip goes slack.
"Then I suppose there's no talking you out of this."
"I'll be all right, I promise." Mrs. Reeford's look of concern follows her all the way to the door. She can feel the rainwater and sweat drying stiff beneath her collar. She can feel 100 eyes on her, cutting her down to the bone. She shoves her way into the bitter cold. She's already shaking before the wind gusts through her loose hair. It's plastered to the back of her neck, slick as kelp. She rakes it out of her face, then shoves her hands into her pockets to warm them. Her fingers brush against the wadded-up paper Weston gave her before he left.
my phone number and address, just in case you need anything," he told her.
The city is only about a 3-hour train ride from here. It's not too late for him to come back before registration closes. Assuming, of course, he wants to come back. Ambition wasn't enough to tether him here, but family still grounds him. If he's serious about providing them a better life, maybe she can tempt him with more than his own dreams. Money is tight these days, but Margaret doesn't need $75. All she needs is Evelyn. Margaret jogs across the street and into the Wallace Inn. Annette leans over the counter with her chin in her hands and a dreamy, far-off expression. When her gaze lands on Margaret, she goes rigid and glances away as though the very sight of her is catching. It's long since ceased to surprise or bother Margaret. "Good morning, Maggie." At least Annette manages to sound pleasant. "Can I use your phone, please?" "Oh, sure." Margaret ducks underneath the counter and into the back office. She unfolds the paper as carefully as she can, but her wet hands are trembling with cold and nerves. When she finally manages to peel it open, what she sees dismays her. Moisture has smudged the ink, and even if she could read it clearly, his handwriting is abysmal. Is that a 9 or a 6? A 1 or a 7? Why did she expect he'd make this easy on her? With a groan of frustration, she dials what she thinks is the correct number. It rings and rings before someone picks up.
"Hello?
"Is this the Winters residence?"
Sorry, sweetheart," he says blearily. "You've got the wrong number."
She hangs up and swears softly, resting her head in her hands. If she dials every possible permutation, she might land on the right one eventually. But she doesn't exactly have the patience or the time for might. Margaret stares at the paper again. Although her damp eyelashes make the words hazy, his address is mostly intact. Enough for her to read: 7302 Slate Avenue, apartment 804. Registration closes tonight. If she leaves now, she can make it to Dunway and back before midnight. It's the most reckless, harebrained scheme she's ever concocted. It may be the only reckless, harebrained scheme she's ever concocted. But Weston is her only chance, and competing is the only way she can survive. If she wins, her mother will return, and Margaret will forge her victory into armor. No one like Jamie could hurt her again. No one would dare if she makes herself into the new Albion hero they've been waiting for. She has to do this. If she wants anything to change, she will have to find Weston and convince him to come back. 9. It's been 12 hours since Wes returned home, and already he longs for Wigton. He misses the privacy of his bedroom in Welty Manor, dust and all. He misses the perfect silence of the mountains before daybreak and the way the mist glitters on the firs. He even misses the ghost of Maggie's presence, her silent judgments and her full moon eyes. Life had a simple, comfortable rhythm in Wigton. Better yet, it held promise. Maybe in a few days or weeks, the dream he's clung to all these years will seem as childish and impossible as Mad thinks it is. But for the time being, he feels completely wretched. The afternoon sun filters through the window and dapples the floor with dust-swirled tiles of light. That's always been a small joy for him. Living here, where the windows open to the city down below. Some of his friends still live in tenements built before the reform some 20 years ago. Their rooms face dumbbell-shaped air shafts, where the stench of bilge water and garbage rises like wildfire smoke. But Wes can hardly take comfort in this view, when all he can think of is how Welty Manor overlooked miles and miles of redwoods and the perfect blue of the sea. He sits on the threadbare couch in their living room, watching a cup of coffee go cold on the table. His youngest sister, Edie, is draped over him like a drowsing cat. Normally, he'd think it's sweet, if not horribly irritating, but he can't muster much else but dismay at the moment. He wants to be alone, but he doesn't have the energy to tell her off, or to deal with her inevitable crocodile tears if he tries. Her arms have been locked around him since the moment he came home. Last night, he sneaked through the door with the precision of a thief. But when the lock snicked shut behind him, a blanket-swaddled figure appeared in the hallway. He lifted a finger to his lips, but as soon as Edie locked eyes with him, she gasped and came careening toward him. Her every step shook the photos of their long-dead relatives and the statues of the entire communion of saints. It's always been Edie he sees first. It's always been her waiting by the door when he slunk back from another failed apprenticeship or a night out. Those were his favorite nights. Most of the time, he was merry with drink and would carry her around the apartment, singing until Christine yelled at them to go to sleep. Edie touches a sticky hand to his face, startling him so badly he nearly conks their heads together.
What's wrong? You look so sad.
I'm tired. That's all.
She looks at him skeptically.
You slept all morning.
Ah, yes. Now there's a touch of what he was used to in Wigton. It only adds insult to injury that it's a 6-year-old giving him attitude.
Well, that's because I need my beauty sleep. It takes a lot of work to look like this, you know.
Yeah, right. He's just feeling sorry for himself.
Christine calls from the kitchen. I am not.
Did you get kicked out again?
Edie asks.
No, actually. For your information, I came back because I missed you too much. But if you're going to be unappreciative, I guess I'll toss you out the window. Or maybe right into the garbage. What do you think about that?
He throws her over his shoulder, and Edie shrieks in delight. Can you not? Christine says. Ma'am's sleeping. His stomach pangs with guilt.
Sorry.
Edie huffs her disappointment. As they sink back onto the cushions, the apartment falls eerily quiet. As quiet as it can be, anyway. The cuckoo clock ticks and traffic whirs 7 stories below them, and somewhere down the hall, the McCallies are shouting at each other over the radio. Then, of all things, there's a knock on the door. Can you get that? Christine asks.
Move, Edie.
She clings to his neck as stubbornly as a barnacle to the hull of a ship, giggling wickedly as he staggers to his feet. With a groan, he extricates himself and sets her onto the floor.
Go help your sister with dinner.
Maybe she'll give you a treat if you could. It's enough to convince her to leave him alone. She scampers into the kitchen with such enthusiasm, he hears Christine swear in surprise. He sorely hopes he hasn't doomed dinner. Christine insisted on making something overcomplicated in honor of his return. Now there's the matter of their visitor. There's no one else it could be other than another well-meaning neighbor here to offer another casserole or ask after his mother. The prospect of making small talk or fielding questions about his future makes him want to perish on the spot. But he'll have to perform just as he always has. Drawing in his breath, he slips on a smile and opens the door. It's Maggie. Even in the dim light of the hallway, her hair shines like poured gold. But her face is drawn, and her eyes are wide mirrors, reflecting his own haggard bewilderment. For a moment, he can do nothing but stare. Then, realizing he has to say something, he stammers,
Miss Welty? What are you doing here?
I couldn't read the phone number you gave me.
That still
doesn't answer my question. Her eyes skirt away from him. I need to talk to you. Wes leans his hip against the doorway. You really must have missed me if you came all this way. A letter would have sufficed. I don't have time or interest in writing you love letters. Her sharp tone sends his stomach plummeting with a feeling he doesn't fully understand. I'm being serious. Gently, he says, So talk to me. I know I said I wouldn't ask again, but I am. I have to. I need you to come back to Wigton with me. Of all the things to come out of her mouth, this is the last he expected. Wes casts a furtive look over his shoulder. Look, I meant what I told you last night. I can't abandon them. They need me. It would have saved you a lot of trouble if you'd... It'd benefit you too. Frustration edges into her voice. The prize money is all yours. All yours. His mind short-circuits at the thought of $75. He should not entertain this. He knows he should tell her no. But last night he asked every saint in heaven to put in a good word with God, and they have delivered. This opportunity would keep his family afloat and let him pursue his dream. He only wishes they'd found something a little more certain. This plan depends entirely on her winning, and riskier still, his ability to be of any use to her. I need to think about it. There's no time to think about it. Her ferocity startles him. You wanted a chance to be an alchemist and help your family. This is it. Oh! And who was this? Christine rests her elbow against his shoulder and smiles so deviously at Maggie, he feels himself blush with embarrassment. She's wearing his hand-me-downs again, a crisp shirt that is whiter than when he owned it, loose trousers over her Oxford heels, and a pair of suspenders. Her voice is playful, her eyelashes drawn flirtatiously low, and it takes everything in Wes's power not to scream. She's just doing this to annoy him. Not that either of them has any genuine interest in Maggie, of course, but still. It's a sore subject. Once, when he was 16, he tried to woo a girl named Hetty Baker, who worked at some swanky downtown theater. He waited for her every day after her shift so that he could walk her home, even though coming home late irritated his alchemy teacher to no end. The way the lobby lights twinkled on Hetty's dress made every verbal lashing worth it. One night, he invited her to come by his apartment before dinner, and right as he opened the door, Christine swaggered out with one of Wes's old bow ties loose around her neck. I'm ready for our date, she announced. And the moment he saw Hetty's starry expression, he knew he didn't stand a chance. It wasn't the first time Christine poached one of his dates, but at least it was the last. They've been together for 2 years now, and while a petty part of him still hasn't forgiven his sister, he can't blame her. They're both their father's children, charmers to their last. Christine, Wes says, a stiff grin fixed in place. This is Miss Welty. Miss Welty, this is my sister, Christine. A pleasure. Christine shoulders past him and extends her hand. Maggie shakes it uncertainly. Wes, she says primly. Were you going to leave poor Miss Welty standing in the freezing cold hallway? Or are you going to invite her inside? Well, excuse my brother. He's a bit dense sometimes. Please come inside. I'll make you some coffee. By the time Maggie crosses the threshold, looking like a dog ready to bite, Christine is already halfway to the kitchen. It's almost unbearable, having her here in this cramped foyer. She looks so painfully out of place in his home, like she's been cut out of Wigton and pasted here. A sloppy collage of 2 lives he can't fit together. He watches her examine the mountain of shoes at their feet, then the cheerfully painted statue of the Holy Mother veiled in blue. He wants to tear down every incriminating Sumic relic and throw sheets over all the dust-caked furniture. But it's too late. She can see it all. The pieces of his soul, just as he saw hers. There's no hiding the realities of their lives from each other. He remembers the way her lip curled when he told her he felt sorry for her. Now, ashamed of how small and cluttered his home is, he understands how alike they are. Misfortune has hardened them both. It's roughened her, but it's polished him to a sheen. If he lets the world believe he is all surface, then there's nothing to expose. Beneath her implacable stare, however, he is utterly naked.
"Can I have your coat?"
he mumbles. "If you're not coming with me, I really should go.
Have some coffee at least. My sister will be offended if you don't."
Fine. Maggie shrugs out of her jacket and hands it to him. It's warm and covered in dog hair, but it smells like Wicton. Like her. The brine of the sea and the richness of the earth after a storm. But I can't stay long. She tries to slip past him, but he catches her by the elbow. While she looks affronted, she doesn't scowl or flinch like he's struck her this time.
"I know you want your mom to come back, but there has to be some other way. Joining the hunt is as good as a death wish."
"It's not only about my mother," she bites out. "I want to win. I want Jamie Harrington to leave me alone. I want to show everyone I'm not afraid to do this, because I'm not. I'm not afraid of dying."
"Well, I am."
She meets his eyes steadily. "I wouldn't let you."
"Oh, no?
"And how many people are participating? Hundreds?
I can't believe it's me of all people telling you this, but you have to think this through. Do you really think there's a remote chance of you winning, even if we don't die?"
"There's more than a chance. I won't lose, I swear it."
"How can you be sure?"
"I haven't met a better shot than me, a better hound than Trouble, or anyone playing for higher stakes than ours." The conviction burning in her eyes makes his mouth go dry. Here in the hazy sunlight, they are the intoxicating color of honey, of whiskey, of... Edie clears her throat. They whirl around to face her. While she doesn't say a word, her gaze is locked pointedly on Wes's fingers curled around Maggie's elbow. She smiles angelically.
Christine says the coffee is ready.
With that, she turns and sashays back to the kitchen. Where the hell is she learning these things? How much of her life has he missed while he was away? "She's cute," Maggie offers.
"Don't let her hear you say that."
Wes grimaces and lets go of her arm.
"All right. I've thought about your proposal."
Her face goes soft with surprise. "You have?" Not well enough to be sensible, but enough to make up his mind. If only for a few weeks, he'll be a real alchemist. He won't have to surrender his dream. As long as there's a glimmer of hope, he must seize it, even if his family will hate him for it. Telling Ma'am he's joining the hunt will be as good as slapping her in the face. A part of him has always known it would come to this, choosing between his heritage and his ambitions. Devout Sumics don't become politicians in this country. If he doesn't assimilate, he'll be unelectable, since most people believe that Sumics pledge their loyalty to the Pope rather than the president. Elections have been won on a simple platform of New Albion for New Albions. A few years ago, it was hard to go a day without hearing some Catharist minister on the radio decrying Sumicism as the ally of tyranny and the enemy of prosperity. But what better way to swear fealty to New Albion than to kill the Hala, a creature Sumics hold sacred? Assuming, of course, they don't run him out of Wicton the moment they find out what he is. "I'm in," he says, with more confidence than he feels. I have to figure out how to break it to my family. He thinks he sees the entire spectrum of human emotion pass over her face in the blink of an eye. It settles on guilt. You'd better do it quickly. We have to register before midnight. Before midnight? It takes at least 3 hours to get back to Wicton from here. He groans. God, they're going to kill me for leaving on such short notice. I did try to call. Well, that would have saved us both a lot of grief, he mutters. The cuckoo clock on the wall chimes. The rest of my sisters will be home for dinner soon. I'll tell them then. Where should I wait for you? Wait for me? Oh, no. You're staying right here. You need to drink your coffee. Besides, my mom will wring my neck if she finds out I had a guest over without feeding them. Her face pales. You want me to stay for dinner? Yes. He tosses her coat onto the overflowing rack. I know it'll be a little different than you're used to, but my family is a friendly bunch. Maybe a little too friendly, but hey, at least it'll be interesting. Interesting, she repeats flatly. I can't wait. Wes grins at her. Then his cheer fades as he realizes what he finally has to confess. I'm sure you've already figured it out by now, but when I tell them what I'm doing, things could get awkward. So, I guess I should mention that my family is Sumic. I'm Sumic. Just in case that bothers you. He braces himself for her judgment, but she only tips her head to the side and blinks those doe eyes of hers. For the first time, he thinks he understands why people say dogs resemble their owners. Trouble has given him the same look before. Why would that bother me? He fumbles for words, embarrassed of his own fear. I don't know. Maggie watches him like she wants to tell him a secret, like she's weighing his trustworthiness. In the end, he must come up short. What you think of the Hala doesn't matter to me. Only that you're prepared to kill it. I am. At least he certainly hopes so. To stave off his grim mood, he adds, I promise there aren't any pagan rites or ritual cannibalism or anything like that. That's only during Mass. That's a little disappointing. Never has he tasted a relief so sweet in his life. He laughs breathlessly. Why don't you come sit down? 10. Margaret has never seen a home like the Winterses. Although night has swept through the city like the tide, it's warm and bursting with life. Pans hang above the range alongside thick, twine-tied clusters of herbs, and all sorts of strange objects fill their shelves. There are small statues of haloed saints, candles burning inside painted glass jars, and a particularly disturbing collection of icons. The demiurges, drenched in silver-gilt blood, looking beatific even as they're struck down by hunters. Margaret can almost understand Weston's propensity for dramatics when confronted with these images. The only church in Wicton is a plain, dignified Catharist building with clear windows and white walls. The Sumic one she passed on the way here, however, glimmered like it was inlaid with jewels. Outside the window, clotheslines web across the alley, and a gray tabby cat meows impatiently from its perch on the sill. Weston unlatches the casement and scoops it into his arms like a baby. The cat looks indignant, slowly blinking its yellow eyes at her, but it remains docile as he carries it to the table and slides onto the chair beside her. Elbow to elbow, the 7 of them crowd around a table meant for 4, and they're all shouting over each other, nearly hysterical with laughter. Margaret tries her best to look attentive, although all she'd like to do is lock herself in the bathroom until the noise dies down. Weston was right in saying that she'd be out of her element here. She wasn't made for the city. Everything about it was tailor-made to overwhelm her. Cars blaring their horns at traffic stops, zeppelins advertising brand names, dragging their bellies low across the sky. And the people, all the people. People in drop-waist gowns, people dripping with pearls, people pouring out of blindingly bright shopping malls. Even now, her hands tremble with the dregs of her adrenaline. The Winters' home doesn't provide her much more security. She hasn't eaten dinner with her mother in years, and seeing the easy companionship Weston's family shares is almost painful. It reminds her of happier days, when her mother would set her and David on the countertop to supervise while she cooked. These days, Evelyn takes her meals in her lab, if she remembers to eat at all. Dinner here, meanwhile, is a production. With all the glasses, dishware, and food piled high on the table, the wood groans under its weight. The smell of browned beef and simmered bay bubbles thick from a cauldron in the center, and a loaf of bread still steams with oven warmth. Margaret is about to tear into it when Weston's mother says, "Who wants to say grace?" Everyone falls silent, as though she's asked which one of them shattered her favorite vase. Aoife Winters sits at the head of the table, surveying her children with a graveness belied by the mirth sparkling in her eyes. Her hair is near black and streaked with stately gray, as if she'd woven a silver ribbon through her braid. "No one? Really?" She speaks with a lilting Bonvish accent Margaret doesn't hear often in Wigton, only from the sailors and dock workers on shipment days. When they leave in the morning from the inn, she's heard people mutter, "The whole place'll reek of ale for weeks." Margaret still aches from the earlier worry in Weston's eyes when he confessed that his family was Sumic. Now she regrets her response. Maybe she should have reassured him more earnestly. Maybe she should have told him her own secret, assuming he hasn't already figured it out himself.
Miss Welty should do it,
Edie says solemnly.
"She's our guest."
Weston smothers a laugh in his sleeve. Colleen elbows him hard enough that he hisses something under his breath. The cat in his arms wriggles free and lands with a dull thud of its paws against the floorboards. "I'll do it," Christine cuts in. "Thank you," Aoife says. In eerie unison, they steeple their hands and bow their heads. Margaret imitates them as best she can, watching from beneath her hair as she slumps lower in her chair. Sumic tradition is unfamiliar to her, but these small rituals comfort her. They remind her of the prayers her father used to say over their Shabbos meals. "Bless us, O Lord, and these thy gifts which we are about to receive," Christine begins. The rest rushes by in a practiced monotone, so quickly Margaret can't make sense of the words. When she finishes, the rest of them intone, "Amen." Then the room bursts into chaos. Weston dives for the ladle, only for Mad to swat his hand away. "Wait your turn, Weston. Your mother and your guest may want to eat something, don't you think?" Yeah. While Mad isn't looking, Colleen tears off a hunk of bread and stuffs it into her cheeks like a squirrel. She gives Margaret a conspiratorial wink. The finer details of their faces differ, but the Winters children all have various shades of their mother's dark hair, and the same spark of mischief in their eyes. Colleen, however, is the only one of them with eyes as pale as frost. The oldest girls are beautiful in very different ways. Mad, with her bobbed hair and red-painted lips, is glamorous and stark in the way women in the fashion magazines are. Christine wears her hair even shorter, and certainly more well-groomed than even Weston does, and her nose is dusted with freckles. "Here, let me get you a plate, Margaret," Aoife says. "They're sharks, the whole lot of them. especially my son. You don't have to do that. Guilt curdles her stomach as her gaze lands on Aoife's bandaged hand. No complaints. Aoife ladles a heaping portion of stew with her good hand and places it in front of Margaret. What else can I get you? Christine spears a piece of meat on her plate. Mom, let the poor thing breathe. A strange emotion grabs hold of her heart and squeezes. She feels suddenly like a spider in its web, watching herself from the darkest corner of the room. From here, Margaret sees herself for what she is. A dour ink-blot stain on the brightness of this home. She doesn't belong with these people. She doesn't deserve their kindness or their attempts to fold her into their easy rapport with one another. No, it's more than rapport. They love each other. It suffuses every kind gesture and sharp word. I know I'm overstepping my bounds here, but that's not normal, Weston told her before he left. You know that, don't you? She wonders if this is what normal is to him. Once, her family was like his. If she closes her eyes, she can imagine the four of them safely tucked inside the manor, gathered around the fireplace. Margaret's throat tightens against the sudden wave of homesickness. That version of Welty Manor is irrecoverable, which makes her feel all the more desolate. Weston nudges her knee with his and leans in close enough to murmur, "Hanging in there." It feels as though he's pulled a sheet over their heads. Her world narrows to the electric sensation of his leg against hers, and the attentive, concerned glow in his eyes. She nods. He frowns skeptically, but doesn't press. As soon as he glances away, the fluttering in her stomach stops. All she has to do is finish dinner, and they'll be on their way to Wigton again. Margaret reaches for the bread at the exact moment Weston does. Their hands brush, and both of them jerk away like they've been singed. Her stomach twists itself into another impressive knot. If she doesn't collect herself quickly, one of his sisters will notice. Margaret has endured mockery all her life, but somehow the embarrassment of being teased about this would destroy her. It's not as though she can tell them she finds him repulsive. "Sorry," he mutters. "After you." Heat still tingles up her arm as she tears off a piece of bread for herself. She dips it into the stew and takes a bite. It's heartier and far better than anything she's had in months. Rich with salt and a pungent touch of fresh oregano. She stops only when the table goes quiet. The tips of her fingers sting with heat from where she's submerged them to the knuckle in broth. Sheepishly, she says, "It's good." Aoife smiles radiantly. "Have as much as you want." "So," Christine says, "tell us about yourself, Margaret." Margaret swallows thickly. The half-chewed bread slithers down her throat and rakes against her sternum like nails. She's suddenly aware of Weston's leg brushing hers again. It makes her skin itch. "Don't interrogate her," he says. "She's had a long day." Christine folds her hands beneath her chin. "Interrogate her? Such an accusation. Forgive me if I want to get to know our guest better. I'm curious too." Mad's every word is knife-point sharp. "What brings you here anyway? You're awfully far from home." "Behave." Aoife is slathering butter on a slice of bread with surprising dexterity. Weston opens his mouth, ready to fire off a retort, but snaps it shut when his mother shoves the bread into his hand. "Ma'am, honestly," he says at the same time Mad hisses, "Stop babying him." They glare at each other across the table. Aoife busies herself with buttering another slice of bread. "Stop bickering and eat your dinner." It's only going to get cold. Margaret is the only one of you with any sense. Mad takes a long sip of her drink. Her eyes meet Margaret's over the rim of her glass. It's immediately clear that Mad doesn't like her. But Margaret can't be certain if it's something she's done or if it's because Mad doesn't like anyone. Well, Christine claps. Shall we break the ice some other way? Maybe some fun facts. Madeline, why don't you start us off? I'm holding a very sharp knife. Mad waves it for emphasis, as a reminder to all of you. That's not fun. Oh! Colleen slams her hands on the table, rattling all the cutlery. How about this one? Did you know that we have 10 times as many bacterial cells as our own? Gross! Edie cries. Colleen looks dejected. Clearly, we all have our own ideas of fun here. Miss Welty, please save us from ourselves. Christine presses. Tell us how you met our darling brother. 6 sets of eyes lock onto her. Weston's burn with a pleading intensity, the meaning of which she can't discern. Evelyn Welty is my mother. Mr. Winters was planning to stay at our house until she returned from her trip. She's conducting research elsewhere, but I suspect she'll be back soon enough once she hears about the hunt. Demiurges are a particular interest of hers. I see. Aoife's withering gaze falls on her son. I was under the impression that she'd been instructing him. Weston goes as pale as sun-bleached sand. Colleen prods intently at a potato in her bowl, but she smirks at him and mouths, You are in so much trouble. I did say she gave me a lot of independence, he says weakly. I can't believe this. Mad's chair scrapes the floorboards as she stands. What have I done? Margaret thinks. As Christine and Colleen dissolve into hushed chattering, Margaret helplessly watches Mad stalk toward the window. She throws it open and lights a cigarette, and the rainwater beaded on the glass glimmers beneath the flame dancing on her lighter. The gray tabby hops onto a stool beside her and butts her hand until she relents and strokes its head. Wes, why did you lie to me? Aoife asks. Why didn't he lie to you? Mad snaps. The end of her cigarette smokes like a just-fired gun. He's a selfish child who's never thought about anyone but himself. Madeline, that's enough. Argist, I don't care. I don't care about her. She rounds on Margaret. Why are you even here? Because I need his help, Margaret says as evenly as she can. I intend to register for the hunt, but I need an alchemist to do it. If we win, my mother will give him the apprenticeship, and the prize money will be enough to pay for your mother's surgery. A charity case, then. We're not interested in your pity or your blood money. You don't get to make that decision. Weston flushes. This is my choice, and I'm going. Colleen chokes on a nervous laugh. Mummy, Edie whines. Colleen, take your sister to her room. But no. Colleen dips her head deferentially and grabs Edie by the hand. Yes, ma'am. As for you two, Aoife says, rounding on Weston and Mad, if you two want to brawl like drunks, then do it outside. But as long as you're in my kitchen, you will talk to each other like reasonable adults. I don't have anything else to say to him, Mad says. He's already turned his back on his family. Tension sits between them like an unwelcome guest. Margaret spoons another bite of stew into her mouth and tries not to wince when it burns her throat. Her eyes water. Aoife rests her head in her hand. It's too dangerous for a girl your age. What would your mother say if she knew what you were doing? You'll get yourself killed. Ma'am, please, Weston protests. No one is getting killed. But if Wes dies, Christine says brightly. It's one less mouth to feed. She's got a point, he says. Don't even joke about that, Aoife cries. That hunt is wrong, Wes. You know it is. I worry about you too much already. I can't worry about your soul on top of it. He won't have to kill it himself, Margaret says. I'll handle it. I don't think the Bible says accessory to murder is a mortal sin, Christine offers. The Lord forgives and all that, right? Exactly. Weston slides out of his chair to kneel at his mother's side. He takes her good hand in both of his. Like this, he's the image of a perfect, devoted son. I know it's wrong, but what other choice do we have? Miss Welty needs me and we need the money. This is my last chance. The last time I'll ever take this risk. I swear, after this, I'll come home if I fail. I'll find a job. You won't have to worry about me anymore. And if you succeed? Aoife asks. Then I'll devote my life to making up for what I've done. He pauses, then continues with redoubled solemnity. To both you and God. When was the last time Evelyn had looked at her so tenderly? Aoife's love is a knot of concern and anger and affection. If she were to tug at Evelyn's until it all came apart, she isn't sure what she would find at the center. I can't let you do this in good conscience, Aoife says, but I can't stop you either. All I can make you promise is that you'll come back to me in one piece. I will. I promise. When Aoife cups his cheek and kisses the top of his head, Christine and Mad exchange exasperated looks. There is a secret language of sisters, Margaret thinks. One that she will never understand. Mad stiffens, as if sensing Margaret's gaze, and turns sharply toward her. It's hard to read her through the swirling gray of her cigarette smoke, but her eyes look solid black. Her voice is all venom when she says, I hope you're pleased with yourself. The worst part is she's not. For so long, she tended only to herself and trouble. But now, if they fail, it's not just her life on the line. It's not just her who suffers. It's all the Winters girls. And their hopeless brother, too. Weston is suspiciously quiet. He didn't speak during their grim walk to the station, and he doesn't speak now on the empty southbound train. The air crackles around him with a manic buoyancy that Margaret doesn't care for. He's got one foot kicked up on the seat across from them, and with the other, he chisels away at her patience with its ceaseless tap-tap-tapping against the floor. He probably doesn't even realize what he's doing. As much as it irritates her, she bites her tongue. She'll give him leniency for now, considering he's earned the bitter resentment of his entire family in only one evening. Especially considering it's her fault for dragging him back into this scheme. Margaret tries not to coddle her guilt too much, but it's tenacious and doesn't need much to survive. Remembering the hatred in Mad's voice will feed it for days. Outside her window, the New Albion countryside unspools into threads of night-dulled green and gold. She can see little through the darkness, or the reflection of the snack cart as it trundles down the aisle. When it stops in front of them, Weston buys a cup of coffee. Do you really need caffeine? She asks. He pauses mid-sip, his expression sour. Yes. Why? Tap, tap, tap. Margaret jabs a finger into his bobbing knee and pushes until his foot rests flat on the ground. He harumphs and takes another agitated sip. You're anxious, she says. I need to stay awake. Besides, coffee calms me down. Maybe you should take a nap instead. You're in a foul mood. A foul mood? She swears she hears something within him crack when he smiles.
No, I could never be in a foul mood in a situation like this.
And what kind of situation is that?
One where I am alone with a beautiful woman.
Her face burns. Once, this kind of behavior might have annoyed her, even flustered her. But right now, all she feels is anger at how empty and calculating those words are. And maybe a little hurt that he would lie so plainly to her, as if he would find a girl as rough as her beautiful. You can't hide from me, she thinks. I've seen you. She realizes now that Weston Winters is very good at only letting people see what he wants them to. Golden boy polish, reckless confidence, honeyed words. But he's nothing but a liar, his pieces held together with cheap guilt. As she stares at him, unblinking, his smile withers. Half of her wants the satisfaction of flaying him to the bone, but the stronger, kinder half pities him. And you've seen me. As much as she wanted to, she couldn't shut him out either. That is the chain that binds them together. They've seen each other at their most vulnerable, and now they must bear each other's burdens. Does this act usually work for you? Margaret asks.
Excuse me?
Talk to me honestly, or don't talk at all. The tips of his ears go red. Good. If he's angry, he'll be easier to crack. She's seen his temper flare enough now to know it's his most easily exploited weakness. You're acting like nothing is wrong.
And what would you rather I do? Would it make you happy if I cried?
No. She can't keep the edge out of her voice. I want to understand why you're so determined to be cavalier when we stand to lose everything. I want to understand why you're shutting me out when we need to trust each other. Your sister called you a liar, and she clearly thinks you're selfish. I don't think either of those things is entirely true.
Oh, mad? Of course she thinks that. She always will. It doesn't matter what I do.
You make it easy for her.
It keeps her expectations low.
Mine are high. They glare at each other, swaying with the motion of the train on its tracks. At last, Weston lets out a defeated, frustrated sound.
I have to be cavalier, or I'll lose my mind. You saw what they think of what I'm doing. All I am is a disappointment. And if I acknowledged it, I'd...
He runs a hand through his already tousled hair.
It's not like I can stay in Dunway anyway. The only job prospects I have are the factory or the docks. And where will that leave everyone? Then maybe someday I'll get married and have kids. Then I'll drop dead young and leave my family to scramble, just like my dad. Unless I become an alchemist, nothing is ever going to change.
What difference does it make if you're an alchemist?
I meant what I told you when we met. I want to run for Senate. Only alchemists are electable, and only politicians can make any real change in this country. They don't, though. Exactly. Alchemy is supposed to be about change and progress, but everyone in power has forgotten that. None of them will change a damn thing as long as they benefit from how things are.
Bitterness coats his every word.
With real progressive policies, no 6-year-old would go to bed hungry. No one would lose a parent to unsafe working conditions. No one would have to fit 6 people into a 2-bedroom apartment. So there. Are you happy now?
She is, and she isn't. It's a noble dream. If it weren't for the earnest want smoldering in his eyes, she may not have believed him. It makes her think of her father. Once, he told her that all people have a holy duty, tikkun olam, the repair of the world. For you, Adir, alchemy is a science as well as a spiritual practice. Even Catharists believe that much. But where Catharists see the alchemical fire as a symbol of God's divine judgment, the means to separate spirit from matter, as God will someday separate the wheat from the chaff, Uadirs see alchemy as a gentler thing. Only by understanding the physical world can they understand the divine, and that in itself is a means of tikkun ulam. But wisdom is only one path of many. Her father also spoke of good deeds and acts of justice. Margaret thinks he would admire Weston for wanting to use alchemy to create systemic change. But she doesn't know if she can be so idealistic. She's read almost every alchemical text in her mother's library, and despite what the early philosophers believed, no matter what the Bible says, alchemy isn't a process of purification. It's a process of corruption. It has a way of making even pure-intentioned men like Weston Winters hard and distant. All alchemists say they want to make the world a better place, she says quietly. I don't think any one of them has succeeded, because all of them molder in their labs and spend more time theorizing about the world than living in it. They're all cynical and short-sighted. Margaret can't help smiling. It's true that most of them are nothing like you. I can't tell if you're making fun of me or not. I'm not. It surprises her to find she actually means it. Weston drapes an arm over the back of her seat. All right, then. It's your turn to bare your soul. Did your mom not teach you alchemy? She tried. And? What are you asking me exactly? I'm just curious why someone who's related to one of the most famous alchemists in the country isn't much of an alchemist herself. Before everything, her mother told her she would teach her alchemy. Alchemy. Real magic. Any child would light up. But once Margaret saw what it was capable of, it lost its luster. When it was time for the lessons her mother promised, Margaret seized up. She couldn't do it. The disappointment on Evelyn's face still torments her. I don't care for alchemy. That's all. Why not? There are many ways she could answer that question. Because alchemy makes monsters of men. Because what good is alchemy if it can't bring her back? It can be used for horrible things. Sure. It's an uncontroversial statement. Although they're too young to have lived through the war, every New Albion citizen knows the damage alchemically enhanced weapons can do. They've all heard horror stories of military alchemists who tamper with their own bodies, or those of unwilling test subjects. But so can anything. It's about how you apply it. Margaret shrugs. Then maybe not all of us have big dreams. He grins at her humorlessly. Now you are making fun of me. I'm not. It's the truth. That's depressing. You can't mean that. He'll see soon enough. Just like all the others. He'll come to see Wickton and the manor as a prison. Small and boring and provincial. Something to overcome or step over on his illustrious path to success. But while this is nothing but a blip on the map for him, Wickton is her whole world. Surviving it every day leaves no space for dreams. I do, Mr. Winters. Weston frowns. He's clearly not satisfied with her answer, but he lets the subject drop. You can call me Wes, you know. Her hands suddenly feel empty and unoccupied. She tucks a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Okay. As the silence settles over them, he rubs the back of his neck self-consciously. It isn't entirely uncomfortable. She's used to silence, cherishes it as her only friend besides trouble. But Wes, is like a woodland creature, suspicious and edgy in the face of it. Then she watches an idea strike him. His eyebrows rise, and a sly smile curls on his lips. He leans closer, and she becomes acutely aware of how he's nearly slung his arm over her shoulders. Margaret fights the urge to pull away. The phantom sensation of his hand on her skin returns like a slow blossoming bruise. It's an ache she craves and hates in equal measure. "So," he says, "you realize you've never actually told me your name. It's Margaret, right? That's how you introduced yourself to my family." Margaret. She likes the sound of her name in his mouth, the deliberate way he holds it between his teeth, and how his city accent softens all the R's. Nobody calls her Margaret, even though she's asked them to. She nods, finding herself suddenly at a loss for words. How has he managed to fluster her so easily? Determined to dissect whatever charm he's put on her, she drinks in his features up close. His unkempt hair is the same glossy black as gunpowder, and his eyes are narrow and fringed with dark, thick lashes. When he smiles, she can see the thin gap between his front teeth. He is handsome, not that he needs the validation, a fact that kills her a little to admit. Lowering his voice, he says, "So what can I call you? Peggy?" The spell instantaneously breaks, and Weston Winters is once again the obnoxious child who has taken up residence in her mother's spare room. No. "Marge?" "Absolutely not." He laughs. All right. Margaret, then. So, you don't want to be an alchemist. What do you want to be?" "A sharpshooter." She doesn't know what possessed her to say it, but she regrets it immediately. There's nothing Margaret hates more than being seen. If there is one thing she's learned in life, it is how to make herself invisible to survive. "A sharpshooter, huh? You going to join the military?" "No, not exactly." She'd considered it briefly, but she isn't willing to sign her life away to a country that holds no love for her. What does she want? Margaret imagines breathing in the damp earth and pine scent of the woods, the wind fondly ruffling her hair and mist beating on her eyelashes, the crack of a gun and the baying of a hound. If she could be selfish, if she could have anything, let it look like this. Her in a red hunting jacket with a crown of bay laurel and a fistful of white fur, high enough on that winner's stand to step on Jamie Harrington's sneering face. "I think winning will be enough," she says. "And then what?" "I don't know. I haven't thought about it beyond that." "That's so practical." Is it? It feels ridiculous to me. It's not. It's not ridiculous. He's trying for a serious expression, but the earnest, determined fire in his eyes makes him look younger, almost sweet. Besides, dreams don't always have to be practical. That's why they're dreams. And now ours live and die together. Together. It's such a foreign concept. He grins at her. "It's you and me against the world, Margaret." She doesn't like the way that pronouncement makes her chest ache. Their fates are bound, but what frightens her more are the feelings he instills in her. This tentative hope and horrible yearning. It's too much like standing with the toes of her boots off the edge of a cliff. What lies beneath her is as dark and inconstant as the sea. And if she lets herself surrender, Margaret doesn't know if anyone will be there to catch her. Wes and his dreaming, she decides, are dangerous things indeed. 11. Margaret is making him nervous. Wes watches her from behind the fogged glass of a phone booth while he waits for Hone to pick up his call. She's sitting on a bench that faces a stretch of rolling hills, where a small army of goats grazes behind low stone fences. Her expression is as unreadable as alchemic research, and her stare as glassy as a doll's. But he's slowly learning her language. The tension in her shoulders, the dart of her eyes at every sudden noise, the way she keeps pinning and unpinning her hair. Even when she's restless, everything she does is precise and mechanized, and oddly hypnotizing. She's gathering up her hair in one hand and brandishing her tortoiseshell clip like a weapon in the other when Hone finally answers. Once Wes secures their ride and hangs up the phone, he drags his suitcase to Margaret's uneasy perch. He supposes he ought to feel more anxious than he does, considering his future is riding on registering for the hunt on time, but his sense of time has always run a little differently from most people's, and besides, it won't do much good to worry about something he can't control. Relax. He jerks his chin toward the clock tower. Its face glows like a full moon in the starless sky. It's only 8:30. We're going to make it. The last train of the night awakens from its slumber, wheezing, and swallows up her reply. As it heaves itself out of the station, it coughs up a trail of smoke and drags the wet, still air behind it. His coattails whip around his knees from the gust, and a few strands of her hair come loose from her bun. They cling to her lips, which are pursed at him with typical dispassion. He considers brushing them away, and whether she will bite if he lets the pad of his thumb linger. He recoils from the impulse. Never has anything as banal as hair made him feel so depraved. When the wind dies down and the train's whistle fades to a distant whine, she says, "It'll take at least an hour and a half for him to get here." "And an hour and a half to get back." He waves dismissively, "which means we'll still have 30 minutes to spare." She is apparently neither impressed nor assuaged by his calculations, so they wait in grim silence as the cold thickens around them. A raven lands on a nearby fence post and lets out a scream that almost severs his soul from his body. Margaret doesn't even flinch. Just as he thinks he'll go mad, the clock gongs 10. Moments later, he hears the rumble of an engine and nearly weeps from relief. The headlights come next, blinking out of the darkness like the wide yellow eyes of a cat. As Hone's sleek black cab pulls up to the curb, Wes grabs his bag. "See? He's here right on time. Nothing to worry about." Margaret glares at him witheringly as Hone climbs out of the car. "Mr. Winters, good to see you again. And is that Maggie Welty? What in God's name are you doing out here?" "I went sightseeing." "Mind giving us a ride to the Blind Fox?" Wes adds. Hone looks befuddled, but says, "All right then," before taking Wes's suitcase and loading it into the trunk. Wes and Margaret clamber into the back seat, separated by bare inches of space and the solid wall of her frustration. He makes a few passing attempts at conversation as they pull onto the coastal highway, about how the weather has turned and the traffic has worsened, but neither Hone nor Margaret pay him any mind beyond the occasional monosyllabic response. Margaret's reticence is unsurprising. Between surfeiting on his company today and her generally sour disposition, he expects she'll ignore him for the next 3 days. Hone's silence, however, unnerves him. It's not until he catches a glimpse of his eyes, thinned like a serpent's in the rearview mirror, that he begins to understand. Wes can all too easily imagine the steady diet of cautionary tales Wickton girls are raised on. The kinds where city boys like him come to ferry away sheltered, lonely girls like her, only to drink them dry and leave them husks. But Margaret is no blushing maiden, and she'd shove the barrel of her gun down his throat before he could even hatch a single thought of pulling anything untoward. He remembers how she stared down the Hala, wild and determined in the bloody sunset. In that moment, all he could think to do was pray. All he could feel was his pulse in the hollow of his throat. But she looked so poised, So terrifying. Really, she's not his type. Not that Hone knows that. Wes wonders what exactly Hone suspects. Maybe that he's after her estate, especially now that her mother isn't around to protect her from opportunistic snakes like him. It depresses him how plausible it sounds. So he tries to distract himself with the scenery. Nothing but featureless darkness whirs past his window. Even the sea is near invisible tonight, rippling black and indigo behind the reflection of Margaret's face. His breath condenses on the window and blots her out. He suffers for what feels like an eternity before they make it to Wickton. When he arrived last time, it was a quaint little village. But now it's as rowdy as the Fifth Ward on La Fay-le-Padric. They drift down the street, parting the crowds like water beneath a prow. Eventually, they're hemmed in on all sides, and the cab eases to a stop about a block away from the Blind Fox.
I think this is as far as I go,
Hone says.
It's a damn zoo tonight.
Wes goes to fetch his suitcase. He can barely hear his own thoughts over the shouted conversations around him, and it sends a shiver of exhilaration through him. As he slams the trunk closed, he sees Margaret counting out the fare while Hone, with a pointed glance in his direction, whispers something in her ear. Her face flushes red as autumn. It'd be endearing if it wasn't plain confirmation that Hone thinks he's nothing but a scoundrel. Sometimes he wonders why he bothers denying it. Maybe that's the only thing he'll ever amount to. One moment he's brooding, and the next, Margaret is seizing him by the elbow. She yanks him backward just as a man stumbles over a loose cobblestone. Beer sloshes out of his cup, narrowly missing Wes's shoes as it spatters onto the street.
No,
the man whispers.
Damn it.
It's almost heartbreaking.
You just saved my life,
Wes says wryly. Thank me later. Margaret gives his arm another impatient tug. Come on, it's almost midnight. She steers them through the crowd with all the grace and purpose of a bulldozer. All around him, he catches fragments of city accents and glimmers of city fashion. Broad vowels and sequins, too loud laughter and lacquered cigarette holders capped with brightly burning cherries. Once they're inside the pub, the clamor reaches a fever pitch. There's scarcely enough air to breathe. It's all tobacco smoke and sulfuric fumes and the bitter anise smell of absinthe. Fire leaps in the hearth, throwing its light against the walls. It paints Margaret in stark gold. She looks like one of his mother's saintly icons. He can't tear his gaze away from her. She sets her jaw in fierce determination, and the glint in her eyes is far brighter than flame. She hasn't let go of his arm, but he finds he doesn't want her to. The pressure of her hand anchors him in the chaos. Together, they shove their way through the crowd until they find a clump of people that somewhat resembles a line. He can't see what's at the front of it, even standing on his toes.
Maggie Welty.
It takes Wes a moment to recognize Hallian's warm voice and kind blue eyes.
And Winters. What are you two doing out tonight?
We're here to register for the hunt, Margaret says.
I'll be damned.
He doesn't look thrilled, but he claps another man beside him on the back.
Clear away. We've got one more. Clear away!
It passes from mouth to mouth, building into a rallying cry that spreads through the bar like brush fire. Space clears for them, and with a hand on his back, he's shoved into the crowd. As they're shuffled from person to person, Wes can see little but the warm glitter of sequins and the bright red of fox fur stoles. Finally, they're thrust in front of a counter manned by the same woman who told the legend at the opening ceremony. Her mouth falls open when she sees them.
This is your alchemist. Where did you find him?
Dunway. The woman sighs, as though she's received a non-answer like this from Margaret 1,000 times before. Her gaze locks on him with an intensity that nearly bowls him over. "What's your name?" "Weston Winters, ma'am." He flashes her what he hopes is a 10-kilowatt smile. "A pleasure to meet you." "Weston Winters, huh? You're sure you didn't find him in a children's book?" "I'm sure." The woman gasps, startling him so badly he almost jumps. She jabs an accusatory finger at him. "Wait a minute. Winters. I knew I recognized that name. The other day, Mark Hallinan came by and told me the strangest story. Do you know what he said?" Neither of them speaks. "He said that Evelyn had a new apprentice, a young man named Winters. I told him he was full of shit. But here you are." The woman folds her hands neatly on the table. "Why do I get the feeling that you two are up to something smart?" "Smart?" Wes sputters. "No! No, ma'am. I would never presume to do anything smart." "He is her apprentice," Margaret cuts in. "She gave him permission to move in early. His lessons will start as soon as she returns." "Is that so? You're not lying to me?" "Of course not." The woman's shrewd gaze darts back and forth between them. Wes keeps his smile firmly in place. She doesn't look at all reassured, but she throws up her hands. "All right, then. You know what happens next, city boy. You make a sacrifice." He must be gawping at her because she barks out a laugh and taps the countertop. Carved in its surface is the basic formula for Negredo. Orange firelight pools in the grooves of the transmutation circle. Nothing too precious. A drop of blood or a lock of hair. It strikes him as unusual that a Catharist tradition like this would remind him so much of a Sumic wedding. Traditionally, the priest will perform an alchemic ritual, usually on the wedding bands, to symbolize the joining of bodies and souls. It's quintessentially, morbidly Sumic to walk around wearing a ring enchanted with the essence of your spouse's baby teeth or fingernails. They're always cutting pieces of themselves off for God's amusement. Apparently, the church down the street from his building has the littlest toe of the martyr Saint Cecilia perfectly preserved beneath the altar. The woman watches him expectantly. He really doesn't want to think about marrying Margaret Welty, even metaphorically. But he nods anyway. Satisfied, she places a glass bowl, a piece of chalk, and a knife on the table. Wes feels a little ill as he takes the knife. The idea of parting with any of his hair disturbs him more than the alternative. So blood it is. As he presses the blade against his palm, the crowd quiets. His heart thuds against his eardrums. Then someone shouts, "Wait!" Jamie Harrington strides toward them with a self-important look on his face. He's got a cap pulled over his sandy hair, and his shirt is pristine white against his suspenders and cuffed at the elbows. Hatred coils in Wes's gut. Margaret bristles beside him. His pet of a friend, Mattis, if memory serves, trails a few uncertain steps behind him, along with a young woman with auburn hair and a crow feather headpiece. Judging by the bloodied cloth around her hand, a twin to Jamie's, they must be partners in the hunt. Poor Mattis, meanwhile, has an impressive bald spot shorn into his temple, and Wes feels vindicated in his vanity. "The rules say registration has to be final by midnight." Jamie taps his wristwatch. "It's 5 past. "What the hell is he doing?" Wes mutters under his breath. "Meddling." The venom in Margaret's voice surprises him. "The hunt is our oldest tradition. Our heritage as true-blooded New Albions," Jamie continues. "We've always followed the rules the first settlers laid out.
I know I speak for everyone when I say nothing should ruin the sanctity of this event.
A lopsided silence falls over the bar. Then a few mutters of agreement rise from the crowd.
He can't be serious, Wes hisses. What does it matter if we're 5 minutes late? It's not about the time.
His gaze slides uneasily to Margaret. She holds herself around her middle, staring out at the crowd like a cornered animal.
What is she not telling him?
Either way, if they enforce this rule, it's over for them. His family will be in a stranglehold, and both his and Margaret's dreams will be shattered. From the very back of the bar, someone shouts, "Oh, mind your business, Harrington!" The delight on Jamie's face sours. The woman behind the counter makes a show of checking her watch. Wes's breath catches when the minute hand slots into place beneath the 5. They're doomed.
Well, the woman says, it's a moot point. My watch says exactly midnight. But my bar, my time.
She turns her attention back to Wes.
If you would, Mr. Winters, before we have any other hecklers come out of the woodwork.
Firelight slicks the edge of the knife in his hands. The very thought of making a sacrifice for Margaret petrifies him. How much of himself has he really given to anyone? But if she's already seen all of his wounds, how much more will it hurt to spill a little more blood for her? This is nothing more than they've already exchanged. A sacrifice for a sacrifice. A dream for a dream. Their bargain is its own kind of alchemy. With the sharp point of the blade, he reopens the half-healed cut on his palm. A few red drops fall and burst in the glass. As delicately as he can, he passes it to Margaret. She doesn't hesitate before pulling the clip from her hair. It spills over her shoulders like a river of shining gold. His mouth goes dry as she slips the knife along the delicate skin at the base of her skull and cuts a lock of hair at the root. She lets it fall into the bowl. The strands scatter, fine and pale as corn silk, and redden with his blood. Wes wonders what the two of them would boil down to, what he would boil down to, if alchemy could go deep enough. Maybe then he could see what he's made of and what kind of man he really is. But there's nothing in the flesh that can get at the soul. It's nothing but a prison of oxygen and carbon. Wes chalks in the runes for the reaction, then lays his hands against the counter. As he pours his energy into the array, a tongue of white fire leaps from the bowl, charring its contents into caput mortuum within seconds. The pieces of them crumble into each other, becoming one, and the scent of sulfur fills the air. Heat shimmers around the woman's face like a veil. The last of our entrants, Margaret Welty and Weston Winters. Let the hunt begin! The bar explodes with noise. It gives him a thrill unlike any he's ever known. Jamie scowls at them, a look of pure disgust, and slips into the crowd with the rest of his posse. But as he scans the room, his gaze keeps catching on the same expression over and over again. Through the fire-cast shadows, he can pick out a few people from town, people who know Margaret, looking at her with hatred burning hideously in their eyes. The man who sells oysters along the main drag, the baker who gave him an apple tart for complimenting her hair last week, one of the bartenders overfilling a pint glass. He knows those looks well. They spark something dark and protective within him. The week after his father died, he'd nearly gotten himself killed for trying to fight a pack of kids who'd followed Colleen home from school. His knuckles still pop out of place if he squeezes his hand just right. He wishes he'd known alchemy back then. In this world, a Catharist pedigree is power. Money is power. But so is alchemy. He feels the hot glow of its potential burning at the center of his chest. Wes? Margaret lowers her head until her hair curtains her face. Can we leave? please? The edge of fear in her voice sobers him. Yeah. Let's get you home. Take her out the back, the woman says. There are wolves out there tonight. I will. Thanks. Without thinking, he wraps an arm around Margaret's shoulder, then immediately realizes the grave mistake he's made. He expects her to wrench away from him, but instead she nestles closer until her forehead is tucked against his neck. Her eyelashes flutter against his racing pulse. Docile as a lamb, she lets him shield her and whisk her out the back door and into the waiting night. 12. Late morning sunlight washes over Margaret like a wave. As she stirs awake, nestling deeper into her blankets, she relishes its warm, drowsy caress against her face. It's been so many years since she slept in past dawn. Then, like she's been doused in cold water, the haziness of her thoughts sharpens into a bitter realization. She's wasted the first morning of the hunting season. Swearing, she clambers out of bed and winces as the chill of the floorboards seeps into her bare feet. The stress and exhaustion of the last 24 hours haven't abated, but she can't coddle herself today. And not for the next 3 weeks. Until the Hala is slain, she can't relax. The packed hunting season schedule will see to that. To keep the tourists entertained, each week promises another competitive spectacle. First, an alchemy exposition, and then a shooting contest. Poor performance doesn't disqualify anyone, but winning offers crucial advantages. Fox hunting is a traditional, hierarchical sport with so many rules, both unspoken and formalized, Margaret can hardly keep track of them. But chief among them is observing the proper arrangement of people on the field. A regular hunting club divides its members into 4 groups based on their skill level and seniority: first flight, second flight, third flight, and hilltoppers. The half-moon hunt officials, however, place each team in a flight according to how well they score in the weekly competitions. The first flight rides closest to the hounds, and while it's the most dangerous place to be, it's also where they'll have the best shot of cornering the Hala before anyone else. Unofficially, anyone who winds up in second or third flight has no chance of winning. Only the strongest riders with the best trained hounds could hope to make up for such a setback. Last night was nothing but fanfare. Today, everything truly begins. Margaret rushes through her morning routine, and as she finishes braiding her still wet hair, she hears the sounds of skittering claws and footsteps coming from downstairs. She tries to remind herself of how lonely she was only the day before, and how fortunate she is that Wes decided to register with her. It's hard to cling to gratitude, however, when she knows he's doing something foolish. She doesn't need to have him in her eyeline to be sure of it. Sighing, Margaret goes to investigate the commotion. She drapes herself over the second-floor banister, just in time to see Trouble come tearing around the corner with a shoe dangling from his mouth by the laces. He drops into a play bow with the enthusiasm of a dog 5 years younger. A moment later, Wes skids across the floor with a wicked gleam in his eye. "Caught you, you bastard! Give it up!" Trouble growls, his tail wagging with anticipation. Margaret watches the scene unfold with growing irritation. It's less that they're bonding without her, although it does sting, and more that Wes is encouraging terrible behavior. She needs Trouble in prime shape, ruthless and focused, not bounding through the house like an ill-trained puppy. "What are you doing?" she asks. Wes nearly stumbles backward in surprise. Miss Margaret. I didn't see you there. I'm trying to get my shoe back." "Trouble, drop it." Without a moment's hesitation, he does. It clatters to the floor, shining with leather polish and saliva. As she descends the stairs, both hound and boy gaze up at her with something like reverence.
How did you do that?
He knows you're playing. She crouches to retrieve his errant shoe and scratch behind Trouble's ears. Hounds will only listen to you if they respect you.
And how do you go about getting a hound's respect?
By being more respectable. She hands the shoe back to him. Maybe you can start by doing something better with your time. The alchemy exposition is at the end of the week.
I'm aware,
He says sourly.
You're the one who decided to sleep all morning. I wanted to talk to you before I started on anything.
Her ears burn, but she chooses not to take the bait. Do you really need my consultation? You ruined my mall well enough on your own.
Ha-de-ha-ha,
He mutters.
I'd rather not waste time making something you won't use. It'd also be helpful if I had some equipment. As you might have noticed, estimating the mass and composition of things doesn't exactly get the best results.
She supposes he's right. Alchemy isn't a science of guesswork, and they'll never stand a chance if she forces him to treat it like one. Even though dread knots tight within her, she knows what she has to do. You can use my mother's lab. His entire face lights up.
Really?
She nods, even as her stomach corkscrews anxiously at the feverish, overbright shine in his eyes. Come on. Margaret leads him upstairs and hesitates in front of her bedroom door. Standing here, with Wes lingering barely a step behind her, makes her feel vulnerable, like a crab tipped onto its back. No real harm can come of letting him inside when he's already rummaged through the broken pieces of her life. But this is the only place still left untouched. Still hers. If she can refuse him the most tender, silliest parts of herself, she will. Wait here. She catches him craning his neck as she slips through the door, and she shoots him a glare as she shuts it behind her. At the very back of her desk drawer, she finds an old iron key, mottled green beneath a fine layer of gritty film. As Margaret rubs it clean, the engraved scales of a Ouroboros chafe against the pad of her thumb. Under no circumstances was Margaret allowed into her mother's lab uninvited once she began her work on the Philosopher's Stone. But Evelyn entrusted her a set of spare keys in her absence. The one to the lab, Margaret keeps here in her room. The other, which opens the hidden drawer in Evelyn's desk, hangs safely around her neck. It goes against her every instinct, her every lesson, to let someone else inside. But what other choice does she have? She can't have him making any more unmovable malls with only 6 days to spare. Outside her room, Wes waits by the window with his arms crossed behind his back. Last night's rain streaks the glass and shimmers faintly in the sunlight, casting watercolor shadows across his face. Ready? She asks quietly.
Yeah.
Every step down this stretch of the hallway fills her with a terror half-remembered. How many times has she traced this path, bedroom to lab, in her nightmares? How many times has she jerked awake to her mother's imagined scream still ringing in her ears? The key twists in the lock. The cold of the doorknob knifes into her palm. Then the door swings open with a tired whine. Sunlight floods the room and blinds her. Blinking away the spots in her vision, she drinks in the hazy churn of dust in the air. Nothing about this place has changed. Once, she and David would sprawl on the floor and watch as their mother enchanted silly baubles for them to play with. Floating feather-light toys and stuffed animals with noses that glowed like fireflies. The summer breeze would sigh through the open windows and chase away the smell of alchemy. But that reverie burns up when her gaze lands on the jagged stain on the floorboards, as dark as rust. Another memory pulls her under, quicker than she can stop it. With everything swimming and sparkling around her, Margaret feels as though she has sunk to the bottom of the sea. Her throat thickens and her ears roar with blood. and she is both here and 1,000 miles away, choking on the stench of sulfur, shivering as the water sluices over the floor and seeps into the hem of her nightgown. Margaret? It's her mother calling for her again. It's the Hala, speaking her name in the hiss of the fallen leaves. Margaret, can you hear me? No. It's a man's voice, saying her name over and over again, like an incantation. Margaret. Margaret. Margaret! Her breath shudders out of her. As if waking from a dream, she finds herself staring into Wes's redwood eyes as the film over her vision recedes. The confusion and concern she sees there humiliates her. At first, she can't remember where they are or what they were doing. Then, bit by bit, sensation returns. His hands firm and steadying on her shoulders, the solidity of the chair beneath her, the cold sweat beaded at her temples, and the sandpapery dryness of her eyes. Hey, he says, almost tenderly. I think you went somewhere else for a minute. Is everything all right? It's too painful to suffer his kindness again, when only last night she was heedless enough to wrap herself in his protection. She can still recall the exact rhythm of his pulse against the bridge of her nose, and the way he didn't let her go until they cleared the edge of town. He didn't ask her about it, and she can't be sure what she would have told him if he had. But these episodes, are hers alone to bear. Wanting comfort is a weakness she can't afford to coddle. Yes. She shrugs off the weight of his hands and rises unsteadily to her feet. Everything's fine. Wes shoves them into his pockets, looking for all the world like he's about to argue with her. Right. Okay. Margaret knows he wants to understand. But how can she explain the ways her mind protects her from things no one else can see? How can someone with a family like his ever truly understand hers? In the months after David died, her father used to tell her that there were 2 Evelyns who lived in the manor. She isn't sure if she resents him for it or appreciates what he was trying to shield her from. In a way, he never lied to her. Not really. If she unravels her memories like a skein of yarn, she sees them both clearly. There is the first Evelyn, woven in rich, bright colors like a sunset, the one who's easy to love. And there is the second Evelyn, faded and gray, who makes you wonder why you try. The first Evelyn is quick to laugh, the Evelyn who shouts, ecstatic, "Hurry, hurry, hurry!" to show you a meteor shower in her telescope. The Evelyn who kneels beside you in the mud to dig up banana slugs and red-bellied salamanders from the loam. The second Evelyn is as cold and remote as a far-off planet. The Evelyn who doesn't eat for days, whose silent anger fills up the house like smoke. The Evelyn who doesn't look back when she leaves. Remember her on her good days, her father would say. That's who she really is. Eventually, she was the only one left remembering. And now there are no Evelyns at all. Margaret rattles the casement of the window until it opens. She likes the sting of the cold against her sweat-dampened face, and the faint breeze that flutters the curtains sweeps the staleness out of the air. It's not enough to feel grounded, or even remotely normal. If Wes wasn't here, she would lie in bed and curl around trouble until she remembered how to settle back into her own skin. But she doesn't want him to handle her carefully like Hallinan and Mrs. Reeford. She doesn't want him to know. Wes watches her cautiously as she approaches him, but he accepts the key when she presses it into his palm. It's a little messy, she says, but consider it yours for now. It's fitting, I think. Thank you. Wes tucks the key into his pocket before turning his attention to the lab. It's cluttered with glass beakers and mortars, scales and alembics with a coiling network of tubes. Shelves teeming with books line the walls, which are papered with hastily scrawled notes. He trails his fingers along them, mouthing words as he attempts to read the formulas. So much good it'll do him, considering her mother wrote everything down in code. Eventually, Wes abandons his translation efforts and sinks into the chair behind the desk. He folds his hands beneath his chin and lowers his eyelashes at her.
Well, do I look like a real alchemist?
Don't let it go to your head.
Too late.
Wes turns an hourglass on its head.
So, what do I need to get ready for you?
We can only bring 4 alchemized items with us on the hunt. And since you can't ride on your own, we'll want something for the horse to ease the strain on him. Beyond that, all we need is a weapon that can kill the Hala. Anything else will be a convenience, since we'll be outside for 12 hours in the cold.
Then what do you want me to work on for the exposition?
A good question. While Margaret knows she can perform well in the shooting contest, their scores will be averaged. Whether she likes it or not, she's still yoked to him. Ambition is rewarded in the exposition, but based on what she's seen of his skills so far, she doubts he can execute anything more than a simple transmutation. Clearly sensing her worry, Wes says,
Listen, I know you haven't seen anything inspiring yet, but I swear I can pull this off.
I believe you. She doesn't entirely mean it, but it does make her feel like they're living in a world where it's at all possible they'll win. The safest option is to work on something you know you can actually do.
But if I want to guarantee we make first flight?
Then you'll need to dazzle them.
Right. No pressure.
The only thing we absolutely need is a bullet that can kill the Hala, so focus on that. Margaret prays he can uncover a method other than the one she already knows. Unconsciously, she lays her hand flat over her collarbones, where her mother's key sits hot against her skin.
I can do that.
His throat bobs above his unbuttoned collar, and his pale skin goes even sallower. She remembers Matt and his mother's outrage at the idea of him joining the hunt. While she doesn't know the intricacies of the Sumic faith, she can understand the complicated feelings that come from forsaking your heritage. Are you sure about this?
Weren't you the one who said we had to trust each other? I know you're still mad about them all, but
that's not what I mean.
Oh, that.
He rests his chin on his fists.
Don't tell me you're worried about the fate of my immortal soul, too.
I'm not. Only your mortal self.
I'm fine. Honest. I won't let you down. I know how to live with guilt at this point.
Margaret hesitates, partly because she doesn't want to offend, partly because she doesn't want to pry. But it's been so long since she's had anyone to talk to. Why is your mother so worried? Is the Hala a Sumic saint?
Demiurges aren't really saints. Some people pray to them as intercessors, but they're more like extensions of God himself. They are God, but separate from God too, because they all have the same divine essence.
He stops there, as though he has sufficiently explained the concept. Margaret stares at him uncomprehendingly. Wes flushes, then barrels on.
I mean, that's the official statement from the Pope. It's a whole thing. All of the bishops have been arguing about it for centuries, and I don't think anyone really understands it anyway. God and his infinite mystery and all that.
I see. She doesn't think her father would be content with a god who enjoys his own remoteness. And he certainly wouldn't be content accepting another man's account of the nature of the divine without testing it himself. But if Aoife truly believes her son is killing a piece of God, or God himself, as it were, Margaret can understand her concern. Do you worship saints, too? Wes looks only slightly exasperated.
Not really. We do venerate them, though. Pray to them and take their names when we come of age. Things like that.
Which did you take?
Francis Xavier, which makes me Weston Carol Francis Xavier Winters.
Carol, she repeats.
It's a family name, he says defensively. Anyway, the point is, saints are regular people who've done something impressive enough to be canonized. Usually, that means dying in some dramatic, grisly way when someone tries to get you to convert. Although I hear there's a dog saint that has a cult following.
Now that is the first thing he's said that makes sense. All dogs deserve veneration, maybe even canonization. And is that the goal?
Not for me. If you want to be a saint, you have to suffer and be celibate on top of that. Which is why I fully intend to go to hell.
He traces the shape of a circle on his forehead with the back of his thumb. Then again on his lips and chest. Margaret rolls her eyes. Every time she starts to believe he has even an ounce of maturity in him, he proves her wrong. I suppose we'll both be well on our way there, when we have the Hala's blood on our hands. Margaret waits for him to ask the question burning in his eyes. Why would you be going to hell for a thing like that? This is another thing she's learned about him. It's not only his pain he hides behind that too-slick smile. It's his wits, too. He notices far more than he lets on. There are plenty of tolerant Catharists in the world, if Mrs. Reeford and Hallinan are any proof. But Wes has seen enough of her life, and the way this town treats her, to know she's not just a tolerant Catharist. Surely he must know. If he does, he doesn't push her. Instead, he leans so far back in his chair until she fears, maybe hopes, that he will topple over.
Well, if I'm going to pull this off in the next 6 days, I'm going to need some supplies. Which means...
The chair's legs drop back onto the ground with a loud bang.
You'll have no way to weasel your way out of showing me around town this time.
Fine. Margaret dreads the triumphant grin that steals across his face. When do you want to go?
I could use some fresh air.
How about now? 13. The most beautiful girl Wes has ever seen stands on the other side of the general store's fence. She's waiting in line with her friends outside one of the red-roofed market stalls that sprang up overnight like the tents of a traveling circus. People bustle by with cups full of steaming drinks and candy-glossed apples, but all he can focus on is her. She wears an oversized knit sweater pulled over a pleated green skirt. The hemline flows down to her calves, sinuous as water, and the aching stretch of skin between fabric and her heeled Oxfords nearly drives him mad. Her hair tumbles from beneath her cloche hat in curls, as rich and round as chestnuts, and pearls drip from her ears like raindrops from the lip of a petal. There's something familiar about her, not only in the trappings of city fashion, but her face. They must have met before. But no, he'd remember a face like hers. Wes considers abandoning his post to say hello, but Margaret left him with the stern command to behave. Frankly, he expected this trip to be about buying alchemy supplies, but she wanted to check off everything on her miles-long errand list. The thought of glumly trudging behind her through the market sounded about as good as peeling his own skin off. He's done it before, the trudging, and it's mind-boggling how long she can spend measuring the worth of a single apple. Instead, he opted for people-watching and skimming gossip off the ambient chatter. Rumor has it that last night, the Hala desiccated a 100-year-old vineyard's entire harvest, which is apparently as tragic as it is exciting. Another sign it'll be a sporting chase. While he waits for Margaret to finish up her shopping, he sees no harm in occupying himself with flirting. If he does nothing, then he'll have to confront his fear that he will fail, that 3 weeks isn't enough time to prepare for the hunt, that the Hala will tear them apart. If he stops moving, he'll sink. One of the girl's friends casts a furtive look in his direction, and she turns over her shoulder to look at him. Wes smiles. It's one he's practiced many times in the mirror, the same as he practices the speech patterns of all the best orators in the country. It's a careful calculus. Too wide makes it look like a grimace. Too loose, and it devolves into slack-jawed staring. But this one lands just right, because when he waves, they reward him by conferring among themselves. He pretends not to notice it, but he does. He thrives on attention, a fact he is unashamed to admit. Anyone would after growing up in a house like his, where attention is a commodity as precious as gold. As a kid, he wielded every advantage he had over his sisters as the only boy, the only one with a penchant for alchemy, and the only one who could reliably sweet-talk their mother into forgiving his many sins. When they finish their conference, the girl's friends shove her in his direction. She navigates through the crowd, then folds her arms neatly over the posts of the fence. This close, he can see every shade of green in her eyes, how her pupils are ringed with cat-like yellow. He thinks he's forgotten how to breathe. "Hi," she says. "Can I help you? You've been staring for 10 minutes.
Oh, was I staring? I'm so sorry. I was on my way to do some shopping, but then... Well, I got horribly distracted and couldn't work up the nerve to say hello."
Ah, Mr. Winters, playing coy doesn't suit you.
You know my name?
She smiles deviously. Of course I do. We met the other day. How quickly you've forgotten me, though. His mind goes blank with terror.
You're joking.
I'm very serious. He's not usually so terrible with faces. He's especially not so terrible with faces that are as beautiful as hers. Where could they have possibly met? You must offer elopement to many girls if it's not noteworthy enough to remember. Oh. Oh! The girl from the inn. The one who drove him home. He was so locked in his own head that night, but now he remembers her silhouetted in the car window, limned in silver rainwater. He remembers the dreaminess of her voice when she spoke of Dunway. Heat spreads across the back of his neck.
I think this might be the most embarrassing thing that's ever happened to me.
She throws back her head and laughs, a sound as sparkling as champagne. Don't worry about it. I think your mind was elsewhere that night.
Still, I'm ashamed of myself.
Don't be. She rests her hand on his forearm reassuringly. Besides, I never properly introduced myself. I'm Annette Wallace.
A pleasure to meet you again, Miss Wallace.
Call me Annette.
Annette, then.
The words are halfway out of his mouth when he catches a flicker of movement over her shoulder. Then the spine-tingling sensation of eyes raking across his face. 2 people are glaring at him. The first, of course, is Margaret. The second is Jamie Harrington, who stops dead in the street when he sees him. Wes wonders how thin his luck will run before it snaps altogether. Margaret's ire he can deal with. Even though he's not sure where they stand lately, he's accepted that he will annoy her no matter what he does. Jamie, though, that sniveling protest he raised at the pub last night still rankles him. Although they've hardly exchanged more than 5 words, Wes already has him pinned. Big ego, all bluster. Wes would love nothing more than to take him to task for it and... No, he can't actually entertain the thought of fighting Jamie. For Margaret's sake, he will take the high road. Annette follows his gaze. Oh, are you here with Maggie?
Huh?
Maggie Welty. She doesn't say it unkindly, but Wes detects her meaning. From what he understands, Evelyn isn't well liked in town, and her daughter... her daughter. He quashes any thought of Margaret before it can blossom into something more distracting. But it's hard to ignore her when she's driving needles into him with her eyes. They say, "Let's go. Now." "Just 1 minute," he wants to say. "Don't ruin this for me." Not exactly. I mean, yes, I'm here with her, but only in the sense that we both happen to be here at the same time. He clears his throat. "I don't think Miss Welty likes me very much." "Don't take it personally. She doesn't like anyone very much." "Neither does Jamie Harrington, apparently." "Jamie? Oh, don't pay him any mind. He's wary of outsiders, but he's harmless." Wes very much doubts that, but he responds with a noncommittal sound. "In any case, I'm glad you decided to stay after all. I heard a rumor that you've entered the hunt. What do they know about foxes in the city, Mr. Winters?" "Please." Offering her his most winning smile, he takes off his hat. Static prickles along the shells of his ears, so he knows his hair has to be reaching to high heaven at this point. "Call me Wes." "All right, Wes." The question stands.
"Nothing, honestly. But if I'm going to be living here for a while, I figured I should live as the locals do. I hear it's going to be an especially good chase this year. Did you hear about the vineyard?"
By good, they mean dangerous, you know.
"I know."
Wes laughs thinly.
"The truth is, Miss Welty asked me to join her, and I can't say no to a woman in need."
"How gallant of you. Now I know for sure whatever's between us is meaningless," she says with an overwrought, teasing sigh. He's relieved to put the subject of Margaret and the hunt to rest.
"That's not true. Let me prove it. I've hardly gotten to see the sights, so—"
"I'm terribly sorry to disappoint you, but there aren't any sights. We've got salt water and trees and fish."
"Oh, come on. Surely there's some hidden gems in Wickton. You've lived here your whole life. I'd bet you could show me a thing or two."
Annette laughs. "I don't think there's anything a girl like me could show you."
"Well,"
he says, lowering his voice,
"I don't know about that."
A shadow falls over him. A heavy hand clamps down on his shoulder.
"Is this guy bothering you?"
"Jamie!" Annette squeaks. "Hi." Wes shrugs him off as he whirls around, only to find himself eye level with Jamie's sneering mouth. He has to crane his neck to meet his eyes, a fact he tries not to resent.
"We're just talking."
"We're just talking."
Jamie imitates him in a way that makes it clear he finds the way he talks ridiculous. All exaggeratedly broad vowels and dropped consonants.
"I didn't realize Maggie Welty let her dogs slink around unattended." "Always a pleasure, Harrington. A pleasure."
Jamie shakes his head, like he's enjoying some private joke.
"I can't get over that accent. You know he's from Dunway, Annie."
Annette lowers her eyes. "I know."
"She's always wanted to go,"
Jamie says offhandedly.
"Can't imagine why." "You've been, I take it?"
Wes fights to keep the irritation out of his voice.
"God, no. My parents were born there, but they moved when it started getting too crowded. Bonvish immigrants breed like rabbits, and more of them pour off the boat every day. I don't know how you live with it."
Jamie pauses, as though he's waiting for Wes's reaction. When he gives him nothing, he shrugs.
"Besides, you can't compete with the Uadir if you want to maintain any kind of integrity. They cheapen their goods so they can make more money. A very impressive account," Wes says, "for someone who's never removed his head from his own ass."
Annette claps her hand over her mouth, smothering a laugh. Jamie's stunned expression sours.
"You think you're real smart, don't you? Let me make this clear. If you want to stay out of trouble, keep your mouth shut and your hands to yourself. There are a lot of people angry you two registered, and it'd be a shame if anything happened to you because of that. Do we understand each other?
Any sane person staring down the raw hatred in Jamie's eyes would apologize. But Wes only feels his ego rise up to meet it. Especially because Annette is watching him with a mixture of horror and fascination. "Leave him alone, Jamie," Annette says. "He's not hurting anybody."
Who said anything about hurting anybody? We're just having a conversation, aren't we, Winters? That's right. That's right, Jamie echoes, clapping Wes on the back. In fact, I'm giving him some helpful advice. Getting to know the competition is part of preparing for the hunt. See, Winters here is an alchemist. How about you show Annie a magic trick, since you're so eager to impress her?
Anger burns hot as a forge within him. 1,000 retorts bubble up at the back of his throat, only some of them even halfway coherent. A week ago, Wes would have clocked him here and now, no questions asked. But there's too much on the line for him to be anything but Margaret's leashed dog. That doesn't mean he can't remind them he's got teeth.
Honestly, I can't tell if you're stupid or you've got guts.
It's the same tone of voice he uses when he wants to make Mad's vision swim red with fury. A little impertinent, a little cocky.
You know I'm an alchemist, and here you are threatening me openly.
Jamie tilts his head.
What? Planning on setting me on fire or something? Do it. I dare you.
The air feels hot and ready to spark.
You know what I think? Jamie continues. I don't think you could do a damn thing, even if you wanted to. As a matter of fact, I know you came here to learn from Evelyn. Don't you think you're a little old for that? The last apprentice she took on was 10.
To hell with respectability. This son of a bitch is going down. Mr. Winters.
Margaret.
Wes bites back a groan as he turns reluctantly toward her. A cold wind tears through the street, billowing her skirt around her and loosening some of her hair from its severe bun. Clouds pass over the sun the moment she meets his gaze, the gold draining from her eyes as they narrow. Like this, she looks more wolf than girl. Like some magic far wilder than alchemy runs through her. The sight of it stills him. Wes lets his hands relax. The tendons in his right knuckles crackle and slip back into place. "We should go," she says. "We need to get your supplies." Jamie jerks his chin toward Margaret.
Go on. Be a good boy now.
Margaret's lips thin, but she's as unreadable as ever. How can she tolerate this? Or maybe it's that she's tolerated it so long it's gotten easier. He balances on a knife's edge of pity and anger at her passivity. Cruelty has worn her down, but he can't let himself slink away without spilling a little blood.
It was good to see you again, Annette. I'll see you around.
Wes sees the exact moment Jamie registers her answering smile and the deliberate choice of the word again. His face twists with impotent anger, and Wes knows the first victory is his. 14. They walk side by side through town, and although Margaret knows she shouldn't be, she's annoyed with Wes. Rationally, she knows she's only irritable and tired, as she always is after one of her episodes, but rationalizing it does nothing to improve her mood. She can't stop thinking about him preening like some exotic bird for Annette Wallace. She can't stop seeing him in the corner of her eye, smirking to himself like a fool. In 30 minutes, he managed to enrage Jamie even more than they already have. He can't be left alone, not even for a second. He's no better than a teething puppy. "You've made friends, I see," she says.
Maybe I have.
His grin turns obsequious. Are you jealous? No. It's a skeptical, teasing sound, one she's not exactly accustomed to. The sleeves of his trench coat trail limply behind him like a second set of arms. He looks like himself again. Absurd. But she can't easily forget the sight of him with his teeth bared and his eyes dark with anger. Another moment without intervention, and he would have fought Jamie. She's sure of it. Maybe she should have let him. I've told you before that Jamie isn't the kind of person you want to make an enemy of. I'm not afraid of him, he says tartly. He started it anyway. I was minding my own business. Flirting outrageously with Annette Wallace is hardly minding your own business. I was not flirting outrageously. He's in love with her. So am I. Margaret rolls her eyes. Everyone knows that Jamie has been completely besotted with her since they were kids. Not that she's ever given him a glimmer of reciprocity. Once, he made Sam Plummer cry because she had the gall to ask Annette out for coffee. You're painting an even bigger target on your back. If you stay out of his way, and hers, he'll leave you alone. And have you been cavorting about town with Annette too? He hasn't exactly been leaving you alone. Margaret doesn't like the probing look he's giving her. It would be so easy to tell him, but her tongue feels thick every time she even thinks of saying it. It's because I'm your dear. She's still infuriatingly afraid of what he would say. Pity would be as bad as disgust. He's angry and threatened. Obviously. I'm only wondering why he's chosen you of all people to be threatened by. You haven't seen me shoot to kill, she says curtly. Maybe you'd like a demonstration? He throws up his hands. No, that's all right. I have a vivid imagination. Besides, what would you do without me here to bother you? Judging by the scheming glint in his eye, Margaret knows he has no intention of listening to her counsel. And she has a feeling pushing the matter will only make Annette more appealing. If he wants to embroil himself in this avoidable mess, it's his prerogative. As the afternoon light fades, the shops begin to turn on their lights. Wes peers into every storefront they pass, but he lingers at the tailor's. He stares so intently and longingly at the suit in the window that she's sure he'll leave an imprint of his face behind. The fine embroidery on the sleeves, stitched in every color of the ocean at daybreak, is almost certainly worth more than both their lives combined. Come on, she says. They should have what you need at the Morgans. They trudge up the walkway to V.K. Morgan's, and the cheerful jingle of the overhead bell announces them. It's a cramped little closet of a store, part apothecary, part grocer's, part cigar shop, which means it always smells something like a burnt-out candle. Sun-blenched antlers hang like a grim chandelier overhead, twinkling with pendant lights. The tourists have left it nearly empty, like an animal butchered and cleaned. Nothing but bones remain. Everybody in Wigton does their shopping here, and while the Morgans break even on visits from regulars, the real money comes from selling furs to alchemists in Dunway. Fashion catalogs advertise all sorts of alchemized clothing. Stoles of mink imbued with the luminescence of diamond, fur-lined capes threaded with essence of pepper for warmth, sleek rabbit-skin coats infused with the rain-wicking properties of petroleum. The Morgan twins sit side by side behind the counter like two grizzled crows on a telephone wire. They wear their red hair in loose, long waves beneath wide-brimmed hats.
Oh dear, Catherine.
Vivian leans forward in her seat. Shards of bone adorn each of her golden rings, which clatter like rain as she spreads her hands on the glass countertop.
It seems Maggie Welty has come to visit us again. So it is. It has been so very long since we've seen her last. No, not so long. Have you already forgotten? I do believe it was 2 weeks ago. Surely not, Vivian. It has been months.
They speak with a strange, halting lilt that is, as far as anyone knows, no accent but their own, since they were born and raised in Wigton. Wes stares at Margaret in wide-eyed confusion as they bicker. It's just as well the shop's named after their first initials, considering Margaret can't shake the suspicion formed in childhood that they are, in fact, the same person. They look identical, they sound identical, they often speak in the royal we and converse as if they can read each other's mind. While they tend to unsettle most people, Margaret is used to them by now. She has to be, considering they're among the only ones in town who'll give her a fair price for what she sells. Ignore them, she tells Wes. Let's get what you need and go. Just as he opens his mouth to reply, their eyes land on him.
And who is this?
Catherine asks. That's all it takes for him to undergo a radiant transformation. Wes sidles up to the counter and braces his elbow against it. His voice is slick as oil, his smile bright as sunlight. Weston Winters, ma'am. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Oh.
It's a bare exhalation.
How very nice to meet you, too, Mr. Winters. Very nice indeed,
Vivian says. He's insatiable. First Annette Wallace and now the Morgan twins. How does everyone keep falling for this act? How is everyone so oblivious? Every single thing he says and does is calibrated to get people to like him. It's embarrassing how transparently he craves acceptance. As he chatters on, Margaret slips away to browse the aisles for what Wes asked her to get for his experiments. She watches him from behind a small tower of osmium, just as the magic hour light comes in through the window and paints him warm and golden. He's talking animatedly to Vivian, and if the lowered pitch of his voice and the looseness of his body against the counter tell her anything, it's that he is flirting with her. It should be ridiculous, but she's never seen the Morgans look so captivated. Have I been the oblivious one? His appeal is more than the easy smile and earnest eyes, more than his uncomplicated, almost overwhelming friendliness. He's magnetic because he looks utterly in love with whoever and whatever is in front of him. She realizes too late that she is staring at him. As if he senses it, Wes cuts Margaret a sly look from the corner of his eye. It gleams like polished jet in the sunlight, and a smirk curls cat-like on his lips. He winks at her. Actually winks. God, she despises him sometimes. He exists purely to annoy her, to remind her that everything comes easy to him and not to her.
Are you Evelyn's new apprentice?
Catherine asks. Not exactly, he says. At least not until she comes back. But I am Miss Welty's alchemist for the hunt. I wanted to help with their errands. And meet the neighbors, of course.
How kind of you. It's been a long time since we've had an alchemist of our own. A very, very long time. No one takes interest in our town.
How could I not take an interest? Charming businesses, gorgeous scenery, beautiful women. The twins cackle, and Margaret holds on to some private hope that they will rebuke him at last. But Vivian only says,
You won't get anywhere with flattery.
The fondness in her voice betrays her. He will get plenty far. Margaret shoves a hunk of osmium into her bag and begins rummaging through a particularly nightmarish shelf crammed full of inconsistently labeled glass bottles. Once she finds the camphor oil he wanted, she approaches the counter and lays her items on the table. Wes looks at her with laughter sparkling in his eyes. She wants to douse it. I have something to show you, she tells the twins, managing to keep herself composed. She finds the fox pelt in her bag and unfurls it on the countertop, as delicately as a wedding gown's train. The twins hem and haw as they pick it up, snatching it from one another and holding it to the sunlight, as though they're looking for a counterfeit bill. The fur ripples like wind-stirred wheat beneath their eager fingers, and blazes with brilliant shades of red and white. It's fetching, she knows. Most foxes in Wicton are dull, almost brown. This one, however, belongs around a wealthy woman's neck. Without consulting, without even looking at one another, they deliver their sentence in unison. $3. 6. Oh dear, Vivian whispers in dismay. 4. I can sell it to any one of the tourists outside for double that. This is a favor. Margaret watches them weigh their pride against the beauty of the coat the fox will become. Catherine says,
5. I am afraid that is the highest we will go.
Done. Give me the difference. Each crisp bill gives a papery snick as Catherine counts it out into Margaret's palm. It'll be enough to get them through the next few weeks. Ready to go? Wes asks. Yes, I'm very ready to go. The moment they step into the cold, all of her irritation sparks hot again. Very quietly, very evenly, she says, You shouldn't get used to this. We'll lose if you spend all your time socializing. Oh, lighten up. That was 5 minutes, not all my time. It's called being polite. Maybe you should try it sometime. She means to hold his gaze, to make him realize that he's missing the point. But as her eyes sting with an emotion she'd rather not name, she turns sharply away from him and storms toward the edge of town. Wes trots to keep pace with her. Hey, what's wrong? I can't figure out how you've managed to put a spell on everyone. It's because I'm charming. Hardly. You really ought to be nicer to me, he says sullenly. I've put a lot on the line for you. And what would Annette think if I were suddenly nice to you? His face crumples. She can see endless, disastrous possibilities flicker behind his eyes. All the dreams of their blissful future dashed. For once, it seems he has nothing to say. Satisfied, she turns on her heel, only for him to reach out and catch her by the strap of her shopping bag. Wait a minute. You are jealous. That's just the thing. She is. She isn't jealous of Annette exactly. The only thing enviable about her position is that Wes will soon grow bored of her, and Margaret will never be free of him. No, it isn't Wes's attention that she wants. Not attention from him, anyway. She's lived here her entire life, but few in Wicton look at her like they look at Wes. Those who don't hate her for her sullied blood only pity her. She resents him, unfair as it may be. Even though she knows she never will be, she wants to be something more than her grief and fear. But she won't admit that to him. Margaret wriggles free of his grasp and shoves past him. She only makes it a few paces more before he cuts in front of her. Would you stop for a minute? Usually, his eyes shimmer with mischief or a newly hatched scheme. But right now, they are filled with a somberness that looks entirely out of place on him. I can't read your mind, you know. We can keep playing this game, or you could talk to me. She bristles at the presumption that he could understand anything about her life, even something as small as this. But can't he? In this one regard, they are painfully alike, although Margaret can't convince herself that it matters. Even if he's experienced the same kind of rejection she has, even if she wanted to confide in him, what would she say? She has hid him behind too many locked doors to know how to open them anymore. There's nothing to tell. Gravity doesn't suit you, Wes. For a moment, he looks wounded. Then, as though she'd imagined it all together. His usual carefree expression slots into place, and he is invulnerable once again. 15. Wes reaches for his mug and takes a long sip of coffee. Almost immediately, he spits the cold sludge back into the cup. He's amassed such a collection over the past 2 days, he's entirely forgotten which ones are still potable. Groaning, he rubs his bleary eyes and tries to piece together what time it is. The sliver of sky he can see out the window has darkened to a rich amethyst purple. Inside Evelyn's lab, the only light comes from the glass alembics shimmering with the pale silver light of coincidentia oppositorum, the liquid byproduct of albedo. The last time he checked, it was early afternoon, and he swears he only blinked since then. Time is slipping away from him, as it always does. The alchemy exposition is only 4 days away, and he's spent every waking moment calculating molar masses, experimenting with rune placement, and distilling batch after batch of coincidentia oppositorum. The entire lab reeks of sulfur and brine, but at least he's managed to develop a few viable prototypes. Margaret wanted ammunition, so he's done his best to give himself a crash course in ballistic science. 3 shining bullets stand like toy soldiers on the edge of his desk. What matters is stopping power, the likeliness to debilitate a target. By itself, a bullet is a harmless object. It's the transfer of energy from bullet to body that's deadly. To maximize stopping power, maximize the amount of energy stored within it. From what he's cobbled together from the chemistry and physics he's learned over the years, there are a few ways to accomplish that. The first bullet, he's enchanted to decrease its density. The second, to increase friction. The third, to raise its heat capacity. He still needs to ask Margaret to test them. It's impossible to pin her down lately. He only catches glimpses of her through the window as she comes and goes, riding her horse, Shimmer, at a thundering gallop with trouble bounding behind them. Wes pushes over one of the bullets and watches it roll across the desk. Although he's confident one of them will technically work, he's dissatisfied. An alchemist's purpose is to seek the truth, and he can't help feeling that everyone is missing something crucial. Ever since the global war ended some 15 years ago, the military has generously funded its alchemists. No doubt they've already developed far more advanced firearms than Wes or any other civilian alchemist could ever dream of producing. If that knowledge is available, why has the Hala eluded New Albion hunters for almost 150 years? The most recently recorded death of a demiurge was 1718, nearly 2 centuries ago. What did they know that he doesn't? Every Catharist legend about the slaying of a demiurge has the same 3 elements: a hero with a divine weapon, a full moon, and a beast who bleeds silver. Silver blood sounds like coincidentia oppositorum, and since alchemy is always the path to divinity regardless of which god you worship, he has to believe the common wisdom extracted from those stories. You kill a demiurge with alchemy on the full moon, when its light falls over the earth like a transmutation circle. The question is how? Alchemy is nothing more than breaking matter down to its essence. But if the demiurge is boiled down to the very ether of the universe, what are their bodies made of? If they're truly divine, how can you decompose God himself? Once, Margaret said that her mother wants nothing more than the Hala. So surely Evelyn knows how it's done. Maybe she recorded it somewhere. Wes forces himself out of his seat and examines the shelves by the ghostly, pulsing light of the alembics. Old tomes collect dust an inch thick, the gilt rubbed off their spines with use. A few on the lowest shelf catch his eye. The matter of all forms, the soul of the elements, the chrysopoeia of Malachi, The last is a thin, yellowing document that looks like it'll crumble to ash if he looks at it funny. With painstaking care, he pulls it from the shelf and carries it to the writing desk. The Chrysopoeia contains nothing but illustrations, more a journal than a textbook. There's an alembic annotated with letters in a language he can't read, a double-ringed transmutation circle without any runes, and on the last page, one of the eeriest drawings he has ever seen. A fox swallowing its own tail. Its eyes are enormous and solid white, outlined in frantic black strokes. Feeling oddly ill at ease, he closes the book and pushes it to the edge of the desk. If there's some secret about the Hala contained in the Chrysopoeia, he can't translate it himself. Wes tamps down his frustration as best he can. Maybe when he has his apprenticeship, Evelyn will teach him whatever the hell that is. Assuming, of course, he can alchemize something that will kill it. No, he can't despair yet. He can work out the kinks of his design and test his theories over the next few weeks. For the purposes of the showcase, he only needs to demonstrate competency and dazzle the judges enough to land them in the first flight.
Easier said than done.
Failing won't doom them on paper, but it will in practice. Nobody in the second or third flights will ever catch up to the hounds. Wes pillows his head on his forearms. He's tired and restless, and he's got a tension headache that feels like someone's driven a pickaxe into his skull. If he doesn't get air, he'll fall asleep here and now. He makes his way downstairs and drinks in the complete stillness of the manor. Margaret returned from training a while ago, so she's probably in her room, avoiding him as usual. He considers asking her if she wants to go for a walk, but thinks better of it. He's not in the mood for rejection or bickering tonight. Snatching his coat from the rack, Wes throws it over his shoulders and heads out into the night. It's cold as hell outside. He cups his hands over his mouth and exhales to warm them. Behind him, the manor hunches in the darkness. Only a single light burns in Margaret's room, tracing the shape of her curled up in the windowsill. The sight of her stirs more feelings than he cares to interrogate. None of them good. He turns sharply on his heel and continues along the worn dirt road through the forest. Although he's come to appreciate Wigton's fierce beauty, the redwoods are no less unsettling than when he first arrived. Impossibly tall, with bark like the skin of some weathered reptile. Some 2 miles out, there's a break in the trees that overlooks a view of the ocean. Wes cuts his way through the underbrush and perches on a rock. Far below him, the fields of rye shiver and shift in the wind. Something about being this high up makes it easier to sift through the churn of his thoughts. Even days later, he hasn't quite finished letting his bitterness toward Margaret fester. It's ridiculous, he knows, to feel so underappreciated, or at least so misunderstood. But as much as he hates to admit it, her words still sting. Gravity doesn't suit you, Wes. He thought they were beyond these games. He's bared himself to her in more ways than one at this point, yet she's pretending like she's never seen it, seen him. She said it to hurt him, and he can't figure out why. Like every other girl he's met, Margaret is a mystery. Deep down, he still feels 14 years old, as confused as he was when Erica Antonello ignored him for a whole week and wore cherry red lipstick to school. She'd never done that before, and he didn't know what he'd done to earn it, apart from walk Gail Kelly home instead of her. When he complained about it to Colleen, who was 10 at the time, she rolled her eyes and said, "What's there to get? Girls are people, just like you." Colleen has always been old for her age. He still hasn't plumbed the depths of that wisdom. Of course, girls are people. People far beyond his understanding. When the damp cold of the wind knifes into his jacket, he shudders. It smells faintly of an alchemical reaction, and as it whistles past him, he swears he hears his name in a sibilant voice. This place is clearly determined to drive him mad. That's about enough brooding for one night. He carefully navigates through the tangle of ferns that separates him from the road. His sense of direction has always been terrible, but he's walked this route countless times already. So often he thinks he could find the way back to the manor blindfolded. But as he approaches the path, he swears the trees have uprooted themselves into some new formation. Everything looks unfamiliar, and the redwoods towering above him regard him hostilely from on high. Wes takes another tentative step and stops dead when something squelches beneath his shoe. Whatever it is reeks like sulfur and rancid meat. Like death. He forces himself to look down. The mangled thing at his feet might have once been a rabbit, but he can't tell anymore. Blood and silvery liquid ooze from the gash in its stomach, and the ropey coil of its insides slumps into the earth. His stomach twists painfully in revulsion. He hurries past it and spits out the saliva that floods his mouth. He can only think of one thing that'd make a toy of its food like this. The Hala. Overhead, the half-full moon shines dully through the thickening clouds. There's still another 2 weeks before the Hala reaches the height of its power. It wouldn't come after a human so early in the season. At least he doesn't think so. But he can't shake the skin-crawling feeling of eyes on him. When he peers into the woods again, there's nothing. The night is still and placid as pond water. No snapping twigs, no rustle of the underbrush. He's alone. Then the wind hisses, "Weston," in its thin, ghostly voice. He blinks, and there, deep in the fronds, he sees something. Pupilless white eyes boring into him. They're bright as a pool of starlight. At first, he thinks he must be hallucinating, that maybe the alchemic fumes have gotten to him at last. But no. There's a fox there, white as bone. Wes staggers backward. The Hala regards him with an almost human intensity. His blood runs cold. He's seen it surrounded by other people, but it's a different thing entirely seeing it alone at night. With Margaret and her gun between them, it struck him with wonder. But right now, it fills him with animal terror. There's nowhere to hide and only 10 feet between them. His mother taught him the 2 things he is supposed to do in the face of a demiurge. As a good, faithful Sumic boy, he should beg forgiveness for his every sinful thought and deed. Bonvish superstition calls for something more tangible. An offering of blood, or cream, or a slice of bread drizzled with honey. But that ship has sailed. All he can do is pray. Wes drops to his knees. The Hala must take a step forward, but he doesn't see it move. It's there, then it's closer. The wind wails louder. He holds his breath, and his heart thuds against his eardrums. God, protect me, guide me. It's close enough now that he can smell it. Salt and sulfur and iron. Its bottomless eyes seem to pull him in until his mind hums with fear. As it stretches its jaw wide like a snake, he sees the blood glinting on its teeth. He feels the chill of its breath on his face. He's going to die. Run, says the frantic whisper of the wind. Run, run, run. As it lunges, Wes scrambles to his feet again and breaks into a sprint. He doesn't stop for anything. Not the branches and leaves that tear into his skin, not the painful jolt in his knees when he stumbles over an upturned root, not the shred of his lungs with every brittle gulp of air. He doesn't know how far he runs before he sees the manor gate, rocking back and forth on its hinges. Wes clears it, then leaps up the porch steps. His hands are shaking so hard, it takes a few tries to fit the key in the lock. When he finally shoves through the door, he bolts it behind him and slides down to the floor in a heap. Everything aches. His legs throb, his ankle twinges from where he twisted it, and a swatch of skin above his socks stings with open wounds. But he is alive. Alive. Fuck! He laughs breathlessly, hysterically, until tears roll down his face. What are you doing? Margaret! He wheezes. She looms over him with a hand on her hip. Her hair hangs loose around her face. And he's so relieved to see her, all he can think about is grabbing fistfuls of it and kissing her square on the mouth. Although he's horrified by the very idea, he gasps through his fit until he finds his voice again. I saw it. God, I saw it. You did? She drops to the ground beside him. As her worried eyes rove over his face, she reaches out to touch his cheek. He flinches, and her fingers come away smeared with red. You're bleeding. Wes takes her by the wrist, and this time she doesn't pull away. We can't do this. All her edges harden again. What are you talking about? It's out there, waiting. It was... He rakes a hand through his already wind-torn hair. How can we possibly... Wes, slow down. Have you looked into its eyes? He can't articulate the horror of it. Like he might have lost himself if he didn't look away. For the first time, he truly understands why Sumics worship it. It was terrible. I know. She is silent for a long while. Do you want to quit? Yes. God, yes. If it means he never has to face that thing again, then of course he does. Especially when it's only going to get more aggressive as the month wears on. But it's not an option to quit, just as much as it's not an option to abandon his family. It's his life against a life worth living. His life against his sisters. He would sooner die than disappoint them again. No, he rasps. I made a promise to them. And to you. I'm not backing out of it now. Her lips part. From the surprise on her face, it's clear she expected him to give a different answer. I see. That's noble of you. I know gravity doesn't suit me. No, I'm sorry. That was unkind to say, and I didn't mean it. I was upset, so it's all right. He can't bear it if she confides in him out of guilt. I was egging you on all day. I deserved it. Why are you always so stubborn? Frustration breaks her voice. It's not all right. I said it was, he mutters. Let me at least decide that for myself, would you? Fine. Where were you? Wes scowls. How quickly she returns to criticism. I went for a walk. I needed to clear my head for a minute. A minute? You were gone for over an hour without telling me where you went or how long you'd be. And when I looked out the window and saw you running, I thought, oh, Maggie, don't go crying over me yet. Don't. Don't make this into a joke. She clenches her fists in her lap. I don't intend to cry over you. Certainly not if you got yourself killed in some careless way, like wandering around after dark by yourself. That thing is on the loose and you've already made enemies, so I can't fathom what you were thinking. If you'd died, what would I have done? What would your family have done? Everything you've ever dreamed and worked toward would be for nothing. All right, he cuts in. I get it. I'm a selfish idiot. Is that what you want? No, that's not what I'm saying. Her voice wobbles. It's enough to undo him. I'm saying I was worried about you.
Margaret,
His heart lurches.
I'm sorry.
He goes deathly still when she places her hand on top of his. It's warm and calloused, but her touch is surprisingly gentle. You have to be more careful. Wicton is more dangerous than you know. He thinks he has some idea, though. The danger of Wicton runs deeper than just the Hala or Jamie or the restless sea. It's here, within him and right in front of him. Maybe it's a trick of the light, or maybe it's the adrenaline. But right now, he swears that her hair is spun from moonlight, and her skin is dusted with silver. Try as he may, he can't exactly recall what it was he once found so repulsive about her. 16. Wes is sitting in her mother's lab, bent over an alchemy textbook and clutching a steaming cup of coffee. Margaret wonders when it won't strike her as uncanny to catch a glimpse of him through the invitingly cracked open door, slumped over his work in the same way her mother often was. It reminds her of a happier time, when the lab was safe and not haunted. When her mother worked late nights, she and David used to peer forlornly into the lab until Evelyn noticed them, and her bleary expression melted into a smile. Alchemy warm air comes sighing out of the open door. The entire house breathes with the change in temperature, deep and slow, as if it's waking from a long slumber. It has missed its alchemist. 3 days ago, she tested his prototypes. At the time, she was admittedly impressed with his vague answers about the density of metals and the expenditure of kinetic energy. She was less impressed with the results. The less dense bullet pinged off the target, as harmful as a raindrop. The one with higher heat capacity was too hot to even touch. The higher friction model didn't seem to do anything at all. But Wes muttered to himself, snapping his fingers as though seeing something anew. The showcase is tomorrow. It will kick off the event season, and for many entrants, it will make or break their chances of winning. If he doesn't come up with something that works, they'll be relegated to third flight, and she won't be able to kill the Hala even if they manage by some miracle to pin it down. Still, it'll do him no good to exhaust himself. It's almost 5 a.m, and he's wasting electricity and clearly fighting sleep. His eyelids droop, and one hand fists in his hair. With the other, he stabs the book with his index finger and drags it like a yacht across the page. He reads laboriously, his brow furrowed and his mouth forming the shape of each word. Gradually, line by line, he slumps over until he pillows his face on the book. He'll spend all morning on page 1 at this rate. The lamp casts his face in a warm, steady glow. The shadows of his thick eyelashes feather across his cheekbones. This light softens him, and she's not sure if she likes it. Normally, Wes is a wildfire with his untamed hair and his loud voice. And like this, he is so... She shakes herself out of it, clutching her book closer to her chest. It isn't that she intended to watch him exactly. She wanted a cup of tea while she read, a small respite before she sets out to train. But he distracted her with memories and his irritatingly endearing face. Her frustration sits on her tongue like a rusted coin, something to worry. Wes has potential enough. He's intelligent and determined and kind, but he is so... The word continues to elude her. All she knows is that it won't do. She needs him to be more to justify her attachment. Wes begins to snore. Margaret sighs and reaches into her pocket, where she finds an old shopping list. Crumpling it in her fist, She closes one eye and takes aim. There is a moment, like the moment before a gunshot, where everything goes perfectly still and clear. She lines him up in her imaginary sights, then lobs the paper at him. It tumbles through the open air until it bounces off his temple with a quiet smack. He shoots upright, arms flailing as though trying to throw off a spiderweb. Then his gaze finds her through the darkness.
What was that for?
To keep you on track. You have until tomorrow. He grumbles and rubs his eyes. Hesitating, Margaret crosses the threshold of the lab. She waits for the reflexive terror to root her in place, for fog to crowd out her vision. But the gentle light of the lamp and his bleary presence smooth over the jagged edges of her memories. The burnt transmutation circle lies dormant in the recesses of shadow. Emboldened, she pads over to the desk and takes a seat beside him. She considers placing her book on the desk, but she knows he'll mock her relentlessly for it. As discreetly as she can, she slips it beneath her chair and assesses his workspace. Wes's notes are scrawled in tottering handwriting without any semblance of order, slanting and sideways, and starred at random. His thoughts seem to launch off like a hound unleashed for the chase. The chaos makes her skin crawl. Her world is governed by method and pattern. How to disassemble and clean a gun, how to skin a deer, how to train a hound. Not this madness. "What are you doing up so early?" she asks.
So late, he amends. I've been at it all night.
She taps the open page of his book. You're not even a quarter of the way through. Any remnant of politeness falls from his face. He slides the book closer toward himself and curls around it protectively.
I know.
Do you have a new version of the bullet?
Not yet.
Do you expect to find something in this book? He pointedly ignores her in favor of writing letter by haphazard letter in his notebook. Margaret feels no guilt for needling him. No one ever granted her the luxury of preserving her feelings. The exposition is tomorrow.
Yeah, you just said that.
So why are you slacking off? Irritation flashes in his eyes.
I'm not.
She reaches toward his notes.
Hey!
Margaret spreads them out on the table like a hand of playing cards. Apart from being messy, the notes are riddled with errors. Letters mirrored, whole words indecipherably misspelled. But most striking are the marginalia. Doodles of strange little monsters smile jaggedly at her. There's even a man being crushed by a book entitled The Alchemical Properties of Metal. He's labeled with the name of the author. Wes gathers up his papers so quickly they crumple.
I know what it looks like, but this is how I focus, all right?
Margaret has already said what she thinks, so she doesn't see much point in pressing the matter further. He huffs out a breath that ruffles the too long hair in his eyes. Then he picks up his fountain pen and makes a show of intently reading the book. He holds his pen like a hammer and applies so much pressure to the point the metal tip bleeds ink across the page. A thought occurs to her, and the shame that blooms within her is enough to sour her stomach. "Can I ask you something?"
Sure,
he says with exaggerated enthusiasm.
Why not?
You have a hard time reading, don't you? He smiles at her broadly, but the glint in his eyes is nothing like mirth.
Is that a joke? You, of all people?
I'm not joking. Wes sighs, turning his pen through his fingers.
I get headaches if I read for too long, and seeing words I don't recognize, it's like an interrupted radio signal.
Then quickly,
it's not a big deal.
Margaret doesn't fully understand what he means, but the worried frown notched in his brow indicates he isn't as lazy as she initially suspected. He's trying his best. What are you trying to do?
The last few transmutations I've done haven't worked out how I wanted them to, and no one's ever technically taught me how to do albedo. So I'm trying to see if there's something I'm missing. I need to figure out how to distill a more concentrated coincidentia oppositorum.
Margaret pulls the book he's reading toward her. From memory, she leafs through the pages, through chapters and chapters of introductory and historical material, until she arrives at the section that discusses albedo, the process of purification, in depth.
Thanks,
he says glumly. If it would save you time, I can read it to you. She surprises them both. Herself, most of all. She's considered it in an abstract sense, that if they succeed, he will become her mother's apprentice, that he is already an alchemist. But it's different to place the gun in his hand herself. Despite her misgivings, she wants to believe in him and his dream. She wants to believe that his goodness can survive his training. He takes a sip of coffee.
That'd be helpful.
So Margaret begins to read. He listens with his eyes closed and his brows pinched together, occasionally scrawling a note on a torn sheet of paper. By the time she finishes the chapter, excitement fills him to bursting.
Don't go anywhere.
He buttons his sleeves at his elbows and springs from his seat.
I don't want you to miss this when it works.
Margaret leaves him to fuss with the transmutation circle he's drawing on the desk. He scrubs away runes and redraws them until a fine mist of chalk residue swirls in the lamp-golden air around him. She retrieves her book from beneath her chair and settles onto the sill of the bay window, one that overlooks the sea. The sun is beginning to breach the water and stain it a brilliant red. Wes lays his hands over the chalk circle and begins to burn a dish full of sand. Like this, alchemy seems so simple. Sometimes, Margaret wonders what she would boil down to, or if she could even bear to look at the loneliness at the heart of her. Soon, the smell of sulfur drowns out everything else. She cracks open the window to let in a rush of fresh air. The early morning chill feels nice against her skin. Wrapped in the warmth of her wool socks and alchemy, it's oddly cozy. When she's certain he's thoroughly engrossed in his work, Margaret draws the curtains over herself and opens her book, the latest from her favorite novelist, M.G. Huffman. She's been anticipating the next scene far more than she'd care to admit. Although Margaret has been reading romances for years, she's rarely rooted for a couple this desperately. After nearly 200 pages, she will be rewarded for her patience, her worry, her yearning. As she reads, the world around her slips away. All that exists are the characters, the paper between her fingertips, and the familiar aching heat steadily pooling within her.
Margaret?
She bites down on a swear as the sound of Wes's voice shatters the spell. He's a hazy smear behind the cream white of the curtain. Maybe he'll get the hint if she ignores him.
Oh, Margaret,
he drawls.
I know you can hear me.
The floorboards creak under his footsteps. A flutter of panic seizes her. She shoves the book underneath the pillow behind her. The curtains part, and in flows the sense of alchemy and his rum and bay aftershave.
Hey, what are you doing back here?
She is acutely aware of the emptiness of her hands and the flush on her cheeks. Reading.
Oh. Well, I need your help with something, and... Hey, liar, you're not reading anything.
The corner of her book presses into her back. I was, before you interrupted me.
Well then, what was it that you were reading? Hieroglyphics on the wall?
No. Wes braces his hands on either side of the window and looms over her with a wicked look.
I know you're hiding something. You're bright red.
Her heart leaps into her throat. No, I'm not.
I knew it. I knew you weren't perfect. What is it?
It's none of your business. Wes reaches toward the pillow and she grabs his forearm. It only fuels him. He twists out of her grip and shoulders her aside until he manages to snatch her book from beneath her. Weightless with delight, he springs back a few steps and drinks in the cover. Death would be a mercy over this mortification. She buries her face in her hands. In her mind's eye, she can see the scandalous triangle of skin exposed by the hero's unbuttoned shirt and the look of pure rapture on the heroine's face. She can see him bearing her down onto the desk alongside all the alembics and books. And, oh God, why did she think she could get away with reading this unbothered with Wes in the same room? She peers up at him through her fingers. A huge, self-satisfied grin spreads across his face.
Taming the alchemist.
Ha! Don't you have your own books to read? Give it back! Wes ignores her. He's practically giddy as he flips through the pages. In only a matter of seconds, he finds what he's looking for. There, marked with an accusatory index finger. Margaret watches him scan the text with mounting dread, made all the worse by him mouthing along with each word in his slow, deliberate way. His eyebrows rise until they disappear into the disheveled mop of his hair. When his gaze flickers back to hers, his eyes are glittering with mischief, and his teeth are bared in a smile that glints like a blade catching the sunlight. This man is a demon, she decides. There are no two ways about it.
Why, Miss Welty. How improper.
Give it back, Wes, she snaps, and regrets it immediately. She has made the fatal mistake of letting her humiliation creep into her voice. It only makes him more impish. He sits beside her on the windowsill, snickering.
I gotta hand it to you. Never in a million years would I have taken you as the type to read trash.
It's not trash.
No? Then what's this?
He clears his throat and slips into the most exaggeratedly debauched tone she has ever heard.
As he hooked her knee over his shoulder and kissed his way up the inside of her thigh.
Her every rational thought dulls until the only noise in her head is a sustained scream. An impulse to claw and bite seizes her then, one she hasn't had since she was a child and one of her mother's apprentices chipped one of her model guns. She becomes that woods-raised child again, feral to her core, and dives for the book. Wes holds her at arm's length.
She let out a moan of,
"Stop!" she hisses. Margaret grabs his wrist with one hand and the book with the other. As she tries to wrench it from him, she throws them both off balance. Wes strangles a curse as they tumble to the floor together. She hits the ground first in a heap. His elbow cracks against the hardwood, bare inches away from her head. Every glass instrument rattles on the shelves, but neither that nor Trouble's alarmed barking from downstairs can muffle Wes's pained moan. The sound reverberates against her ear, sending a wave of chills down her spine. He braces himself above her. Both of them breathe heavily, their lips inches apart. Wes's eyes are as dark and wild as the sea. He looks utterly stunned, like she's the one who wronged him, and his ears begin to turn a ripe shade of crimson. When Margaret shifts against him, she feels his heart pounding against hers and... Is that? Her mind goes blank, and she lands a knee in his ribs. He rolls off her and doubles over with a wheeze, at last relinquishing his hold on her book. Margaret snatches it from the ground and scrabbles to her feet. If she stays near him another moment, she'll catch fire. She'll do or say something regrettable, and it'll jeopardize all the tentative trust they have built together. She cannot, will not, risk that when the exposition is tomorrow. Wes props himself up on his elbows and gives her a look that makes her feel oddly powerful. It's not a weapon she wants, or one she knows exactly how to wield.
All right. I yield.
A bright silver light sparks in the corner of her eye. Unease crosses Wes's face. Then, the array he's drawn on the desk begins to smolder. Not with the telltale smell of alchemy, but with ignition. He coughs.
I need to check on that.
She nods mutely, too afraid of what her voice may betray if she speaks. For the rest of the day, as Margaret practices her shot, as she runs shimmer and drills Trouble's commands, a slick, horrible knot of tension sits in her gut. Between Wes and the looming exposition, she's wound tight and ready to snap. But when night enfolds the manor, and she's alone and safe in her bed, she succumbs to the desire to relieve it. Normally, when she lets her hands slide between her thighs, she thinks of nothing and no one in particular. Tonight, she thinks of Wes. She thinks of what might have happened if she had canted her hips against his instead of shutting down. She thinks of his tousled hair and bared forearms, and their hands rough on each other. She thinks of the expression he wore when they lay tangled together. He looked the same as he did when she fired that dud prototype bullet. Like realization dawned on him, and he could see everything clearly for the first time. Hidden beneath the confusion was something else, burning hotter than an alchemical reaction. Hunger. 17. The exposition arrives the next day, whether Wes is ready or not. It's another typical Wicton afternoon, cold and thick with the promise of rain. Silvery mist wends through the base of the redwoods and veils the forest in swirling gray. Wes keeps his gaze fixed straight ahead as he walks toward town, breathing steadily through his growing unease. Everywhere he turns, he swears he sees the Hala's blank white eyes boring into him. He woke at dawn and spent the morning watching Margaret test his new designs. He lurked bleary-eyed on the porch with his coffee, pointedly trying not to make eye contact or notice the way the early morning light burnished her hair. Each bullet she fired embedded itself soundly in a felled tree. The trunk shattered on impact, spewing sap and wood splinters like a lanced boil. It worked more or less as he hoped, but it lacked pyrotechnics. He alchemized a perfectly deadly bullet, but not a dazzling one.
I know it's not enough to get first flight, he told her. I know. I'll figure it out.
Margaret didn't answer him. At least her defeated expression made it easier not to look at her. He can't bear the combined weight of their anxieties any more than he can bear the siren wail of his thoughts whenever she's near him, which is exactly why he left for Wicton without her. God, he needs to clear his head. He's anxious and miserable and sexually frustrated, which is the exact cocktail of emotions that usually lands him in trouble. How did she catch him so off guard yesterday? When he had her pinned beneath him, he couldn't think of a single thing to say. He always has something to say. But in that moment, his wit abandoned him. All his mind could hold were the words in that infernal book and the warmth of her breath against his lips and that furious glint in her eyes before she kneed him in the ribs. Thank God she did. It worked as well as dousing him with cold water. He prays she didn't get the wrong idea about where his head was at. Maybe she'll assume it was nothing deeper than their proximity. What does any of this matter? He doesn't have time to deal with his confused feelings or fantasize about, no, simply consider the abstract concept of kissing Margaret Welty senseless on the floor of her mother's lab. He needs to focus on alchemy, on winning, on figuring out what the hell keeps going wrong in his transmutation. Everything depends on that. His future, his mother's health, his family's security. He can't afford to blow this chance like all the others. The thing is, his transmutation works. If it did that much damage to a tree, he dreads to imagine what it'd do to a fox. But it's too simple, too obvious, and he doesn't see a point in trying to do something showy if he can't go full out. He wants more than shattering. He wants sparks. Fire requires a combination of heat, fuel, and oxygen. Oxygen and fuel, he has plenty of. Which means he still hasn't generated the 800 degrees he needs to kindle a flame. As towering trees give way to golden hills, he runs through his formulas again. Margaret's preferred rifle bullet weighs approximately 10 grams, which means he can enchant it with 10 grams of coincidentia oppositorum. He's calculated the mass of each substance involved in this alchemic reaction 1,000 times over and tried nearly every combination of them. His most successful brew is composed of 6 grams of sand, 2 grams of osmium, and 2 grams of camphor. It results in a bullet that's lightweight enough to increase the total momentum in the system, but dense enough to retain the heat from the camphor essence and the gunpowder's ignition. While he could have tried distilling something different, he doubts it would make a considerable difference when he's working with such small quantities. He's startled from his thoughts when a group of hunters on horseback nearly trample him. Wes lets out a shout of surprise that's swallowed up by the thunderous 4-count beat of their hooves. In their wake, the ground is torn up and muddied, and on the other side of a pasture fence, he can see the telltale blackening on yet another field of crops. It's getting worse, as promised. It's only a matter of time before it moves on to something more substantive than horses and vineyards. By the time he reaches Wigton proper, he's nearly drowning in people. The streets are lined with market stalls, where vendors hawk gun polish and hunting jackets in 100 gem-bright colors. Wes wields his carrying case like a battering ram to maneuver through the crowds. They cram into the perimeter of the town square and throng on balconies, straining to peer over each other and into the center, where the hunt officials have arranged tables in efficient geometric lines like an alchemical array. The wind cutting through the alleyways smells of tobacco and sweat and liquor. Between his own dread and the heady charge in the air, he can't help feeling he's about to attend a public execution. When he at last stumbles into the square, a man in a scarlet coat directs him to his workstation. Wes sets his carrying case on the table, and as he carefully unloads his instruments, he watches the other alchemists filter in. They move in packs like well-dressed wolves, all of them self-assured and easy, like they've done this many times before. Some of them stop to chat and shake hands with the judges. Their wristwatches and cufflinks glitter gold beneath the street lamps, and Wes is struck with a pang of bitter longing. Who is he kidding by being here? Even if he wins, even if he gets accepted to the finest university in the country, he'll never truly be like them. You nervous, kid? Wes startles. A short, stocky woman in her mid-20s stands at the workstation beside his. Her accent is from Dunway, subtle but distinct, and so is her gown, a ruffled knee-length number stitched with sparkling glass beads. The ends of her ash-brown hair escape from her felt hat and curl gently against her jawline. Wes offers her the most genuine smile he can muster. He feels it wobble. Nervous? No, not at all. It's all right. I was nervous for my first hunt, too. Judith Hallen. Deflated, he says, Weston Winters. Harlan scans him from head to toe, and he's painfully aware of his father's worn jacket draped over his shoulders. It detracts from the overall effect of his suit, but the overlong sleeves would look worse than the alternative. Besides, it's cold, and the familiar weight of it soothes him. He resists the urge to fidget with the knot on his tie. Fifth ward, huh? Yeah, that's right. Thought so, she says wistfully. Anyway, what's eating you? You look like you're about to faint. Wes isn't naive enough to trust her, even if she seems well-meaning. Fumbling to recover his cool, he drawls, Nothing. Beautiful women frazzle me is all. Lord! She wheezes a laugh. I think you're a little young for me. What are you, 17? He feels the tips of his ears burn with humiliation, but he manages to keep the defensive edge out of his voice when he says, 18, actually. All the same. I'm not trying to trick you. He rakes his hands through his hair and immediately regrets it. A few stubborn strands escape from the gel he slicked on this morning and fall into his face. There's nothing to be done for it now. I can't seem to get enough energy in the system. I don't know what's wrong. Harlan hums sympathetically. Have you checked your math? Of course I have. Have you tested the transmutation more than once? She throws up her hands when he scowls. All right. Enough with the scary look. I'm just asking. Listen, if the system is alchemically sound, the problem's you. Me? He sputters. What's that supposed to mean? You can be a brilliant chemist, but a mediocre alchemist. And, well, are you a good chemist? Passable. Good. If we were brilliant chemists, we'd be in a pharmaceutical lab somewhere. But alchemy is about intuition too, right? It's not hard science. It's magic. You're the one channeling and controlling the energy circulating in the reaction. It's not only the laws of matter governing what happens. It's you. Harlan taps the center of her chest, exactly where he feels the spark within him when he transmutes. Maybe you're holding back. Or maybe you're thinking too much. Either way, somewhere down the line, you're losing too much energy to entropy. So relax. You know it works in theory. So why shouldn't it in practice? Relax. If only it were that simple. Once, before all of the rejections and disappointment, Wes believed in himself. He believed that determination and good intentions and natural aptitude could carry him through. But when he's staring down the gulf between him and all these other alchemists, it's hard to stay positive. I appreciate the pep talk and all, but why are you telling me this? Isn't this a competition? She winks. Just some advice from one fifth ward kid to another. Before he can reply, a voice on a microphone cuts through the din of conversation. Good afternoon, everyone. Standing at the podium, draped in New Albion's red and gold flag, is a man who looks disconcertingly like Jamie, blonde and sharp-smiled, and decidedly evil. As the mayor of Wickton, I want to welcome each of you to the 174th Annual Alchemy Exposition, one of our most cherished traditions in the lead-up to the hunt. This event is a cornerstone of New Albion culture, a monument to our country's imagination and industry. Alchemy is God's gift to mankind, and it continues to pave the way to a brighter, more equitable future. Wes swallows down his bitterness at those empty words. One day, if he survives this, he'll stand on a podium exactly like that one and mean every word.
I'm pleased to introduce our panel of judges this year, all of whom are renowned scholars in their fields.
Beside him are 3 middle-aged folks, whose faces he can't make out from a distance. The first, whom the mayor introduces as Abigail Crane, wears a fur coat and jewels that glister cold as stars around her neck. The second, Oliver Kent, is a man so tall and thin, it looks as though he's been stretched like saltwater taffy. The third, Elizabeth Law, has a feather headpiece nestled into her fair ringlets.
Our judges will assess each competitor on technique and innovation,
the mayor continues.
After a short recess, they will test each design and score them on both showmanship and functionality. It's my honor to declare this alchemy exposition, Wigton's first since 1898, open!
With a smattering of applause and cheers, it begins. Wes does his best to watch the first 2 competitors with a quasi-masochistic fascination. From here, there's not much to look at but the silver flash of alchemic fire and the twist of smoke as it rises into the darkening sky. Maybe it's the thickening smell of sulfur, or maybe it's his nerves, but he thinks he's going to be sick. As the judges make their way down the line, the sound of chalk scratching against wood grows louder, and the drone of conversations duller. Wes can't be sure if he's been waiting for seconds or hours when the panel finally stops in front of his table. Crane speaks first.
Name?
He's transfixed by the string of diamonds resting above her collarbones. They must be alchemically modified to have that kind of brilliance.
Winters. Weston Winters, ma'am.
She purses her lips, but scribbles something on her notepad.
Very well, Mr. Winters. You may proceed.
Wes fishes the chalk he's brought out of his pocket. Although his hand is trembling, he draws the transmutation circle for Negredo with the ease of having done it literally hundreds of times this week. He arranges the components of the reaction in the center, then places his hands over the array to activate the magic circulating within it. It ignites, and as it burns the sand and osmium to blackened caput mortuum, Wes watches the judges take notes and confer from beneath his eyelashes. 1 step down, 2 to go.
When you're ready,
Crane says. His confidence wavers. It's not only the laws of matter govern what happens. It's you. Alchemy is a science far stranger and less precise than any other he knows. Maybe what fuels it is the divine, or chaos, or magic, but whatever it is, the missing piece in this reaction is within him. It is him. Maybe all he needs to do is concentrate harder, to bend the universe with the force of his will. But as he puzzles over heat and friction, his thoughts go slack. And then, as panic sets in, they carry him soundly back to Margaret. God, no, he can't think about her right now. It will derail him entirely when every thought of her forces him to confront an emotion he can't bear to look at head-on. He focuses more intently on drawing the alchemic array. He corrals his mind by concentrating on the facts of what he is doing, on infusing each stroke with purpose. A circle to embody the unity of all things and the cyclical flow of energy. Runes to harness that energy and shape it to his own ends. Heat and friction. The heat of Margaret's mouth if he kissed her. The friction he desperately wanted between them. And, good Lord, he is going to lose his mind if he can't rein himself in.
Maybe you're holding back.
Or maybe you're thinking too much. Maybe Harlan's right. Maybe he has been holding back. For so long, he's been terrified of what would happen if he sat quietly with himself for too long. If he let himself grieve. If he let his family see that he was hurting. But Margaret has a way of finding every crack in his armor. As he holds on to the thought of her, he feels the spark of divine magic at the core of him leap. Wes activates the array. The coincidentia oppositorum condenses in the alembic drop by drop. It shines as bright as the diamonds on Crane's neck and illuminates the table with a glow like moonlight. Although he can't know if it worked until they fire that bullet, his heart races at the sight of it. He knows deep down it's the best work he's done. Once he binds the essence to the bullet with rubedo, he places it into Crane's waiting hand.
Thank you, Mr. Winters.
Oh no, thank you. As soon as the judges move on, Wes slumps over until he can rest his elbows on the table and his head in his hands. Through the wayward strands of his hair, he sees Harlan smiling at him slyly. Now that's how it's done. Thanks. He thinks he needs a shower. As the technical evaluation winds down, the sun dips into the sea and afternoon melts into evening. In 30 minutes, the second round of judging will begin. It's a brief respite while the judges and spectators move from the town square to the field outside Wigton. No one wants to risk a misfire in the crowds, or accidentally blow one of the darling storefronts sky high. Technically, now that he's done his job for the night, Wes is free. He entertains the idea of slinking back to the manor, or persuading someone to buy him a drink, but he supposes he ought to soberly bear witness to it if his career ends tonight. Stronger than any other temptation, however, is finding Margaret. It buzzes insistently in the back of his skull and makes his skin crawl with a restless energy he doesn't care for. But assuming she's even here, he's not sure he can face her. Wanting her, even her company, makes him feel small and pathetic and vulnerable. Now that the rush of alchemy and adrenaline has drained from him, he's painfully aware of just how raw he is. Performing that transmutation opened a floodgate within him, one he's all too eager to slam shut again. He doesn't want to want Margaret. He doesn't want to want someone who consumes his thoughts this way, who expects anything of him, who would wound him if she denied him. He wants something easier, someone who doesn't make him pine or reconsider his worldview or feel. He wants Wes! Never has Annette Wallace's voice sounded sweeter. Wes turns on his heel to face her. Her hair is carefully gelled in spirals around her temples, so crisp and glossy it's all he can do not to tug one loose.
Fancy meeting you here. You off work?
I wish. I'm on break, but I wanted to say hi.
Hi,
He says.
let me take you out.
Well, She looks flustered for a moment before she composes herself. Aren't you supposed to be at the exposition?
I finished the technical portion. They're not judging the execution for another 30 minutes, so I'm free and bored. So what do you say? Don't make me beg.
You want to take me out for 30 minutes?
It'll be the best 30 minutes you ever had. Or maybe we can watch the evaluation together. I may need comfort depending on how it goes.
She cracks a smile she clearly doesn't want to. I can't. My dad will be furious if I don't come back on time.
All the better. Come on. The night is young and so are we.
All right, fine. She points a finger at him. but only until I see what you've wrought. Then I really have to go." That suits him fine. Just enough time to drown out all the noise in his head.
You've made me the happiest man alive.
Annette snorts before sliding her hand into his. "You're ridiculous." Wes nearly dies then and there, but he holds it together enough to say,
Am I?
"Yes." A cold breeze whips through the street, full of salt and promise, and tangles in her curls. She looks painfully lovely like this. "I can't believe I let you talk me into this. You're telling me you've never been late to work before. You have such a long way to fall. Have you even snuck out?" "Of course I have." She rests a hand on her chest, feigning outrage.
Ah, then you have ideas. Where should we go?
"There's not much of anywhere to go." Wes nudges her shoulder with his.
What do you usually get up to?
"A lot of us will drink by the pier sometimes. Sometimes we'll go cliff diving."
Cliff diving, huh?
It's hardly as exciting as you're imagining. Not like all the dancing and high society mingling I'm sure you get up to in the city. Wes considers telling her that he and his friends have no money to do anything of the sort. He considers telling her that he's likely something out of her father's worst nightmare, a Bonvishman with no formal education and no prospects. He considers telling her he lives in a tenement home in the 5th Ward, and nowhere near the ritzy clubs she dreams of. But that'd put a damper on the mood. He's only just gotten her out, and their time is limited. It's better if she believes he's the kind of worldly, well-to-do man she imagines him to be.
Humor me. I'm very easily impressed.
She sighs. "Have you ever had Wigton ice cream?"
I can't say that I have.
"It's good." She says it like it's a painful admission. "Let's go." They wait in an interminably long line for ice cream, then follow the rest of the hunt season crowds toward the field. Hand in hand, they wade through the knee-high grass until they find a clear spot near a cliff that overlooks the ocean. Moonlight shivers on the water, and sea foam laces the near black sand. They settle onto the grass, and Wes watches Annette from the corner of his eye as her ice cream melts on her plastic spoon. He finishes his in barely a minute, the taste of peppermint still bright on his tongue. "It's weird to have so many people here," she says.
I bet. The population's about quintupled.
"It's not that. I like to come out here alone sometimes." He gets the impression she's trying to tell him something weighty, but he can't discern the meaning of the sad look she's giving him. "Sometimes I sit here and wonder what's on the other side of all that water."
The Reborn Islands.
She swats him. "You know what I mean." He grins apologetically.
Have you really never left Wigton?
"No, never. I want to, though, more than anything. It feels like this place is squeezing the life out of me. Everything about it. The inn, my parents, even my friends. I don't think any of them really understand when I try to tell them. They were born here and they'll die here. That's just how it is."
Why don't you leave then?
It'd break my father's heart. Or maybe it's that I'm a coward. Imagining going all the way to the city by myself, I don't think I could bear it.
It's not cowardly.
Out in the distance, a lighthouse blinks in the gloom.
Loneliness is a terrible thing. Maybe the most terrible thing.
And you've chosen the loneliest corner of Wigton. She gives him a sympathetic look. "How are you managing?" The very last thing he wants to think about is Margaret. And yet, perversely, she's all he wants to think about.
Oh, you know, I make my own fun.
He hesitates. Annette is perhaps the only person in town who might talk to him honestly about Margaret and her mother. It feels like a betrayal to even think it. Margaret hasn't exactly been forthcoming about anything in her life. But if she is so determined to shut him out, what other option does he have to sate his curiosity?
Although, if you don't mind my asking, it doesn't really seem like the Weltys are part of the community. Why is that?
Oh. Discomfort twists her mouth. Well, Evelyn is a recluse. When Maggie's brother died, she stopped leaving the house. And then after her husband left, she kind of lost it. I feel sorry for Maggie, honestly. She's had a tough life. That he already knew, apart from her father's leaving. But it still explains nothing, unless people in Wigton think grief is a disease.
If you feel so sorry for her, why aren't you friends with her?
He surprises himself with the edge in his voice. It surprises Annette, too, because she's blinking at him with genuine, wide-eyed concern. You said it yourself the other day. She's not the most pleasant person to be around. She doesn't want friends.
Bullshit.
All of it. Bullshit. Everybody wants friends, even Margaret. Even if she won't admit it.
You're telling me that's why Harrington has it out for her? Because she's unpleasant?
No, she says a little defensively. Jamie has it out for her because he's a bigot.
Obviously,
Wes mutters.
What does that have to do with Margaret?
I guess you wouldn't know. Her father was Uadir. Not that it matters to me, but people here can be so backward and... Annette's voice swirls together with the steady shh of the waves and the chatter of the crowd. Margaret is Uadir. So much clicks into place, and Wes is left feeling like a fool for not figuring it out sooner, and horribly sorry he asked. But Margaret never told him. Why didn't she tell him? Even after she met his family. Even after he asked why Jamie was so hell-bent on tormenting her. Not many Uadir live in the 5th Ward. While his parents fled famine in Banva before Mad was born, most Uadir immigrants came to New Albion's shores a few decades earlier, seeking refuge from pogroms in their home countries. But even though they've been here longer than the Banvish, he's seen how much they're hated. Their businesses and temples burned. The inventor of the automobile publishing articles about how they manipulate the global economy and have funded every war for centuries. It turns his stomach to realize why all these people despise Margaret so much. To think she's endured it alone for all these years. If he'd known, he would have... Would have what, exactly? There's nothing he can do to protect her from these people when he can hardly protect himself. But still, it rattles him. Why is she so convinced she has to bear everything alone? Was she afraid of what he would think, or... Hey. Annette rests a hand on his arm. Are you all right?
You said it doesn't matter to you, but it clearly does.
What? Wes draws in his breath, determined to keep his voice even.
If you cared, why didn't you stand up to him? You were right there when Harrington started mouthing off about immigrants and the Uadir, and you didn't say a word. If you cared, shouldn't that bother you?
Annette flushes. You saw what happens when you stand up to him.
Nothing,
he says sharply.
Nothing happens. All he did was spout more hateful nonsense. The only difference is that it'd be directed at you instead.
And what should I have done? He's my friend. He can see she's upset, but he can't stop himself from pushing. Maybe you should get better friends. I can't, Wes. Her voice breaks. I can't. I can't be better than him. What are you talking about? Of course you can. What would you know? She takes a deep breath. Jamie is the mayor's son. All of my friends worship him, probably because they're afraid of him, and for good reason. You haven't seen the worst of how cruel he can be, not even close. I'm sorry I'm not as cosmopolitan as you, but you don't get to sit on your high horse and judge me or tell me how I feel. What this town has done to Maggie is a sin, but I can't end up like her. As long as I'm stuck here, silence is my only option. My friends are all I have. You know, my parents are Bonvish immigrants. They were poor farmers in Bonva, and we're still poor here. I've dealt with people like Harrington all my life. So yeah, forgive me if I judge you for worrying about what your stupid friends would think of you. The world's bigger than this town. He waits for her response, but she gives him nothing. Anger and disappointment sit bitterly on his tongue. So that's it then. Annette blinks hard and shakes her head, as though rousing herself from a dream. Even in the darkness, he can see tears glimmering in her eyes. I have to go. God, he mutters. Guilt sours his stomach. He hates making women cry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. At least, let me walk you back. No. She stands and dusts off her skirt. I'll be fine on my own. Good night. Wes watches her until she disappears into the crowd, then flops back into the grass with a groan. He's been on his share of disastrous dates, but this is one for the books. Now he's back to feeling just as terrible as he did before. Maybe worse. His stomach churns with anger. Maybe he shouldn't have told her he was Bonvish. Maybe he should have laughed it off or changed the subject. But he's laughed off too many jokes at the Bonvish's expense over the years. And tonight he couldn't abide either of them pretending to be something they weren't. His unbroken view of the sky is suddenly eclipsed by the pale moon of Margaret's face. Annette looked upset. Margaret, Wes chokes out. He scrabbles to sit upright. You came. Of course I did. She crosses her arms. What did you say to her? What can he possibly tell her? We were talking about you, and one thing led to another. No. He can't tell her the truth. He feels too wretched for what he knows without her consent. Carefully arranging his features into nonchalance, he shrugs. I think I got too fresh with her. Would you believe it? Margaret frowns. Right. Next up, a voice crackles over a microphone, is Weston Winters. Shit. Wes hauls himself to his feet. Since his decision to lie down and die here, it seems the crowds have grown even thicker. There's no way we're getting much closer than this. So let's get farther away. Before he can ask what the wisdom behind that paradox is, she starts running. Exasperated, he trails after her as quickly as he can. The tall grass shivers around them as Margaret leads him up to a hilltop. The vantage point is better, enough to see someone break away from the crowd. They lift their rifle, take aim at a target rigged from the branch of a gnarled cypress, and fire. The sound echoes across the field, and then, as they wait for the smoke to clear, there is a breathless silence. The wooden target kindles. Sparks rain down from the target and glimmer like fireflies. A beleaguered hunt official runs toward it, shouting and brandishing a fire extinguisher. Yes! Wes claps his hands together. Yes! It worked! Did you see that? The burning target is a smear of orange against the night. But even up here, he can see its glow reflected in Margaret's eyes. There's quiet reverence in her voice when she says, I saw. How many points do I need again? 115, she answers without hesitation. She's run every possible scenario 1,000 times by now. Together, they watch the judges confer and the fire die. Wes twists his fingers around the long blades of grass, and he swears Margaret stops breathing. After a few minutes, the announcer says, The panel has awarded 117 points to Weston Winters. Next up, we have... Margaret? Wes breathes. She sits perfectly still, as though she hasn't heard correctly. Margaret! He throws his arm around her neck and crushes her into his side so hard they nearly tumble into the grass in a heap. It's only when she lets out a strangled noise of protest that he comes to his senses, that he registers he is hugging her, but even then, he's too giddy to care or let her go. We did it! Margaret squirms until he loosens his grip. Her cheeks are dusted with red, a warm, rosy color that makes him think of a summer afternoon. You did it. I'm sorry for doubting you. He grins at her. She smiles back softly, and it nearly knocks the wind out of him. For the first time, he thinks maybe, just maybe, they have a shot at pulling this off. 18. By the time afternoon fills the manor with drowsy golden sunlight, Wes is still sleeping. Margaret can't blame him, considering they got home at almost midnight, and he's kept himself awake for almost a week straight. Besides, after his performance last night, he deserves to stay in bed all day. She can hardly believe he actually pulled it off. After fighting her way through the exposition crowds, she saw the moment alchemical light illuminated his face, as radiant as a grounded star. For the first time in years, it struck her that alchemy can be eerily beautiful, that maybe it can do more than hurt. And now, if she places well in the shooting contest this week, they'll make first flight. They'll have a real chance at winning. In her room, Margaret finds Trouble curled up on her bed and napping in a pool of milky sunlight. She has half a mind to kick him off, but she can't bring herself to do it. Thanks to Wes, she feels tender and hopeful today, and strange for it. It makes her crave his company, which won't at all do. It's bad enough that she's done something that she can't undo, allowed herself to acknowledge, even once, the pull between them. She can endure her idle imaginings of what use they could make of this empty house, with its hidden alcoves and sun-warmed nooks. She can live with the knowledge of what he looks like unarmored and braced on his knees over her. But what feels dangerous is the way her stomach flutters when she remembers how he hugged her last night, as though it were the most natural thing in the world. His smile was so wide and guileless, joyful. His free and easy affection reminds her too much of what she's lost, and what she can lose again. Margaret unlatches the window and tips her face into the cool caress of the wind. It's too late to train again, unless she wants to be caught out after dark. But she may as well make use of all this restless energy. It'd be a shame if Wes upstaged her. She fetches her toolkit from the closet, pulls her rifle from its mount on the wall, and settles onto the floor. Disassembling and cleaning her gun is her own kind of worship, a task she could do blindfolded. By the time she finishes lubricating the metal and polishing the stock finish to gleaming, she's lightheaded with the smell of kerosene and lead. The wood gleams in the sunlight, gold and warm as honey. Trouble? He jolts upright. One ear folds in on itself. Trouble.